When Yuan He heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He then looked at Sikong Wu Yuan with a sullen expression. Sikong Wu Yuan, you were really fooled by him. He's not lying. Otherwise, you can test him, Sikong Wu Yuan said helplessly. He did not want to believe it either, but he had no choice but to believe it. After all, the monk was too sincere. Jiang Ming took out a pill from his pocket. Let me test him. He must be telling the truth. The monk felt like they were going to stuff pills into his mouth. He shook his head frantically. No. I'm telling the truth. Don't be like this. At the end of his sentence, he started crying again. How can you bully a monk? I haven't done anything bad. I haven't even stepped on an ant. Stop crying, Yuan He said. Why are you acting like a baby? The monk started to cry again. Jiang Ming felt so embarrassed that he could not help but shake his head. He went forward and used his spiritual energy to conjure a piece of cloth to cover the monk's mouth. I'll think this is more suitable for you. He nodded and stuffed the pill back in. With the effect of the pill, the monk immediately fell into a state of fatigue, and his eyes became confused. Do you know where this exit is? Jiang Ming asked directly. The monk said the same thing he said to Sikong Wu Yuan. He doesn't know. Sikong Wu Yuan spread his hands. Look at him. He doesn't know at all. Yuan He was unhappy. Great. We have to find the exit ourselves again. Don't be discouraged. We can definitely do it. Jiang Ming patted him on the shoulder, indicating that they should work hard together. Seeing this, Yuan He could only nod. There was no other way now. The monk also regained his consciousness. But soon after, he started to panic again. Something strange seems to have appeared in this temple, he muttered to himself. If Jiang Ming was not beside him, Jiang Ming would not have been able to hear what he was saying. What strange thing? What did you see? Jiang Ming was confused and looked at the monk carefully. However, the monk did not say anything else. Instead, he continued to retreat. He kept shaking his head in horror. Seeing this, Yuan He could not help but feel terrified. Could he have been possessed by something? Or did something happen? Sikong Wu Yuan did not believe it. Don't think like that. It might be because of something else. It's okay. Let's continue to take a look. As he spoke, he stepped forward to stabilize the monk. However, the monk spat out a large mouthful of worms on his body. These worms wriggled and writhed, wanting to continue moving forward. When Sikong Wu Yuan saw this, he took off his outer robe and threw it away. After the worms touched the ground, they began to speed up, and they rushed toward Jiang Ming and Yuan He. What's with these worms? Why were there so many worms in his stomach? How is he still alive? Sikong Wu Yuan was also confused, but he soon realized the problem. He led Yuan He and Jiang Ming to the side. He had been in this space longer than the two of them, so he knew the terrain of this place. Yuan He's head started to hurt. Our difficulties are really endless. I don't know when he swallowed these worms. The monk roared in shock. His body also grew antennae. Then, he closed his eyes and fainted. Sikong Wu Yuan wanted to go up and see him, but he was stopped by Jiang Ming. He might not be dead. He might have been corroded by something. If you go over, you might be contaminated by something in his body. There was nothing wrong with Jiang Ming's statement. The monk's skin was peeled off by the thing in his body, and many worms appeared inside. Jiang Ming led Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan directly into the boat. He raised his hand and used his spiritual energy to release a ball of fire around the boat. The ball of fire stopped the worms directly. However, a flute sounded, and the worms shot forward again. Jiang Ming released another wave of spiritual energy to create a barrier. The worms were blocked by the barrier and fell into the fire. Who was behind this? Jiang Ming looked around. However, he could only hear the sound of the flute. He could not see anyone. Sikong Wu Yuan released his spiritual energy and hammered the stones around him. The stones fell one after another, but the person playing the flute still did not appear. Stop it. We won't be able to get out by then. Seeing that these stones were beginning to block the boat's path, Jiang Ming quickly stopped Sikong Wu Yuan. He had also discovered this problem and could not help but regret it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have done that. What should we do now? Yuan Hehe had an idea. He had seen a huge rift in front of him. He used his spiritual energy to conjure a rope and used brute force to make the rope cling to the walls of the rift. Then, he dragged Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan up. However, as soon as they got on the walls of the rift, the boat immediately left them. Jiang Ming felt that this method was inappropriate, but now that it had come to this point, they had to continue moving forward. They kept climbing forward, but when they were about to reach the top, the rope suddenly broke. Jiang Ming leaped into the air and grabbed the rock wall with one hand. He then grabbed Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan. However, due to the weight of the two of them, Jiang Ming's hand began to ache. He frowned. He could throw the two of them up now, but he would be easily injured. He began to hesitate again. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that he was dragging Jiang Ming down. He quickly said, "Let go. Don't worry about me. Just take Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe felt that he was the one to blame for their predicament, so he added, "No, save Sikong Wu Yuan. I brought this on myself. I can find the exit myself." When Jiang Ming heard their words, he suddenly felt a headache coming. Both of them wanted him to save the other, but they were both his friends. It was not good for him to give up on either one. Jiang Ming had no choice but to hold on and use his hand to support himself. He tossed the two of them up. However, his arm was dislocated. Jiang Ming endured the pain and straightened his arm. He found that there was an open field in front of him. It was a grassland. A cowherd passed by. Jiang Ming ran over and stopped him. "What is this place? Can you tell us?" The cowherd was very enthusiastic and even invited them to stay at his house for a while. After learning that they were in an unfamiliar place, Jiang Ming had no choice but to bring Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe to the cowherd's house. The house was bare, and when she saw people coming, the old lady in the house did not welcome them. "Why did you bring people over again? Don't you know that your family can't afford to eat anymore? Your kindness has caused all the food in the house to disappear." The old lady scolded the cowherd. She even took out a feather duster from the side and started hitting him. The cowherd was beaten up so badly that he could not make a sound. He stood in place and did not move, but he did not say anything about chasing away Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming was a little touched. Then, he went forward to stop her. "Ma'am, we don't need you to cook anything. We don't want to eat your food. You can do whatever you want." Hearing this, the old lady felt a little awkward. Then, she waved her hand and said, "No. You guys can stay here. We will bring out good food and drinks to entertain you." Sikong Wu Yuan took out some silver from his pocket and placed it in the old lady's hand. "Ma'am, you can keep this in case you need it." When the old lady saw the silver, her eyes lit up, but she did not say anything. Jiang Ming had already seen through her needs and felt at ease. This time, the old lady probably would not say anything and would not hit the cowherd anymore. Seeing the silver, the cowherd pushed it forward and quickly refused. "We don't want silver. We just want to help you." Sikong Wu Yuan quickly explained, "You've misunderstood. I just want to repay you. I don't want to owe you any favors." Seeing this, the cowherd did not say anything else. The old lady took the silver and muttered to herself, "Don't refuse his kindness. Since he insists on giving it to you, then take it. What if you make him feel uncomfortable?" The cowherd nodded and turned to Sikong Wu Yuan and the others. "I'll go buy some stuff now. Is there a market nearby?" Jiang Ming realized something and asked the cowherd. If there was a market, they could ask about Wutai Mountain. The cowherd quickly nodded. "Of course there is. Without the market, our village would not be able to survive. Moreover, the market is not far away. It's just a few steps ahead." Elle really didn't expect us to be so close to the market. Yuan Hehe was incredulous. He looked at the old lady and the cowherd. "Let's go buy our own things." As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Ming to ask for his opinion. Jiang Ming nodded. Everything was fine. Seeing this, Yuan Hehe heaved a sigh of relief. If someone on their side disagreed, it would really be difficult to handle. "Shall I take you there? I'm afraid you'll get lost." Seeing that they were determined to go, the cowherd did not stop them and began to be enthusiastic again. He felt that he had already treated Jiang Ming and the other two badly. He could not let these three people get lost again. He had to be a good person too. The end. "Then come with us." Yuan Hehe immediately agreed when he realized that they did not know the way. "Go early and come back early. I can't wait for them to go to the market too. Buy more things." From the looks of it, they would probably have to use their own silver to buy things. At that time, the old lady could also eat something special. "Mother, I think we should use the silver they gave us to buy everything." The cowherd secretly pulled his mother to the side and whispered. The old lady protected her silver tightly and glared at the cowherd. Who knows how much food the three of them will eat? At that time, the silver definitely be used up. What's in it for us then? I think you can go with them empty-handed. They won't let you pay. Seeing his mother's stance, the cowherd felt that she was a little unreasonable, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this was his mother who had raised him for more than 20 years. "Mother, how can you think that? We can't accept handouts." He tried to reason with his mother. His mother was furious, and her hair stood on end. "Elle raised you so with so much difficulty, and you talk to me like this? You have to listen to me. These people can't eat and drink for free. If they do, chase them out." She snorted coldly and turned around to walk shakily into the inner room. Jiang Ming and the others finally realized that her legs were crippled. They simply went forward and said, "We will pay for everything. Just follow me." "How can this be? You've already been good enough to us." The cowherd was unwilling and insisted on getting the silver back from his mother. The old lady made up her mind and turned back to her room. The door closed with a loud bang, not giving the cowherd any chance to continue. Sikong Wu Yuan also rushed over to smooth things over. We still have important matters to attend to. It's all right. Let the old lady take the silver away. It was meant for her anyway. My mother has made a fool of herself. The cowherd said a few words awkwardly and finally lowered his head. Resentfully. He really could not raise his head. Yuan Hehe put his arm around his neck and chuckled. What are you talking about? Just take us to the market. We'll take the money as our travel expenses. The cowherd did not say anything else, he silently led them to the entrance of the market. This was a small market. There were not many stalls, but they had all the basics. The people inside were also very enthusiastic. Jiang Ming strolled around for a while and saw an old woman who looked kind. He walked over and asked, Ma'am, do you know what's going on in Wutai Mountain? The old woman's expression changed when she heard this. Why are you asking? About Wutai Mountain, she asked curiously. Aren't you asking for trouble? These words made no sense. Jiang Ming's eyes were confused. What do you mean by asking for trouble? Ma'am, did we say something wrong? The old woman had a sly look on her face. Do you think that this village is just an ordinary village? In fact, the people inside are basically not good people. Her words happened to be heard by the cowherd who was strolling around. He was instantly angered and went forward to hit the old woman. What nonsense are you talking about, old woman? The people in our village are all very kind. How can they not be good people? There are indeed bad people in there, but we can't generalize, right? I'm telling the truth. The old woman snorted coldly. Since your village was built, many strange things have happened in Wutai Mountain. You might be secretly worshipping someone and asking him to do bad things for you. The cowherd was furious. If Jiang Ming had not stopped him, he would have been beaten up by the old woman. Stop talking nonsense. I didn't even know about this. Besides, Wutai Mountain might not have been good in the first place. Don't blame the village for this. That's what everyone says. The old woman held her breath and blurted everything out. Don't blame me for saying this. In the dead of night, a demon will appear in your place. The demons have already eaten many people here. Otherwise, why would there only be people from your village? Whatever. I'm leaving too. If that demon hears me, I'll lose my life. I don't have the resources to move out. With that, the old woman turned around and was about to leave. Jiang Ming quickly stopped him. Is what you said true? Of course, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask this boy. He's pretending to be nice to you. Don't be fooled by him. The cowherd could not hit the old woman. He could only threaten her verbally. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll make sure you regret it. His voice was extremely loud. It alerted Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The two of them quickly came over and asked about what had happened in detail. Why did you guys suddenly start arguing? They thought that Jiang Ming had an argument with the cowherd, but after asking, they found out that someone else had an argument with the cowherd. When the old woman saw that everyone was there, she thought that they were all going to hurt her, so she left in a hurry and did not let Jiang Ming continue asking. Seeing that she had left, Jiang Ming told Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He everything that the old woman had told him. The two of them fell silent and shook their heads. If the cowherd was a bad person, we wouldn't have been saved. That's right. That's right. The cowherd agreed. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't let me see that old woman again. Otherwise, I'll pull out her tongue." Jiang Ming felt that something was amiss. If a person said all this, it meant that there was a reason. Perhaps there was really a terrifying demon hidden in the village. However, the villagers did not know about it. Just as he was thinking about this, the stall owner's hand suddenly trembled. And everything in the cart fell out. It was a bunch of mangoes. Jiang Ming saw this, and went forward to help the stall owner pick them up. The stall owner thanked him as he picked them up. When Jiang Ming put the last mango on the cart, he saw the mark on the stall owner's arm. It was the mark of a monster with blood-like scratches on it. Jiang Ming was stunned. Was this a coincidence? As soon as the old woman finished speaking, he saw this mark. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He also saw the mark clearly. They were stunned for a moment. Then, they asked, "Sir, did you go and get a tattoo?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" The stall owner panicked when he heard this. "What tattoo? What did you see?" His reaction was too strange. Jiang Ming pulled Yuan He away and said, "I'm sorry. We misunderstood. Please leave. We have nothing else to ask." The stall owner heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. He pulled his cart forward to look for a spot to park in. When he walked, Jiang Ming noticed that he was like a cowherd. His feet were a little injured. He could not help but think about it. Then, he pulled the stall owner and asked, "Are you from the same village as the cowherd?" He did not specify which village the cowherd was from. He felt that the stall owner should know. After all, there was only one village nearby. As expected, the stall owner nodded. "I am indeed from that village. I have a few questions," Jiang Ming casually said. "Why are you so curious about whether we're from the same village?" The cowherd asked Jiang Ming. "It's nothing. It's just that your feet don't seem to be in good condition." Jiang Ming glanced at the cowherd's feet. He smiled bitterly and said, "It was really a tragedy. One day, for some reason, the people in our village were all crippled. However, it was nothing serious. It just couldn't be cured." Jiang Ming nodded thoughtfully. He felt that there was no need to ask about Wutai Mountain anymore. Perhaps he would know when he went out at midnight. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ming brought Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He to buy some things. After a while, they were all carrying bags. "We won't be able to finish these things in a year," the cowherd said enviously. "Then you can eat for a year." Jiang Ming smiled. "What do you mean?" The cowherd was pleasantly surprised. "We can't eat much. The rest is naturally yours. We can't take it away," Sikong Wu Yuan said. The cowherd was instantly grateful. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have starved to death. You are really our benefactors. Don't be like this. You saved us too." "It's the same." As they were walking forward, a horse suddenly charged straight at them from behind. As they had their backs to the horse, they did not know what was going on behind them. It was a stall shouting from the side, "The big thing is here. Run!" Only then did Jiang Ming respond. He turned around and realized that the horse did not leave. He put down his bags and raised his hand to block it with a barrier. The horse fell to the ground. Jiang Ming went forward to check curiously. The horse suddenly stood up and pressed its body against Jiang Ming. He simply lifted the horse up. As there were stall owners around, he could not throw the horse out, so he pressed the horse's acupuncture points. The horse could not move, so Jiang Ming placed it on the ground. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He frowned. Whose horse was this? Why did not they look after their horse? Unexpectedly, no one came over. The cowherd was afraid. Let's go. The horse can't move. It won't be able to come out again. Unexpectedly, just as he took a step, the horse automatically recovered and rushed toward Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming was annoyed. He simply jumped into the air and quickly released a barrier around him to block the horse's path. The horse neighed and breathed fire. The flames spread to Jiang Ming's surroundings. Jiang Ming raised his hand to absorb the flames and threw them onto the horse. Sikong Wu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. There's something strange about this fire. It's best not to have anything to do with it. This fire has no effect on me. It's fine, said Jiang Ming. As he was speaking, the horse's owner came to Jiang Ming and the others. I'm really sorry. My horse has caused trouble for everyone. He was dressed in black, and even his face was covered by a black cloth. Jiang Ming and the others could not see his expression at all. They could only tell from his actions that he was somewhat apologetic. Jiang Ming landed on the ground and stared at the horse's owner. This horse can open its acupuncture points by itself. It's a smart horse. This was what puzzled him. Logically speaking, how could a horse be able to open its acupuncture points by itself? If not for the horse owner's interference, he would never have believed it. The horse's owner evaded the question. What are you saying? This horse isn't very smart. It could be an accident, or it could be that you didn't set the acupuncture points properly. Jiang Ming smiled and said, Sir, you should know that horses can't unseal their acupuncture points by themselves. It must be done by someone. Or perhaps someone wants to harm us. He felt that there was no need to continue like this. It was better to be direct. Hearing this, the horse's owner was instantly enraged. What do you mean? He snorted coldly. I've never thought of touching you. Aren't you going too far? Besides, I don't know you at all. Why should I hurt you? Who knows? Sikong Wu Yuan defended Jiang Ming. You've been coming at Jiaozhu time and time again. Don't you want to hurt him? No one can explain this, right? The horse's owner could not help but feel a little irritated. My horse has always been docile. How could it kill someone? Can you guys not be so unreasonable? Who is the unreasonable one? Humph. Jiang Ming snorted. I don't care why you attacked us. If I see this happen again, we won't just let you know. You have a persecution complex, don't you? The horse's owner cursed and turned to leave, feeling a little strange. How did Jiaozhu know that he wanted to kill him? He had not exposed his motives at all, and everything was done by the horse. He actually put two and two together. Was he paranoid? Is this horse's owner really trying to harm us? Yuan He asked in confusion. Could it be a misunderstanding? Jiang Ming shook his head. If it was a misunderstanding, this horse wouldn't have come to me so many times. The direction the horse went was clearly the direction of the stall owner. However, in the end, it didn't look for the stall owner, but me. How can a horse have such an accurate target? If no one is instructing it, it must have been trained to follow something that attracts it. Maybe it's some sort of special fragrance. But I don't have anything on me other than this set of clothes. How can I attract the horse? Therefore, someone must have instructed it. The cowherd felt that it made sense. He only said that we were in the wrong. He even said that you had a persecution complex. I think he just has a guilty conscience. Let's go back. Quickly. Don't let some people's evil intentions come true. Jiang Ming took the things he bought. Let's not talk about this first. It's almost time for dinner. It's time to cook. However, when they reached the house, the cowherd could not find his mother. He kept knocking on the door. Mother, are you inside? It's time to eat. Thinking that something might happen to his mother, the cowherd kept knocking on the door. He muttered to himself, my mother never ignores me. Something must have happened. I have to hurry in. However, no matter how hard he tried, the door would not open. He could not help but feel strange. This door could usually be broken open, so what was going on this time? Jiang Ming looked at it and gestured to Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan immediately understood and used his spiritual energy to knock. Open the door. However, there was no one in the room. There were only 2 rooms in their house. If both rooms were empty, it could only mean that his mother had disappeared into thin air. Could it be that she went outside to get something? Jiang Ming asked. However, the cowherd was about to collapse. Impossible. My mother doesn't like to go out. She usually leaves me a note or something when she goes out. She won't do anything that worries me. I'm afraid she's already been killed. He had no strength left and collapsed to the ground. That old woman must have cursed my mother at home. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen to my mother? You're too superstitious. She might have gone somewhere else. Stand up. Quickly. Sikong Wu Yuan felt helpless and quickly helped the cowherd up. I'm going to find my mother, he said through gritted teeth. As he spoke, he ran away. He ran so fast that Jiang Ming almost could not keep up. Then, he realized that the cowherd's mother had died, and her corpse was hung outside the house. However, when they first came in, they did not see her corpse at all. The cowherd's head buzzed. He was in disbelief for a moment. He fell down, tears flowing out of his eyes. Mother, how did you die so tragically? Who killed you? Jiang Ming looked around. Now is not the time to be sad. The culprit must not have gone far. The cowherd began to speculate. It must be that old woman who took revenge on me. I really did not expect her to be so vicious. She killed my mother. I definitely have to get an explanation. As he said that, he rushed out, but was stopped by Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan. What power can an old woman have? How could she have gotten past us? It's obviously someone else. Don't leave yet. Find that person first. However, the cowherd had already lost his rationality. He completely ignored them and ran out again. Seeing this, Jiang Ming did not stop him. He said to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan. He probably won't find anyone. Let him search over there. We'll catch them. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed past and walked toward the door. It was extremely fast. However, Jiang Ming saw it. He grabbed the person and retreated a little. He said coldly, "Where do you want to run to? You killed his mother and still dare to be so impudent." With this grab, he suddenly realized that the person in front of him seemed to be very young. They were about the same age as the cowherd. Why would such a young person want to kill someone? He dragged the child in. "I'm just here to steal something." "Why are you capturing me?" the child asked, with a sad face. "Why are there bloodstains on your body?" Sikong Wuyuan noticed something strange and glared at the child. The child's heart skipped a beat as he tried to defend himself. "Maybe someone in your family died?" In the end, he pretended to be stupid. Jiang Ming could tell he was lying and tied the child up. "I don't know how you did this so quickly, but I think you should apologize to the cowherd." "You don't have to explain yourself. We know what you did. Look at my physique. Could I have killed her?" The child glared at him. "Besides, my brain isn't that mature and smart." This was the first time Sikong Wuyuan had heard someone talk about himself like that. He tugged at the child's cheek and said, "Who knows if you're a real child or a fake child?" Yuan Hehe suddenly realized something. "The clothes you're wearing are quite old-fashioned." "Are you an adult pretending to be a child?" he asked. Hearing this, the child was stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" he asked. "How can I be an adult?" Unexpectedly, the cowherd suddenly returned at this time. He took the time to sort out his thoughts and calm down. "Aren't you Niu Erlang from my neighborhood?" he asked incredulously when he saw the child. "Why are you here?" "Niu Erlang killed your mother and still refuses to admit it," Jiang Ming said. "He's not a good person." Niu Erlang said incredulously, "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't kill your mother. You know how good she was to me. How could one kill her?" The cowherd could not believe it either and spoke up for Niu Erlang. "Niu Erlang has always been kind and had a very good relationship with my mother. He has been taken care of by my mother in many ways. It's impossible for him to be her murderer." Yuan Hehe muttered to himself. "You can't judge a person by his looks. Maybe he's jealous of your family." "How can you be so sure?" "He killed your mother," Jiang Ming insisted. "If you don't believe me, he will kill you too. He only killed your mother because we arrived." The cowherd was confused. What kind of misunderstanding is this? One don't think that's possible. That's right. Get lost. Don't hurt the relationship between us. Niu Erlang huffed. His mother helped me a lot. I would be shooting myself in the foot if I killed her. Jiang Ming did not say anything. Instead, he searched Niu Erlang's body. The latter felt a little ticklish. "What are you doing? Let me go." "One swear, Td kill you if I could." The cowherd stopped him. "Jiaozhu," he said. "This must be a misunderstanding. Let him go." After the search, a dagger covered in blood fell from Niu Erlang's body. It was even wrapped in a piece of cloth. However, as it fell, the cloth unraveled. Seeing the dagger, the cowherd was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and looked at his mother. Her body was covered in cuts, and it was obvious that she had been cut with a dagger. The cowherd suddenly lost his mind. He went forward and grabbed Niu Erlang's collar. He wailed, "My mother was so good to you. How could you treat her like this?" She must have been in a lot of pain when she died. By the end of his speech, his tears had already flowed out. Niu Erlang did not expect that he would be caught and instantly threw a smoke grenade. However, Jiang Ming and the other two were prepared for this. So Niu Erlang did not escape. Instead, he was dragged back by Sikong Wu Yuan. Where do you want to run to? Hurry up and atone for your sins. I'm going to kill you and avenge my mother. The cowherd's eyes were already red. He picked up the dagger in his hand and slashed at Niu Erlang. However, Niu Erlang's body seemed to have a layer of protection, and he could not cut through it at all. Moreover, the cowherd was also forced to retreat by a violent force and fell to the ground. The dagger almost pierced his heart. It was Jiang Ming who was quick to react. He took the dagger away. What's going on? Yuan Hehe looked at Niu Erlang in disbelief. He laughed out loud. You can't kill me at all. I have people protecting me. Even if you try to hurt me, you'll only harm yourself. Jiang Ming remembered what the old woman said. He said, since one can't hurt you, I'll let you stay here. I want to see who will come to save you. The cowherd felt uncomfortable. I'm really useless. I can't even avenge my own mother. My poor mother died. After enjoying a few hours of happiness, Jiang Ming sighed. Sikong Wu Yuan went forward to check the cowherd's mother's pulse and found that she was still alive. He could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Hey, your mother is not dead yet. Come over and see. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but be excited. If he could save the old lady, that would be awesome. He checked the old woman's pulse and immediately said enthusiastically, hurry up and help her to the bed. I can treat her. When the cowherd heard this, he was also surprised. He quickly carried his mother back to the bed with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming picked up the silver needles and cleared the qi in the old lady's body. Then, he tore up his sleeves to bandage her wounds. The cowherd was still worried and asked, can you save my mother? Is my mother still breathing? Don't worry. Jiang Ming comforted him while treating his mother. We can definitely save her. Sikong Wu Yuan was afraid that he would get in the way. He quickly pulled the cowherd down and said, don't disturb Jiuzhu. If anything goes wrong, your mother won't be able to survive. Hearing this, the cowherd quickly covered his mouth and nodded repeatedly. After a while, his mother slowly woke up, but she still felt pain all over her body. She couldn't help but grimace. Just now, someone wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and let him cut me in places that weren't vital. Otherwise, one would have died. Jiang Ming was a little curious about this old lady's knowledge. In such a remote place, how could she know which parts of her body were not vital? There was probably something fishy about this village. Mother, you're finally awake. You scared me. The cowherd quickly came to his mother's side with a sad face. The old lady grinned and patted the cowherd's head. Silly child, what else can I do? Are you all right? As she spoke, she began to curse again. I don't know what kind of madness Niu Erlang has committed. He actually came over to chop me up. How did you know that it was him? One was also shocked at first. When he slashed at me, I realized that he wanted to kill me. Don't worry, I'll definitely get justice for you. As he spoke, the cowherd pulled the tied-up Niu Erlang over. The moment she saw him in person, the old lady began to scold him again. How could you do this? I've always been so good to you. Why are you doing this to me? If not for me, you would have died long ago. Niao Erlang did not look guilty at all. Instead, he smiled. You're right. But you also know that the things you gave me were charity. You never treated me as a human. Only your son treated me as a human being, but why does it matter? That's also charity. I don't need your help at all. As he spoke, he spat on the ground, his tone clearly contemptuous. This made the cowherd angry. What nonsense are you talking about? When did my mother treat you like that? She has always treated you like her own child. She scolded you because she didn't want you to go astray. The old lady sighed. Forget it, forget it. Don't tell him that. He'll tell you I bullied him again. Let's forget it. Seeing the old lady's expression, Jiang Ming understood something, but he did not make any comments. This was fate. If they could not judge people well, then there was nothing he could do. Niao Erlang, what are you doing? How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? L would rather starve to death. Niao Erlang replied aggressively. Alright, I think Niao Erlang is crazy. Yuan Hehe could not stand it anymore. He turned to the cowherd. He hurt your mother. We won't stop you from doing whatever you want. Hearing this, Niao Erlang immediately became afraid and smiled. We're all relatives. Don't be like this. Mother, haven't you always treated me like your child? Do you really want to kill me? Upon hearing this, the old lady sighed and said helplessly, Son, take him out. I don't want to hurt him. However, don't let him come to my side again. I don't want to see him either. The cowherd understood his mother's thoughts and pulled Niao Erlang away. Unexpectedly, at this moment, some fog suddenly appeared in the house. There was a lot of fog, and it blocked everyone's vision. Jiang Ming felt that Niao Erlang was about to be rescued. He quickly went forward to grab him, but he found that Niao Erlang had disappeared. He could not help but be shocked. How could he be so fast? It was too strange for him to disappear immediately. With his thoughts, the fog immediately dispersed, leaving only Jiang Ming and the others behind. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but feel confused. Where is that brat? How did he disappear so quickly? I didn't hear anything. Yuan Hehe was also troubled. Me neither. There was no sound at all. Those who didn't know better would have thought that he had disappeared into thin air. Someone must have saved him. Jiang Ming felt a headache coming on. There are so many of us here, but we didn't notice the figure that saved Niao Erlang. It's really strange. At the same time, the old lady and the cowherd did not make any sound. They stood rooted to the ground. Their skin was turning purple. Jiang Ming turned his head and saw their faces. He could not help but be shocked. What's going on? Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe saw them when they heard his words. They were instantly shocked. What should we do now? Jiang Ming let out a sigh and went forward to find that the two of them were already dead. This is just an illusion. The perpetrator must have done this. Is there no way to save them? Yuan Hehe could not help but sigh. These two people were quite pitiful. It was not easy for this old lady to survive, but in the end, she was tragically exterminated. There's nothing we can do. This time is different from the previous time. They don't have a pulse at all. Jiang Ming also said helplessly, the other two have probably left. We need to wait until midnight to know what happens next. Let's wait until then. Why wait until midnight? What should we do with the corpses? Sikong Wu Yuan had a look of disbelief on his face, but he still could not understand what Jiang Ming was saying. I have a feeling that the perpetrator will come over in the middle of the night, Jiang Ming said thoughtfully. But those are just your feelings. We don't know anything else. Yuan was skeptical. Jiang Ming smiled. When the time comes, we'll see if we'll meet that person. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan were stunned by Jiang Ming's words. How are you so sure? Do you think that they will let us go? Jiang Ming sounded mysterious. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan stopped asking. Unexpectedly, at this moment, his mother and cowherd suddenly moved and jumped straight toward Jiang Ming and the others. Sikong Wu Yuan was originally drinking tea to calm himself down. In the end, he was so shocked that he almost spat out the tea. The two of them sped up and went straight for Sikong Wu Yuan. They grabbed his neck. Sikong Wu Yuan wanted to counterattack, but he was strangled so badly that he could not breathe. He could not even use the spiritual energy in his body. The cowherd suddenly snarled, his fangs showing. He aimed at Sikong Wu Yuan's neck. Seeing that the teeth were about to reach his neck, Sikong Wu Yuan started to panic. However, he could not avoid them, so he could only close his eyes. However, the pain he expected did not come at all. Instead, he heard the cowherd scream. He opened his eyes and found that Jiang Ming had blocked the attack for him. Moreover, he had slashed the cowherd's neck. Sikong Wu Yuan was released because of his opponent's death, but he could not help but feel shocked. What was going on with these two? Were they zombies? I'm guessing that the perpetrator might have given them something to cause this, but it's not a problem anymore. Jiang Ming chopped off the old lady's head and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this old lady doesn't have any combat strength. Otherwise, we would all be in trouble. I was scratched by the cowherd. I won't be infected, right? Sikong Wu Yuan looked at his neck and felt his heart ache. There were claw marks all over it. This time, he would have to recuperate for at least 2 weeks. If he was attacked again, his neck would be destroyed. It's possible, Jiang Ming said. But we can cure you. Jiang Ming took a step forward and infused his spiritual energy into Sikong Wu Yuan. At the same time, he opened up the latter's chi pathways inside and sealed all the organs that might be infected. Yuan was worried. When the time comes, if Sikong Wu Yuan's illness acts up, I really won't know what to do. I can't just cut off his head, right? Don't worry, everything is fine now. Jiang Ming patted Sikong Wu Yuan's shoulder. You don't have to be sad. You won't be infected anyway. Sikong Wu Yuan did not answer, his eyes staring straight at him. He noticed that the room seemed to have changed. He could not help but take a step forward and look at the porcelain on the side. Jiang Ming also noticed his gaze and followed him forward. He could not help but feel strange. What's wrong with this porcelain? Is there anything special about it? Don't you think it's strange? The cowherd's family was so poor. How could he have such beautiful porcelain? I'm afraid someone placed it there. Sikong Wu Yuan rubbed his nose with a heavy heart. Then who put it there? Yuan asked. Who else could it be? Naturally, it's the person who took Niu Erlang away. I really didn't expect him to place things here. Sikong Wu Yuan stepped forward and was about to touch it, but his hand was slapped away by Jiang Ming. Have you forgotten what happened before? Don't touch this thing. What if something abnormal happens? Exactly. Yuan Hehe also nagged him. That was really scary. This kind of thing shouldn't have appeared here. But we can't just leave this thing here. Sikong Wu Yuan objected. When Jiang Ming saw this, he simply wrapped his hand with spiritual energy and went forward to touch the porcelain. Sikong Wu Yuan did not see any spiritual energy and was instantly shocked. Ning Kaichen, you didn't let me touch it, so why are you touching it? As he spoke, he wanted to stop Jiang Ming, but Jiang Ming was extremely fast. And he had already touched it. Sikong Wu Yuan could only helplessly put down his hand. Wrapped my hand with spiritual energy, so there won't be any problems. Jiang Ming said immediately. After checking, Jiang Ming only found a letter inside it. There was nothing. He opened the envelope, but there was nothing written in the letter. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned. Sikong Wu Yuan was rendered speechless. Is this a joke? Are you sure? Yuan Hehe asked. Maybe there are words on it, but we can't see them. Invisible words? Sikong Wu Yuan was instantly enlightened. Let's use heat to see if the words appear. Sikong Wu Yuan quickly lit some candles. Jiang Ming opened the letter and placed it on top. However, even though the paper was almost burned, the words still did not appear. He tried to use water, but it was also useless. Could it be that this is really just an ordinary paper without words? Sikong Wu Yuan still felt that something was not right, but he could not say anything. Let me try. Jiang Ming suddenly realized something. He spread the letter open and raised his hand to feel the paper. He immediately felt a wave of numbness. He could not help but think of a certain liquid. It was a liquid that would numb one's skin if they came into contact with it. However, after it reacted with spiritual energy, it would show something. Thinking of this, he simply used his spiritual energy on the paper. The original words immediately appeared on it. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe felt incredulous. Amazing. The words are about to appear. I want to see what it says. Yuan Hehe quickly went forward and suddenly noticed that there was a plum blossom in front of him. He could not help but frown. Maybe the perpetrator was a woman. Could it be that the person who saved Niu Erlang was a woman? Men usually don't pluck flowers. What you said makes sense, but we have no way to verify it now. Maybe it's a gay man. Sikong Wu Yuan retorted. Yuan Hehe immediately rolled his eyes. The culprit behind this is really hard to pinpoint. There's no need to think about it. We'll know at midnight. Jiang Ming stared at the words on the paper. The letter stated that Jiang Ming and the others were to meet in the pavilion. In the bamboo forest at midnight. He understood. Their top priority was to find that pavilion. That's true. Let's go and find the pavilion. After reading the contents, Yuan Hehe became serious. The bodies of the cowherd and the old lady have to be disposed of, right? Sikong Wu Yuan frowned when he saw the tragic scene in front of him. In the middle end, the family could not escape poverty. He hoped that the two of them could be happy in the afterlife. Feeling uncomfortable, he stopped thinking about it. Let's dig a hole nearby and make a grave, Jiang Ming suggested. When the time comes, it will be another story if some idiots dig it out. Yuan Hehe grumbled. What are you saying? Cremating them would be awful. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that Jiang Ming's idea was better. Yuan Hehe did not want to insist on his own idea. He just waved his hand and said, then let's do as Ning Kaichen says. One don't care anyway. All right. Sikong Wu Yuan rolled up his sleeves and said enthusiastically. I'll dig a hole. No need. Just carry the bodies out. Jiang Ming and the other two carried the corpses out and found a place that looked good. The forest here was dense, and there was a small river beside it. Jiang Ming raised his hand and released his spiritual energy. He made a big pit on the spot and put the two bodies inside. Chapter 1058. Don't suffer anymore. Just rely on each other and live well, Sikong Wu Yuan muttered to himself and started to recite the soul-frying scripture. Although Yuan Hehe could not understand what he was saying, he still felt that it was profound and unfathomable. He could not help but praise him. Sikong Wu Yuan, one underestimated you before. Today was an eye-opener. Sikong Wu Yuan did not reply because he was focused on ferrying souls, but he accepted the praise. Jiang Ming used his spiritual energy to cover the pit again and found a stone to use as a gravestone. How about we keep it blank? Jiang Ming originally wanted to engrave words on it, but he felt that having a wordless monument was more meaningful. However, he still felt that he had to follow Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's advice. I'll think it's pretty good. Sikong Wu Yuan did not feel much about this and nodded. Yuan Hehe shook his head and said, this is a remote village. There's only one village here. What if the villagers are curious and dig these things out? That's true. Then let's engrave some words. Jiang Ming stood guard on the gravestone, and some words suddenly appeared on it. However, after the words appeared, the ground suddenly shook. Jiang Ming had a premonition that something was wrong, so he quickly pulled Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe to hide far away. Immediately after, a person similar to the cowherd came out of the soil. The only difference was that he was crawling forward. He seemed to be looking for something. He kept looking left and right. He even sniffed around. Sikong Wu Yuan felt a little disgusted. Why is this disgusting zombie still here? Could it be a more powerful zombie based on the cowherd and his mother? Yuan Hehe guessed. If that was the case, how did it come from the grave? Sikong Wu Yuan immediately regretted everything. Jiang Ming shook his head. That's not the case. If it's a more powerful version of them, it should look similar to them. But this one is very different from them. It looks like a young man. How can that be? He pondered. The only thing that made sense was that someone used the person for experiments, but they failed. Later, their corpse was reanimated. However, how could the people in this village know how to do such things? Thinking of what the old lady at the market had said, he could not help but purse his lips. Then, he looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. We need to go and find the village chief here. But first, we have to take care of this thing. Sikong Wu Yuan frowned and realized that the zombie had already discovered them and was charging toward them. Jiang Ming immediately released a barrier to protect them. He also conjured a net. The zombie pounced on the barrier. At the same time, the net went down and covered the zombie, binding it tightly. The zombie struggled and howled like a wolf, muttering something. When it revealed its teeth, Jiang Ming realized that its teeth had already extended. They were even longer than the cowherd's teeth. Jiang Ming was deep in thought. Then, he leaned in front of the zombie and said, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Who sent you here? Or should I say, buried you? The zombie did not understand what Jiang Ming said. It only roared at him and wanted to bite his neck. When it saw his neck, it immediately drooled. Jiang Ming stepped back and looked at the saliva with some disdain. He realized that the zombie's saliva was not white. It was green. The saliva flowed to the ground, and the ground also turned green. The green color also spread and reached Jiang Ming. He felt that this was a bad sign, so he released his spiritual energy and used it to crack the ground. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also saw the green color spreading to them. When they saw what Jiang Ming was doing, they quickly used their spiritual energy to crack the ground too. However, they did not do it right. The green color still flowed to their feet through the spiritual energy. Seeing that it was about to touch them, they quickly ran back. Jiang Ming also caught a glimpse of their situation. He quickly used his spiritual energy to cut them off and called them to stop. With Jiang Ming's help, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe finally settled down. The two of them were panting from running and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Sikong Wu Yuan became frustrated. What a vicious zombie. As he complained, the ground suddenly turned completely black. They were terrified. Haven't even experienced the effects of this saliva, but I'm already trembling all over. It doesn't matter. It won't flow onto us, Jiang Ming said. Then, he realized that the zombie was not in a good state. He stopped moving and closed his eyes, as if he was in a state of hibernation. Jiang Ming sensed that something was wrong. He used his spiritual energy to conjure a stick and used it to touch the zombie through the net. However, the zombie still did not react. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe felt strange. What's wrong with this zombie? Why did it suddenly stop moving? I'll also feel that it's strange. Jiang Ming spread his hands. At this moment, the zombie began to move again and let out an even louder roar that shook the sky. Jiang Ming and the other two felt that their ears were about to go deaf, so they walked back again, but they still could not block the sound. Jiang Ming used his spiritual energy to silence the voice. But then, they heard other roars, and their hearts tightened. Jiang Ming said to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe in his heart, did you hear that? There are other zombies that look like this one. The two of them could not help but feel nervous. They hesitated. There are so many of these things. Can we still escape when the time comes? No matter what. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Ming understood. He looked up at the trees and said immediately, they might not know how to climb trees. Let's go up and jump out along the trees. As he spoke, he climbed up the tree and demonstrated to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Chapter 1059. Jiang Ming directly jumped onto another tree. He moved slowly and did not make any sound. Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan followed suit. After a while, they saw many figures that looked like the zombie from before. And they could not help but feel scared. Fortunately, they had climbed up the tree. Otherwise, they would have suffered. Later. Where did so many people come from? Yuan Hehe felt a little strange. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and saw that they were pulling the net on the defeated zombie. However, because Jiang Ming's reinforced spiritual energy was very dense, they had no way to pull it apart. Not only that, but they almost fell to the ground due to the inertia caused by their brute force. Seeing this, Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but laugh. However, he did not laugh. out loud. Then, he said to Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming in his heart, these zombies are quite powerful. They can even make themselves fall by pulling a net. Don't underestimate them, Jiang Ming advised. They're different from ordinary people. They might be faster than us. We'd better be careful and leave as soon as possible. That's true. Sikong Wuyuan thought for a moment and continued forward. However, these zombies suddenly looked up. Jiang Ming instantly stopped moving. Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe did not notice this and continued to jump forward. They were instantly discovered by these zombies. They roared and ran toward the two of them. Seeing this situation, the two of them could not help but be stunned. Then, they hurriedly sped up. However, those zombies suddenly united and piled themselves higher and higher. The zombie in the lead jumped in front of Sikong Wuyuan and almost pulled him down. Sikong Wuyuan felt fear in his heart as he sped up. When Jiang Ming saw this, he felt that it was not a solution. He secretly used his spiritual energy to block the direction of those zombies and even cut a gap in the middle. The zombie swayed and fell to the ground, which gave Jiang Ming and the other two a lot of time. The three of them sped up, and the zombies quickly adjusted themselves and got tired again. This time, they pulled Yuan Hehe down. Yuan Hehe was still jumping when he suddenly felt a force pulling him down. He then saw one of the zombies open its bloody mouth, obviously welcoming him. Yuan Hehe could not help but jump in fright. However, due to gravity, he had no way to stop himself from falling. He wanted to use his spiritual energy, but in a hurry, he could not use his spiritual energy no matter what. He could not help but feel uncomfortable, and despair spread into his heart. In the end, he was going to die. When Jiang Ming saw this, he quickly went forward and grabbed Yuan Hehe. Then, he used brute force to throw Yuan Hehe onto a tree. He set up a barrier in front of the zombies and stepped on it. The zombies' mouths were completely blocked by the barrier. Jiang Ming did not miss this opportunity. He created a cage out of another barrier to trap the zombies. The zombies began to spit wantonly at the edge of the barrier. They wanted to use their saliva to break the barrier. Jiang Ming felt that the barrier might not be stable, so he glanced around and used the surrounding stones to press directly on the barrier. He then used spiritual energy to stabilize it. With the stones, their saliva was useless. Although the saliva seeped into the barrier, it did not escape through the stones. Instead, it was blocked by the stones. Jiang Ming was deep in thought. Could it be that the stones could block the saliva? However, he did not have the time to think too much. He made up his mind and took out some ropes from his hand to tie up these stones. He did not believe it. Would these zombies still be able to get out? Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe waited at the side. They could not abandon Jiang Ming and leave without him, but they began to worry again. Jiang Ming had taken so many measures. Would they be useful? But they did not have time to think about it. Jiang Ming had already arrived in front of them. He clapped his hands and said, "Let's go." Are we just going to let them stay here? The people in this village come here often, right? Sikong Wuyuan said in fear. He felt that the cage was very likely to be broken by these zombies, and then the people in the village would be harmed. Do you think these zombies are not from the village? Jiang Ming suddenly said something odd. Yuan Hehe was incredulous. Ning Kaichen, what are you saying? Jiang Ming continued to jump forward and explained, these zombies must be From the village. Since they have mutated, I'm afraid they must have something to do with the people in the village. I don't believe that the villagers didn't know about the disappearance of so many people. Since they came out of the soil, it's very likely that they were buried. I don't get it. What's going on? Xikong Wuyuan quickly asked. Jiang Ming said patiently, think about it. If they don't come out of the soil, can they come out of the village? If we were to come out of the village, wouldn't it cause a reaction from the villagers with so many people moving? Besides, they probably attack normal people, so they must have come out of the soil. That's true. Then, we're going to look for the village chief now, right? Xikong Wuyuan thought for a moment and then looked at Jiang Ming. They had suffered so much because of these zombies. It was time to settle scores with the village chief. The village chief definitely knew about this. He was curious to know if they even had a village chief. Jiang Ming shrugged. He also felt that it was the village chief's fault. However, now he wondered if they ever had a chief. They soon arrived at the village. The village was peaceful. Some people were washing their clothes, while the farmers were doing farm work. If it were not for the things that they had just encountered, Jiang Ming would have suspected that all the people in this village were normal. Xikong Wuyuan suddenly had an idea. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, I'll think. There might be some innocent people among them. Those who know are not the innocent, but the protectors. Jiang Ming shook his head. Seeing Jiang Ming's reaction, Xikong Wuyuan also tried to dissuade Yuan Hehe. You'll only alert the enemy if you go. You have no idea how many evil faces are hidden under the seemingly kind facades. That's true. Yuan Hehe sighed. Let's just ask the village chief. As he spoke, he walked toward the old women. The old women were chatting and laughing. They were also singing from time to time. They were very happy. It looks like our charm hasn't diminished. Even the children are coming to play with us, one of the old ladies joked. Isn't that so? Yuan Hehe agreed. I'm just here to ask, where is the village chief here? However, when they heard the words village chief, the old women's expressions changed. They pulled Yuan Hehe down and said, who told you to mention the words village chief? No one is allowed to mention the village chief here. Don't break the taboo of the village. Jiang Ming was baffled when he heard this. Due to the existence of spiritual energy and internal strength, he could clearly hear their words, but he also felt that it was difficult to understand what they were saying. Why can't I mention those words? Yuan Hehe asked. The old woman reprimanded him with an unhappy expression. When adults speak, children should just listen. Don't ask too much. Be careful not to lose your life. Yuan Hehe wanted to ask more questions, but Jiang Ming stepped forward and pulled him away. Yuan Hehe was stunned for a moment. When they were far away, he asked Jiang Ming, are we just going to leave like this? Aren't you going to continue asking? Xikong Wuyuan said, it's useless for you to continue asking. They've already said that. They'll definitely change the topic or not let you mention it again. Yuan Hehe thought for a moment and scratched his head. Sometimes, being a child sucks. Let's not talk about this now. I don't think this village has a chief. Xikong Wuyuan quickly expressed his opinion and thought about it in his heart. If there really was one, it would not be so bad to mention it now. Is there a possibility that the village chief has been killed? He could be among those zombies. Jiang Ming also started to analyze the situation. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the village. The three of them quickly looked over and saw that the women had suddenly started packing their things in a hurry and were walking toward their own homes. One of the women said to Yuan, "Hee, kid, hurry up and go home. Don't stay here for too long. They'll be here soon." "Who are they?" Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, but then he pulled Yuan Hee and said, "Let's go back to that old lady's house too." Yuan Hee was confused. "Why don't we stay here? Won't we be able to see the people they're talking about?" Jiang Ming shook his head instead. "Who knows what those zombies are? We only have 3 people. If we are outnumbered, we will be finished." Sikong Wu Yuan thought so too. He urged Jiang Ming to hurry. However, they were already too late. Those women had immediately disappeared. Then, the sky began to darken. Jiang Ming felt a little strange, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He had a feeling that there was something strange here. As the horn sounded, Jiang Ming suddenly remembered the palanquin he had seen before and could not help but be apprehensive. Could it be the palanquin from before? Just as Jiang Ming was thinking about it, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be some bells ringing around him, but Yuan Hee and Sikong Wu Yuan did not hear them. They could not help but walk in that direction. Jiang Ming was shocked and quickly stopped the two of them, but the two of them insisted on going over as if they were fascinated. He felt a little scared and pulled the two of them back, but they shook off his hand. "Oh?" A fox appeared in front of him. "Your Highness, why are you here?" he asked in surprise. This time it was Jiang Ming's turn to be stunned. He did not expect that the fox he had encountered before would actually appear here. He suddenly understood that it was probably the same palanquin. He turned around and noticed that Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hee were walking further and further away, so he hurriedly stopped them. The fox shook his head. "You can't stop them. They've already been bewitched by the bride. I don't know why, but the bride actually came into contact with the village here. I wanted to come and take a look, but I didn't expect to meet you guys. How can we solve the current problem?" Jiang Ming really did not want the two of them to be in danger, so he quickly conjured a barrier in front of them. The barrier stopped them, and they began to collide with it. Jiang Ming could not bear it, but the fox said, "If you want to save them, you can only find the leader here. How about this? Let's bring the two of them into the house inside first. I heard that the houses in this village have a barrier that will block the curse of those voices." "It's a curse? What exactly is in this village?" Jiang Ming suddenly became suspicious. Were these villagers really human? The fox's answer confirmed his guess. They are not humans at all. They are humans transformed from animals. None of the animals here are kind. They are all monsters that eat humans. They might have brought you here just to eat you." Jiang Ming could not help but feel scared. He immediately said, "Let's go. Quickly. Don't let the bride see us. That bride is probably not a good person either. She might be eating people for a living." The fox nodded and quickly tied up Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hee. Then, he dragged them directly to an old woman's house. Jiang Ming could not help but feel confused. "How did you know this house was empty?" Just have the ability to sense such things. Don't make it a big deal." Jiang Ming did not think about anything else, but he found that the vase in front of him had broken, and the fragments fell to the ground. This meant that someone had been here. He went forward to see if they had left any traces. The fox stopped him and said, "How could this porcelain be broken? Once the porcelain is broken, I'm afraid that being inside won't be able to stop the things outside." When he said this, he happened to see Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. The two of them still did not return to their senses. The fox was angry. "If we repair the porcelain, will it be able to resist the things outside?" Jiang Ming thought for a moment and asked. "We can give it a try," the fox said. "But this porcelain must be fixed." The fox hesitated. "Can we even repair it?" "We have to try. Otherwise, we'll all die." The sound of the drums was getting closer and closer. Jiang Ming continued to ask, "Will they go from house to house and knock?" The fox bit its lips. "I don't know. I haven't been here for long. But I think a house that isn't protected by porcelain will be targeted. Fortunately, this house is at the end of the village. We still have some time." Jiang Ming sighed. "Let's see how to fix it first." He went forward to take the shards, but he found that the shards shattered when he touched them. "Why is this porcelain so brittle?" The fox was stunned. Then, it began to have a headache again. "From the looks of it, we won't be able to repair it. Instead, we'll make the porcelain even more fragmented. What should we do now?" Don't believe it. I should be able to use spiritual energy, right?" Jiang Ming did not want to admit defeat. He wrapped his hands with spiritual energy and went forward to touch the porcelain. The strange thing was that after receiving the spiritual energy, the porcelain pieces actually repaired themselves naturally. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned. It was hard for him to imagine that a small amount of spiritual energy could solve so many things. If he had known earlier, he would have used spiritual energy to solve the issue earlier. The fox was a little stunned. It kept staring at Jiang Ming and said, "How is this possible? I've never seen anything like this before." One remember that there was a family who also had broken porcelain, but that family couldn't repair it no matter what. They invited many priests, but nothing worked. How can it be so easy for you? Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but find it strange. "Didn't you say that you've only been here for a short while? How do you know so many things?" The fox seemed to have realized something and cold sweat appeared on its forehead. It wiped its sweat and said humbly, "I'll only heard about it. I don't know the details, but it should be like this. The villagers here won't lie." Don't think the villagers can't lie. It's you who can." Jiang Ming saw through the fox's thoughts and went forward to tie it up with spiritual energy. "Speak, what are you here for? I'm afraid you're not the fox from before. Now that I think about it, it won't reveal its true form." The fox realized that it had been exposed. It quickly struggled but found that it could not break free. It pretended to be calm and tried to save the situation. "What nonsense are you talking about? Your Highness, everything one said is true. Can't you believe me?" Jiang Ming just wanted to laugh. Then, he looked at the fox and said, "I'll advise you to tell the truth. Otherwise, I really don't know what I'll do next." As he spoke, he deliberately waved his sleeve, and a shelf instantly appeared in front of him. On the shelf were all kinds of sharp weapons. The fox was instantly afraid. However, it would rather die than submit. "Kill." Me then. I won't tell you my purpose. Jiang Ming knew that he could not force it to speak, so he simply made an honesty pill and stuffed it directly into the fox's mouth. What did you feed me? Jiang Ming forced the pill into its mouth. It could not help but feel scared. It asked in a panic, "What did you feed me?" However, immediately after, its vision began to blur. Jiang Ming asked the question again. It continued to answer, "I was sent by the bride to monitor you. They know that you've come here and that your spiritual energy is very dense, so they want to absorb your spiritual energy." Those old women and the cowherd were all arranged by her. In fact, they didn't become zombies at all. It's just an illusion. So, everything was just an illusion? What about Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan? Jiang Ming pondered. I don't know. The fox shook its head. That's all I know. Just as it was saying that, there was a knock on the door. A voice came from outside. Your Highness, it's me, Zhu Aci. I'm here for you. Although his voice was exactly the same, Jiang Ming did not believe it. He thought for a moment and said, when I was with Zhu Aci, one told him a secret code. Do you still remember that secret code? I've walked so far that I can't remember the secret code anymore, said the person outside. Your Highness, those zombies have arrived. Please open the door for me. I don't want to die. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming knew that the person outside was not Zhu Aci at all, but he found it strange. He did not bring Zhu Aci here at all. How did the fox know of Zhu Aci's existence? Could it be that they could steal his memories? However, he could not ask the fox now. After all, he did not know how much of his conversation with the fox had been overheard by the person outside. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were extremely excited when they heard what the person outside said. They wanted to walk out of the door. If it were not for the barrier, Jiang Ming did not know how long he could stop. The two of them. He began to feel lost. How did Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe become like this? Now, he really hoped that someone could give him a definite answer. When the person outside saw that Jiang Ming did not reply, he quickly said, I'm really Zhu Aci, Your Highness. If you don't believe me, you can ask about our past. Do you still remember Princess Qingmiao and the others? They're with me too, but they've been captured by the bride's men. We need to save them. Seeing that the person outside was chattering non-stop, Jiang Ming said. Straightforwardly, one was stopped by Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. I could not open the door. Do you know how to make them come to their senses? After saying that, he was somewhat expectant. He was trying to trick the person. If the person could tell him how to treat Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, that would be the best. How is this possible? Weren't they bewitched by the sound? It's impossible to stop it. The person did not finish his sentence, probably because he realized that he had been exposed. Jiang Ming heard him clearly and could not help but sigh. It turned out that they had been bewitched by the sound. How could they solve the issue? The person thought that Jiang Ming did not hear him and continued, I don't know either. See if you can tie them up. Your spiritual energy has always been very powerful. I'm sure you can help them. Jiang Ming glanced at the fox, who was still in a daze. He remembered that the fox had asked him to repair the porcelain, so he began to focus on the porcelain. However, the knocking still continued. This meant that there was something else amiss. Looking left and right, Jiang Ming found that there was nothing different about the porcelain. He could not help but feel troubled. Was there anything special about this porcelain? Just as he was thinking about this, the person outside began to get impatient. "Your Highness, are you in danger? I'll be right in." As he spoke, the man was about to open the door. Jiang Ming stepped forward and placed his spiritual energy on it. With the support of spiritual energy, the door could not be opened at all. The person outside the door could not help but be shocked. Then he asked, "The door doesn't seem to be able to open. Your Highness, quickly open the door so that I can save you." Jiang Ming chuckled. He had locked the door with great difficulty, but this person still wanted to put on an act to make him open the door. He could not waste their efforts. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ming quickly said, "I'm blocked by Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. I can't open the door at all. Why don't you think of a way to come in yourself? These two people are crazy. They keep trying to kill me. One feel like one am going to suffocate." The person outside the door seemed to be anxious. "Don't die, Your Highness. What will happen to me if you die?" Hearing this tone, Jiang Ming could not help but feel strange. Logically speaking, wouldn't it be best if he died? Why was this person so anxious? Could it be that they wanted to use him for something? What else could be the reason? Jiang Ming could not help but feel puzzled. The person outside kept knocking on the door, but they could not open it at all. The person could not help but feel angry. What's going on with this door? It was fine before. Why can't it be opened now? Before? Jiang Ming could not help but be suspicious. Could it be that the person was the one who broke the porcelain? But what was the use of this porcelain? Jiang Ming decided to continue looking at the porcelain. He realized that it was still ordinary and could not help but feel anxious. He could not even do anything to an ordinary porcelain. The situation was really bad. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were roaring at this time. The door outside kept getting rattled. Everything indicated that Jiang Ming's situation was very critical. At this moment, another person seemed to have arrived at the door and shouted, "Your Highness, how's the situation over there?" "It's me, Princess Qingmiao. Do you want to jump out of the window and leave? There's a window in the inner room of this house. Come out. I'll pick you up." This voice was indeed exactly the same as Princess Qingmiao's voice, but Jiang Ming could not help but be confused. Logically speaking, they could have jumped in through the window, but why didn't they? Could it be that they could not climb through the window at all and could only enter through the main door? He began to feel confused. Then, the fox seemed to wake up. Just as it was about to speak, Jiang Ming pressed on its acupuncture points. It could only open its mouth, but it could not make any sound. The fox could not help but feel resentful. Its eyes were filled with anger. It said to Jiang Ming in her heart, "Let go of me quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer later. The people outside are all my people." "Oh, really? Why did I hear them say that they were my people?" Jiang Ming responded to the fox in his heart. The fox seemed to have noticed something. Then, it said awkwardly, "Your Highness, there's no enmity between us. I just want to help you. Why are you treating me like this? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to come to this house, let alone repair this porcelain. They wouldn't have been unable to enter either." You don't really think they can't come in because of this porcelain, do you? Jiang Ming felt that this fox was really spouting nonsense. Then, he raised his hand and released his spiritual energy, stabbing the fox's heart. Blood gushed out. The fox panicked again. It pleaded with Jiang Ming in its heart. Your Highness, let's talk things out. Why are you being so cruel? Do you want to die? Jiang Ming went straight to the point. The fox coughed. Of course, I don't want to die. Since I have a chance to live, why should I die? Alright, I'll give you a chance to live. If you tell me the truth, I'll let you go. And let you reunite with those zombies outside. Jiang Ming tried to reason with the fox. The fox thought for a moment. Who knows if you'll do something to me? I don't believe you. If you don't believe me, you can only die. You don't really think I need you, do? Jiang Ming stretched his hand again. The fox felt a bone-piercing coldness and could not help but feel uncomfortable. Anything is fine, but there's really nothing I can do if I don't know anything. It's very simple. Why do you want me to repair this porcelain? This porcelain is not used to stop people from outside. Jiang Ming took the spiritual energy blade out and asked in his heart. The people outside seemed to be afraid that he would do something, so the knocking on the door became louder. Your Highness, are you inside? Hurry up and come to the window. If you waste any more time, what if they kill you? The person who said he was Zhu Aci spoke anxiously. That's right, Your Highness. The fake Princess Qingmiao chimed in. What if you die if you keep being stubborn like this? They were obviously gnashing his teeth. Both of them were helpless against the door in front of them. This made Jiang Ming heave a sigh of relief, but then he became nervous again. Why didn't they come in through the window? He wanted to take a look at the window, but then he thought that it was too dangerous and began to hesitate. At this moment, the fox sighed. It's very simple. This porcelain can bring people back to life. That's why I asked you to repair it. It's just a piece of porcelain. How can it bring someone back to life? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and looked at the porcelain again. Do inanimate objects have healing effects? The fox smiled and said, How can that be? It's just that this thing can make people stronger. Still don't understand. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. After talking for a long time, he felt that he did not make himself clear at all. The two people outside were not satisfied with knocking on the door. So, they started banging it. However, the door was frozen in place, not giving the two of them a chance to come in at all. Seeing this, they simply stopped talking to Jiang Ming. Instead, they used a new method and directly used their spiritual energy to break open the wall on one side. Since Jiang Ming only placed his spiritual energy on the door, the wall was broken open at once. With this, they naturally saw the tied fox. Seeing this, the fox shouted loudly, wanting to ask for help. However, the fox forgot that it could not make a sound. The people looked exactly like Zhu Aci and Princess Qingmiao. Jiang Ming could not help but be surprised. They had never seen his comrades before, but they managed to look identical to them. He was really impressed. What? The fake Zhu Aci could not help but be stunned. Then, he stepped forward and said, Your Highness the Savior, why did you lie to me? You don't trust me at all. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe are clearly tied up. Someone might come later. Let's go quickly, Princess Qingmiao said. She quickly wanted to take the porcelain away and put it in her pocket. She also tried to divert Jiang Ming's attention. I think it's better for me to deal with these two people. I don't know if they can be saved. I think it's better not to bring any worries. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, clearly saw the movements of the woman pretending to be Princess Qingmiao. He quickly took a step forward and snatched the porcelain away. This is too troublesome for you. I think I should take this away. I don't need your help. Weren't you in another palace? Why are you here? The person pretending to be Zhu Aci thought for a moment. We came here because we sensed that you were in danger. Otherwise, who would come here? Bang Ming Nukar 1 ed. If he did not know Zhu Aci, he would have been deceived by this person. He walked up to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. The strange thing was that when the porcelain came close to them, their eyes became clearer. Jiao Zhu, why are you here? They asked. Who are they? Even if they looked exactly the same, the two of them could tell at a glance that they were not actually Zhu Aci and Princess Qingmiao. They looked at each other warily. However, the two of them did not expect Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He to regain their senses. They quickly said, it's us, guys. We're Zhu Aci and Princess Qingmiao. Why can't you recognize us? The two of them glanced at Jiang Ming. Let's pretend that they are real, he said to them in his heart. Let's put on a show with them. I want to know what they want to do to us. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He immediately understood what he meant. They hurriedly said, you're finally here. We're going to be killed by the people of this town. The people in this town are all demons. Let's leave quickly. The person pretending to be Zhu Aci was stunned. Why would you say that the people in the town are all demons? The people here are quite nice. The person who was pretending to be Princess Qingmiao also began to speak. Right? When we came here, we relied on them to show us the way. Otherwise, we would have gotten lost, and we wouldn't be able to find you. Then, she stepped forward. Your Highness, that porcelain belongs to this family. We have to return it to them. Just give it to me. Don't let this family think that we're thieves. Didn't the whole family die? Sikong Wu Yuan smiled faintly. Can you recognize dead people? How is that possible? They're all alive. The person pretending to be Princess Qingmiao clapped her hands. Behind them, people who looked exactly like the old lady and the cowherd walked out. Even their expressions and postures were the same. No one would have any suspicions when they saw their actions. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He were stunned. How did these two people suddenly appear here? They remembered that these two people had been beheaded and buried by them. Jiang Ming was vigilant. He said in his heart, don't be fooled by their appearances and personalities. We buried those two people ourselves. How could they come out unscathed? I'm afraid someone is trying to sabotage us. Don't be fooled by them. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He also felt the same way. They began to be suspicious. Tell them to tell us something we're familiar with. Otherwise, we won't believe it. The man who looked like Zhu Aci sighed. To think that we've gone through life and death together. We're all friends. You don't even trust your friends. Friends? Yuan He spat. We haven't even been together for a long time. How naive. Zhu Asi's expression changed immediately. He said in disbelief, Yuan, I noticed that you've changed after going out. You've changed so much. You've forgotten our past. I'm so sad. Princess Qingmiao covered her face. As she spoke, there were still a few tears at the corners of her eyes. Those who did not know would really think that Yuan had said something cruel. Yuan was a little frustrated. Don't put on that pretentious act. I'm annoyed. Besides, Princess Qingmiao, we've never been friends. Are you for real? He said this on purpose. He did not think that the fakers knew everything. The person who looked like Princess Qingmiao immediately covered it up and said, What do you mean? What nonsense are you talking about? We're here to save you. Anyway, let's not talk about this for now. Give me the porcelain. First. Don't let the two of them worry. Yeah, the porcelain is the only valuable thing in our house. If you take it away, we won't be able to eat and wear warm clothes. As the old lady spoke, she covered her face and began to sob. Jiang Ming sneered. If he did not know the truth, he would have been deceived by these zombies. The cowherd also hurriedly said, I'm very grateful for the things you brought us. But we can't give you this family heirloom just to thank you. Just give it back to us. The fake Zhu Asi quickly followed up. That's right. Don't make things difficult for him anymore. Give us this porcelain quickly. After saying that, he was about to go forward to snatch the porcelain, but Jiang Ming pulled him down. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Elle really can't give this thing to someone for no reason. Besides, who knows if it's yours? You have to be particular about evidence. At least give us an explanation. He wanted to test them with these words. He really could not figure out the use of this porcelain and could not understand the fox's words, so he could only do this. Unexpectedly, the fox said to Jiang Ming in its heart, You don't have to say anything to them. You won't be able to find out what they know. I advise you to give up. Its words were obviously provoking Jiang Ming. The fox was filled with hatred. This man had caused him to be covered in wounds. He would never forgive him in his life. Jiang Ming did not reply. He knew what the fox meant, but he did not think it was entirely true. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Everyone inside must come out quickly, the person outside said anxiously. The village is holding a great sacrifice. No one is allowed to stay in the house. The fox was stunned. Why don't I remember this thing? Even the fake Zhu Asi and Princess Qingmiao were stunned. They did not remember such a thing. Who are you? Are you a villager? The fake Princess Qingmiao shouted from inside. What nonsense are you talking about? This is our annual sacrifice. If you don't join us, then wait for death. The person outside snorted coldly and seemed to have left. There was no other sound. Jiang Ming found it strange. Why were there so many things in this village? Moreover, there were unexplainable coincidences. Just as he was thinking, the fox suddenly broke through the restriction and said to Jiang Ming, You've gone too far. You actually wanted to kill me. I want your life. As it spoke, it rushed forward and wanted to stab Jiang Ming's heart, but it was stopped by the two people who looked like Zhu Asi and Princess Qingmiao. Who told you to touch him? We won't let you have your way, they said unhappily. As they spoke, they tied the fox up. The fox could not believe it, but it just watched without saying anything. However, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were both shocked by what they saw. Where did these zombies come from? They did not seem to be from the village. And did not seem to know anything. Jiang Ming thought of something and went forward to untie them. The two of them then remembered that they were still tied up. They felt much better without the restraints. Let's go out and participate in the great sacrifice now. However, the fake Xu Aci and Princess Qingmiao seemed to have received a sudden notice. They did not give Jiang Ming and the other two a chance to react and directly dragged them outside. Jiang Ming shook his hand away. His face turned cold. The real Xu Aci and Princess Qingmiao have never hurt me. Who are you? Seeing that their disguise had been torn apart, the two of them decided to stop pretending. They snorted coldly and said, "You've already entered our domain. Even if you run away, you'll be captured. Why don't you just follow us?" Obediently? Sikong Wu Yuan said, "You think you can control us? Why don't you take a look at yourselves? It's impossible." Yuan Hehe pulled out the object from his hand and threw it at the fake Princess Qingmiao. The object had penetrated deep into her shoulder, causing the flesh on her shoulder to turn black. He laughed. "There's poison in it. You need my medicine to detoxify it. Let's see what you can do." However, the fake Princess Qingmiao took out the object and threw it on the ground like a toy. With a clang, she said disdainfully, "Don't be ridiculous. Are you sure you want to be like that?" Yuan Hehe asked, curiously. "This poison can kill people." In response, the fake Princess Qingmiao looked at Yuan Hehe as if he were a fool. "My body is immune to all poisons. Your little weapon is useless to me. However, I'm suddenly interested in you. I wonder if you're the same as me?" Before Yuan Heine could react, she threw a transparent object at Rum. It almost pierced Yuan Hehe's shoulder, but Jiang Ming caught it. He took a look. It was like a windmill, but it did not look like it. Was there really poison in it? He could not help but feel puzzled. He then looked up at the fake princess Qingmiao. She gritted her teeth and glared at Jiang Ming fiercely. "Who told you to meddle in other people's business? You are so useless. Yet you want to meddle in other people's business." Yuan Hehe was unhappy when he heard Jiang Ming being scolded. "What does it have to do with you that my partner saved me? I think you're just making a false accusation. Dream on. I won't be killed by you." As he spoke, he secretly threw a dagger at her. He had specially added a tracker on the dagger. When the time came, they would be able to track the fake Princess Qingmiao. The fake Princess Qingmiao did not know. Instead, she thought that it was just an ordinary dagger. She knocked it away and the tracking device landed on her. "Elf thought it was something else," she said arrogantly to Yuan Hehe. "In the end, it was just an ordinary dagger. I think you should train more to improve your strength. You're just average." Yuan Hehe pretended to be angry. "You just blocked an attack. It's nothing special. I think you should focus on your cultivation. You're so arrogant just because you blocked an attack. Those who don't know better would think that you're ignorant." His last sentence was a sore spot in the heart of the fake Princess Qingmiao. She had been told this before, and now she was being told this again. She could not help but get angry. "Stop talking. Other than saying these things, what can you do?" She started spinning, and many flower petals suddenly spread out from her Body. The fake Zhu ACI could not help but take a step back. Hurry up and leave this place. She's going to use her ultimate move. Before Jiang Ming could figure out what her ultimate move was, he saw all the petals land on their bodies. However, it was only a light touch, and the petals immediately fell off. He could not help but want to laugh. Could it be that this is her ultimate move? However, when he saw Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, he could not smile anymore. The two of them were frozen in place by the petals and could not move at all. They tried to use their spiritual energy, but the petals seemed to have trapped them. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned. He jerked forward and asked the two of them with concern, "Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe looked at each other bitterly. "Let's not talk about that first. We can't move. Moreover, I feel that these petals seem to be absorbing our spiritual energy. We can't use our spiritual energy at all." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming quickly tried to pull the petals off with his hands. He thought that it would be very difficult, and even Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe thought so too. However, they did not expect the petals to fall that easily. This scene not only shocked Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, but even the person who cast the spell was stunned. "What kind of monster are you?" She was so shocked that she began to stutter. She even spoke incoherently. What kind of shocking ability was this to actually be able to do this? She had painstakingly forged those petals. How could the petals be pulled out so easily? Wasn't this too much? She felt humiliated. The fake Princess Qingmiao was envious. She then clapped her hands and said, "Let's not talk about this now. We have to rush to the high priest. Otherwise, once the time is up, we will all be finished. Quick, go up and tie these people up." As she spoke, she instructed the servants at the side. When the servants saw this, they hurriedly went forward to tie the three comrades up. "Humph." Jiang Ming snorted. "Let's see who wants to kidnap us." "How foolish." As he spoke, he raised his hand and released a huge amount of spiritual energy. In an instant, these servants were blown away. The fake Zhu ACI and Princess Qingmiao could not help but be dumbfounded. "How did you do that?" The fake Zhu ACI could not believe it. He kicked the ground and rose into the air. His entire body emitted the power of lightning. The lightning gathered into ropes and flew directly toward Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming was not to be outdone. He gathered his spiritual energy and released a sharp blade, cutting away the lightning. He then created a huge ball out of spiritual energy. The ball was thrown out and exploded. The fake Zhu ACI and Princess Qingmiao revealed their original faces due to the explosion. Their faces looked like they were disfigured. There were countless scratch marks on them, and they looked extremely terrifying. The two seemed to know that their faces had been exposed. They hurriedly covered their faces and shouted, "Don't look! Don't look!" Yuan Hehe was stunned for a moment and felt helpless. No wonder the two of them did not reveal their original faces. They were disfigured. However, how did they know who to imitate? Were they capable of stealing memories? Thinking of this, he immediately became afraid, and then he felt a little flustered. He then looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and told him his thoughts in his heart. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but panic. He quickly went forward and used his spiritual energy to make a net and wrap the two people up when they were not Paying attention. He was still mumbling. You lied to us. You guys deserve to be punished. The two of them realized something and started to struggle. However, Sikong Wu Yuan had specially made special arrangements inside the net. With this net wrapped around them, they could not use their spiritual energy. Jiang Ming was afraid that Sikong Wu Yuan's net would not work, so he added another layer of spiritual energy to it. This time, the two of them had no way to struggle. However, they did not care. They said coldly, we're already in this state. It doesn't matter if we live or die. You can do whatever you want. In the end, you'll all die too. Now that you've missed the opportunity, those people won't let you off. Those people? Which people? Are you a villager from here? Jiang Ming realized something and stared at the two of them. They did not say anything. Instead, they kept their eyes closed and muttered something. Sikong Wu Yuan leaned closer to hear them, but he could not understand what they were saying. He could only sigh helplessly. Jiang Ming was very calm. No matter what, he felt that there was nothing powerful about these villagers. Could it be that they could kill the three of them? Just as he was thinking about this, another villager came to urge him again. This time, he went straight into the house and said in a hurry, what are you doing here? Hurry up and go. We're just missing you guys. Do you know that if you don't go, you'll be disrespecting the high priest? You'll all die if he finds out. At this moment, the two people who were locked up in the net began to act pitifully. They didn't want to go at all. They even insulted the high priest. You don't know how unpleasant their words were. We argued with them, but they locked us up and didn't let us go to the high priest. How could that be? The villager found it hard to believe. He looked at Jiang Ming and asked, are you sure? How is that possible? Sikong Wu Yuan hurriedly asked. We never said anything bad about the high priest. Don't listen to their nonsense. The disfigured man said, I'll know your village chief. We are more trustworthy than them. If you don't believe me, you can ask your village chief to come over. He knows me. The villager was skeptical. Then, he raised his hand and nagged at the two villagers beside him. The other two quickly left and found a fair old man. The old man was holding a walking stick in his hand, and surprisingly, he looked very similar to the cowherd. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Could this be the cowherd's father? Thinking of this, he could not help but wonder. Speaking of which, when they came to the cowherd's house, they only saw the old lady and the cowherd. There was no one else. This was the only theory that could make sense, but it was not certain. The two disfigured people started to act aggressively. Chief, quickly come over and take a look. These two people are disrespectful to the high priest. I think we should hurry up and deal with them. Don't make the high priest angry. When the village chief heard this, he knocked on his walking stick and glared at Jiang Ming. You people really don't respect the people in this village at all. I can tell that you are outsiders at first glance. You have no manners at all. Hurry up and chase these people out. The villager was still a little hesitant. He said to the village chief, Chief, we don't know the whole story. Do we really have to believe these two disfigured people? Didn't they spread rumors about the village before? Do you believe me, or these outsiders? The village chief glared at him. 1. Already told you that no one outside the village is good, but you don't believe me. Do you still want to argue with me now? You've stopped disrespecting your elders, huh? As he spoke, the other elders also came over and happened to hear these words. They could not help but get angry. They muttered to the villager, "You brat. Just because you have some say in this village, you're already starting to refute the village chief. The food you eat isn't even as good as the salt that the village chief uses. Hurry up and do as the village chief says. Do you want to be punished by the village?" Hearing the word punishment, the villager trembled. He quickly put on an earnest expression and said, "Chief, I'll go now. Don't be angry." The village chief's expression instantly became much better. "That's the right thing to do. If you listen to me obediently, you'll definitely get many benefits. If you don't listen to me, this thing will be gone." "You're right." The villager's eyes lit up. Then, he took out another bowl of blood and walked directly toward Jiang Ming and the others. "Let me help you get rid of your bad luck." Jiang Ming looked at it carefully. The color of the blood had already turned turbid. "I think you guys should be the ones who are going to be unlucky." He could not help but grin. Sikong Wu Yuan took advantage of the situation and quickly ran behind the villager. He snatched the bowl of blood and threw it at the villager. The villagers immediately felt a chill. He almost vomited. In an instant, he felt his body burning up. He fell to the ground and started rolling around. After a while, his body was covered in sweat. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. He did not expect the blood to have such an effect. "Zhang, are you all right?" The other villagers hurriedly stepped forward and asked. The village chief snorted coldly. "What a waste. You actually got your blood on yourself. Forget it, I'll treat it as you offering yourself to the high priest. Pull him out. Do you still remember the rules?" The villagers looked at each other before they gritted their teeth and carried Zhang out. Seeing the expressions of these villagers, Yuan Hehe understood something. He sneered at the village chief. "You're not a good village chief. You're always using the reputation of the high priest to suppress the villagers. You don't have the dignity of a village chief at all." These words touched the village chief's heart. He tapped his walking stick again and glared at Yuan Hehe. "Where did you come from? How dare you speak to me like this? Since you're an outsider, you have to respect me." Yuan Hehe rolled his eyes and pretended to mock him. "If you hadn't appeared out of nowhere, I would have thought that there was no village chief here." The village chief was so angry that he wanted to hit Yuan Hehe, but he was stopped by Jiang Ming. Looking at Jiang Ming in front of him carefully, the village chief suddenly felt intense pressure. He had to take a few steps back, but he still said firmly, "I am the village chief of this village. Everyone has to respect me." Yuan Hehe only chuckled and did not say anything. However, the mockery in his words was already very obvious. The village chief was furious, but there was nothing he could do. As the chief of the village, he still had to show his might and not be criticized by others. "How about this? Seeing that you are outsiders and that you don't understand the rules of the village, go to the high priest and apologize now. Accept his fixed ceremony, and our village will forgive you." He thought for a moment and then smiled. His expression was gentle, but a glint flashed across his mind. Seeing that the village chief had changed attitudes so quickly, Jiang Ming stepped back. The village chief's expression was constantly changing. Who knew if he wanted to do something to them? As for the high priest's fixed ceremony, he did not even know what it was. Just as he was thinking, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of him. This golden light directly wrapped him, Sikong Wu Yuan, and Yuan Hehe. The village chief pretended to be surprised and said, "I didn't expect the high priest to come just as I mentioned him. This golden light is a ceremony for him to invite people. You guys should like it too." Jiang Ming grinned. His eyes were already covered in golden light, and he could not see anything around him at all. He felt his clothes being pulled by something. He looked down and saw a dart quietly land on his arm. Blood had already seeped out of the wound. What a welcome ceremony! Jiang Ming could not help but sneer. Was this a welcoming ceremony to kill them? Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe had already fainted. Jiang Ming felt that something was wrong. He heard a thud. It was as if someone had fallen to the ground. He felt that it should be Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. However, under the cover of the golden light, he could not see any traces of Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. He could not even see their shadows. He felt that shouting was useless, so he thought about it and pretended to faint. Immediately after that, he felt as if someone was in front of him. That person even leaned closer to his body, as if he was looking at something. Jiang Ming could not help but shiver when he felt that person laughing. What was he trying to do? Then, he opened his eyes and saw a man wearing a mask and strange clothes standing in front of him. He pulled this person over and used his spiritual energy to conjure a rope to tie him up. The man laughed. "It's the same if you're tied up or not. I'm the famous high priest here. This is not a good situation. When the time comes, the entire village will be ashamed of you. What do their thoughts have to do with me?" Jiang Ming felt that the high priest was quite funny, so he tightened the ropes. He felt that it would be better to strangle this high priest to death than do strange things all day long. The high priest felt that he could easily get rid of the rope. He pretended to wait. After watching Jiang Ming tie him up a little tighter, he tried to get out again. In the end, he realized that he could not break free at all. He could not help but be shocked. How was this possible? Jiang Ming knew what he was thinking. He could not help but laugh. "You're really pitiful. You think you can control everything. But in fact, you can't even control a rope right now. It's better to stay here and stop doing evil." As he said that, he raised his hand and set up a barrier around the high priest. This barrier was also glowing with golden light. With the barrier, the people outside could not see the high priest at all, let alone know what the high priest was saying. When the golden light dissipated, Jiang Ming saw Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, who were unconscious. He quickly went forward to check on them. After discovering that the two of them were safe and sound, he used his spiritual energy to wake them up. After the two of them woke up, they still did not understand why they fainted. Jiang Ming did not know either. "Let's take care of other things first," he said after some thought. Seeing the golden light turn into a barrier, the village chief could not help but be shocked. "Where did you hide the high priest? Why did he suddenly disappear? What are you talking about?" Jiang Ming pretended to be ignorant. "How could we hide the high priest? Besides, don't you think the high priest is very powerful? How could we have seen him? How can outsiders like us see the high priest?" He pretended to be sarcastic at the end. "That's right," a villager quickly said. "The high priest never sees outsiders. He always sees people with a mask on or sends someone to deliver a message. I'm afraid he's hiding himself. It's just that we don't know. Where can he hide? Stop talking nonsense. They must have hidden the high priest. The village chief was eager to pour the blame on Jiang Ming and the others. Sikong Wu Yuan was displeased. This is the tradition of your high priest since ancient times. How can we change his way of doing things so easily? Don't blame us. It might be because your actions angered the high priest that he. Yuan Hehe also chimed in. That's right. Don't spout nonsense. You're not up to standard as a village chief. You can't even figure out the habits of the high priest. These words angered the village chief. He did not expect that these outsiders could anger him so much. The villagers could not stand it anymore and quickly reprimanded Jiang Ming and the others. He has built a lot of things for our village, and you haven't done anything to help him. Don't talk about the village chief. Chief, although their words are not pleasant to hear, they are indeed telling the truth. I'll think this golden barrier is probably a test given by the high priest. After all, today's ceremony did not go smoothly. I'm afraid he wants us to do it again. He will only come back if he is satisfied. The village chief gritted his teeth. He was a little unhappy, but he could not show it. Then, he smiled and said, that's what should be done. I'll listen to you. However, these outsiders actually have to be present. I don't want them to miss the high priest's ceremony. Perhaps it's because they were absent that the high priest was angry and wouldn't see anyone. Jiang Ming touched his chin. Now that the high priest was not here, what would their ceremony be like? Sikong Wu Yuan felt that this ceremony was not anything good. He hurriedly said, we will leave the village now. We won't cause any trouble for you. We don't want to participate in the ceremony of the high priest. If you want to go by yourself. As he spoke, he was about to pull Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe away. The village chief finally found an opportunity to catch Jiang Ming. Naturally, he was unwilling to let him go. Then, he said, how can you leave? The high priest left because of you. No matter what, you have to apologize to him. You have to stay here. Jiang Ming could tell what the village chief was thinking. He snorted coldly. There's no need for that. I think the high priest left because of you. He thought to himself. He had already seen the appearance and figure of the high priest, so he should be able to use his spiritual energy to transform into him. At that time, he might be able to discover many other things. Let's go then, he said. Why should we go? Yuan Hehe asked incredulously. Don't go. This village chief might have some evil intentions. The last sentence made the village chief uncomfortable. He pursed his lips and said, what would I want from you? You guys look poor and weak. Jiang Ming glanced at the village chief. His cold aura pressed down on him. You should look at yourself first. The village chief pursed his lips and was about to say something when he was stopped by the villagers. Chief, we can't quarrel now. It won't be good if the high priest hears it. The most important thing now is to quickly fix the original ceremony and let the high priest come out. The village can't be without the high priest. Although the village chief's status was high, he still had to listen to some orders from the villagers. When he saw this, he simply did not say anything, but he glared at Jiang Ming fiercely. He then instructed the villagers, then let them prepare the things that the high priest needs. I don't think they have anything else. Let's use their labor as a sign of sincerity. Sikong Wu Yuan rolled his eyes. We didn't say we were going. Jiao Zhu said that so that you would not be embarrassed. But we don't care. We're definitely not going. Seeing that Sikong Wu Yuan was a little upset, Jiang Ming quickly comforted him. Let's go first. One have to do something later. You can't miss the show I have planned. Sikong Wu Yuan's interest was piqued. Jiang Ming had never let them down. This show was probably going to be very interesting. Thinking of this, he did not wait for the village chief to refute. Let's go. I see that you are so thin and weak. I guess you don't have many days left. 1. Don't want you to have any regrets. Why are you so disrespectful to me? I think that if such a disrespectful person goes out to participate in the sacrifice, it will also make the high priest angry. Let's tie them up and toss them away. The village chief originally wanted to wait until the ceremony to toss them away. However, he was so angry that he could not wait any longer. One villager shook his head. Chief, we can't be so rash. What if the high priest likes them very much? At this point, he clapped his hands. Chief, one think I'll get someone to help. You back first. I'll handle the rest. As he spoke, he especially instructed the two villagers beside him to get the village chief out. When the village chief saw this, he hurriedly said in a panic, No, if you get me out, who will preside over this ceremony? If L, as the village chief, do not preside over the ceremony, the high priest will blame me instead. The villager sighed. That's true. Then you can wait for the ceremony over there. I'll wait for you over there. The village chief glared at Jiang Ming and the others. Then, they left. Seeing that everyone had left, the villagers' faces instantly turned cold. Don't think that we're helping you. You still have to apologize to the village chief later. You've disrespected the village chief. If it weren't for the high priest, we would have fallen out with you guys a long time ago. You guys should know better. Thank you very much, then, Jiang Ming said with a faint smile. He glanced at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. Then we have to do as he says. The two of them did not understand, but they nodded. For the sake of Jiao Zhu, we can cooperate with you. The villager was a little uncomfortable. He then instructed Jiang Ming and the others. Then you guys carry the coffin. That's a gift from the high priest. You guys have to carry it properly. Don't let it fall. Oh, right, as long as you lift it up, you can't put it down. Otherwise, it will be an insult to the high priest. Inside the barrier, the high priest was frantically knocking on the barrier and shouting. Seeing that no one responded to him, he could not help but feel that something was amiss. What exactly was this barrier? Why couldn't he even knock it? He did not know if the people outside heard him. Then, he sighed again. It was not easy for him to find a person with such powerful spiritual energy. Now, he could not let his efforts go to waste. He had to find an opportunity to go out. His eyes lit up. He had an idea. He would definitely absorb all the spiritual energy. Hearing the villagers say this, Jiang Ming and the other two could not help but feel a little unhappy. We're here to help you, not to listen to you. We're not your servants. Why should we listen to you say that? Sikong Wu Yuan looked at the villagers and said, I can even lift 10 coffins. Let alone one. However, your attitude is really unpleasant. Why don't you try being polite? In the end, he could no longer speak to the villager calmly. He was stubborn. Unless the villager was willing to be polite, he would not help him. The villager did not expect Jiang Ming and the other two to be so difficult to deal with. He thought it was better to avoid trouble. He smiled lightly and said, My friends, it's indeed my fault. My attitude just now was awful. May I trouble you to move the coffin? Is that okay? However, this coffin weighs thousands of pounds. Please don't overestimate yourselves by claiming you can lift 10 such coffins. There was obviously a hint of mockery in his words, and he held his breath in his heart. He could not stop himself from saying these words. He had to vent. He has already pushed the village chief to the sidelines. Later on, he wanted to see Jiang Ming and the other two kneel down and beg him for mercy. He wanted them to suffer for humiliating him. While he was thinking about this, Jiang Ming and the other two were brought to a dark brothel by the villagers. The brothel was filled with the smell of blood. Jiang Ming could not help but frown. How many people had died here? As soon as they entered the brothel, they saw a huge coffin. Jiang Ming looked at the coffin and understood what the villager said. He originally thought that the villager was just bluffing, but he did not expect it to be true. This coffin could even weigh tens of thousands of pounds, let alone 1,000 pounds. What are you going to do with such a huge coffin? Sikong Wu Yuan frowned. The villager immediately became smug. The coffins contain generations of high priests. They are each filled with dense spiritual energy. The villager became vigilant again. Don't think about absorbing the spiritual energy inside. This is simply impossible. Don't disturb the corpses of the high priests. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Do we even need the spiritual energy of you high priests? Yuan found it funny. We have our own spiritual energy, so we won't covet other people's spiritual energy. I hope so. You won't just be punished if we catch you stealing. The villager smirked coldly. Jiang Ming quickly eased the atmosphere. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's carry the coffin first. Isn't the ceremony about to begin? If the coffin can't be carried over, the ceremony won't be able to go on. Right? Indeed. The villager quickly said, Hurry up. I don't want anything to go wrong with the ceremony. Otherwise, the villagers will blame me. The villagers are counting on today's ceremony to be perfect. How annoyingly superstitious. Yuan complained to himself and then followed Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan to lift the coffin. However, they realized that the coffin seemed to be very light. It was not as heavy as the villagers had said. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan thought that the weight was all borne by Jiang Ming, so they looked at him. Unexpectedly, he lifted the coffin with a relaxed expression. Seeing the look in their eyes, he asked curiously, Hurry up and lift it. What are you thinking about? Why did you suddenly stop? Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan shook their heads in confusion. According to the villager, this coffin should be very heavy. How could it be so light? This villager probably would not lie. After all, the village had held more than one ceremony. Now that the coffin had suddenly become lighter, could it be that something had happened to the people inside? The two of them started to get more and more nervous. Jiang Ming noticed that something was wrong with the two of them. He guessed something and quickly said, "I added spiritual energy inside, so it became lighter. It's not the people inside. Don't worry." Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the two of them could not help but be shocked. There was no way they could have done that with their spiritual energy. How powerful was Jiang Ming? Moreover, Jiang Ming was actually very relaxed and did not seem tired at all. What kind of amazing ability was this? Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but feel envious, but they also felt lucky at any time. Fortunately, they were on the same team as Jiang Ming. Otherwise, they would probably still be suffering now. As they thought about this, they were already led to the door by the villager. The villager was very satisfied with their actions. Then, he nodded and said, "You guys are very strong. I think you should stay in the village. When the annual ceremony comes, you can all carry coffins." "What's wrong? Why are you treating us like servants?" Jiang Ming frowned and was a little unhappy. They were only cooperating with the villager now because they wanted to put on an act. Who knew that the villager would still want to take advantage of them? This was something they were unwilling to do. Hearing his tone, the villager quickly changed the topic. "It was just a joke. Don't mind me. How could we really treat you like lowly porters? You are our guests. You weren't like this just a little while ago." Yuan Hehe said sarcastically, but the coffin in his hand did not fall. No matter what, Yuan Hehe would finish what he promised. Just a little further and you'll be at the place where the ceremony will be held. Hold on a little longer. Later, I'll get someone to serve you good wine and food. You'll feel comfortable then. Afraid that Jiang Ming and the other two would get angry, the villager quickly changed the topic again, but he also became irritated. Why were these three people so difficult to deal with? If it were up to him, he would have kicked them out long ago. If it was not for the high priest's sake, he would definitely punish these people if something went wrong after he asked for the high priest's opinion. Jiang Ming looked ahead and found that it was a remote wasteland. He could not help but feel strange. Are you sure this is the place? Is there really a ceremony here? Upon hearing this, the villager also looked forward and could not help but be stunned. Then, he rubbed his eyes with his hands and began to mutter to himself. How is this possible? I remember this is the place. How did it change? And it's such a desolate place. There's no such desolate and remote place in the village. He felt annoyed. He could not help but look at Jiang Ming and the others. Could it be that the high priest doesn't want you to carry the coffin to the ceremony, so he created this scene to stop us? He couldn't help but regret everything. If he hadn't asked the three of them to lift the coffin, he would have been at the ceremony by now. Who knew that the three of them could actually cause such a big disaster? What does this have to do with us? Can you stop slandering us? We didn't do it. We've never seen this high priest before. What reason does he have to be angry at us? Yuan Hehe was so angry that he began to rebel. He let go of the coffin and put it down. Sikong Wu Yuan also followed suit. When Jiang Ming saw this, he simply put down the coffin as well. When he saw that the coffin was already on the ground, the villager could not help but be shocked. Do you know what it means to put down the coffin? You're simply a bunch of idiots. Aren't you insulting the high priest? Jiang Ming could not help but frown when he heard this. Aren't we just putting down a coffin? He asked irritably. What is this? I don't think it's a problem to kick the coffin now, let alone put down the coffin. As he spoke, he moved his feet and kicked the coffin a few times. However, the coffin made a strange sound. It was as if someone was jumping inside. The villager heard it clearly and quickly knelt on the ground. He began to kneel and kowtow nonstop. He started bleeding from the forehead because of how violent he was. When everyone saw this, they could not help but be shocked. Was there a need to do this? They did not even know what the source of the noise was. Why was this person so nervous? Those who did not know better would think that something big had happened. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that the villager was a little pitiful. He went forward to help him up. Don't worry. Nothing will rush out to eat you. Get up quickly. However, the villager shook off Sikong Wu Yuan's hand and shouted, What do you know? It's all because of you outsiders that I've offended the high priests. Dignity. If anything happens to the village, the other villagers will definitely not let you off. He used a lot of force. Sikong Wu Yuan felt a sharp pain and was speechless. Shouldn't have come to help you. I was kind, but you keep treating me like a bad person. Do whatever you want. I want to see what can come out of this coffin. However, after a while, the coffin suddenly stopped moving. I thought something was coming out. Yuan scoffed. But nothing happened. You should apologize to Sikong Wu Yuan now. Otherwise, you'll have to pay. Jiang Ming also felt that it made sense. He sized up the villagers. He felt that the villagers' actions were too dramatic. Those who did not know better would think that someone wanted to take his. The villager still did not speak. Instead, he began to mutter something and kept kowtowing. His forehead was covered in blood and bruises. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that if he continued to kowtow like this, the villager would be disfigured in the future. However, seeing the villager's persistence, he could not help but be moved. This is all a trick. Stop kowtowing. If you continue kowtowing, you will die. Yuan sighed. This superstition really killed people. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the coffin lid suddenly opened automatically, and a stream of fog rushed out. Jiang Ming felt that nothing good was going to happen, so he quickly pulled Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan back. The villager absorbed the mist and collapsed to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and his skin turned purple. Oh my God, there seems to be something wrong with that villager. Yuan could not help but be shocked. Then, he felt his entire body tremble. If he was hit, wouldn't he be killed by the fog? Just as he said that, a bloated man suddenly appeared in front of him. The man had green skin all over his body and looked like a goblin. He glanced around and clearly saw Jiang Ming and the other two, but he did not walk up to them. Instead, he walked straight to the villagers. Jiang Ming felt that there was something wrong with this man, so he looked at him from the side and found that he had directly sucked away the villagers' essence. The villager had immediately turned into a dried corpse. Seeing this, Yuan could not help but be stunned for a moment. He had probably expected to die as well. Then, he said to Jiang Ming in his heart, Ning Kaichen, let's go. This man is not someone we can deal with. The man seemed to have heard Yuan words and hurriedly walked over to Yuan and the other two. Yuan Hehe saw that he was obviously coming toward them, so he raised his hand to block him off with a barrier. In the end, the man directly passed through the barrier and smashed it with his fists. Jiang Ming could not help but be surprised. He clenched his fists and pushed the barrier back. The barrier hit the man's head, but the man was fine. Instead, he kept walking forward. As he walked, Yuan Hehe felt the ground shake. Then, he raised his hand and released his spiritual energy. However, his spiritual energy did not have any effect on the man. Instead, the man slapped him away. Yuan Hehe fell to the ground. Then, he frowned and stared at the man. However, the man's target did not seem to be Yuan Hehe. Instead, he continued to walk forward until he was in front of Jiang Ming. There was a strange smile on his lips. Jiang Ming did not continue attacking because he wanted to see what the man wanted to do. In the end, he did not expect the man's target to be him. "Do you want to attack me?" Jiang Ming asked in a deep voice, and then he felt a little strange. After he asked this question, the man suddenly fell down. His eyes were filled with pain as he muttered, "Save me. Save me quickly. I know your medical skills are very good. I'm counting on you." Jiang Ming was confused, but he wanted to help the man up. However, he was stopped by Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. "We don't know what's wrong with him. We don't know how much poison he has on his green skin. It's better not to touch him." Jiang Ming also felt that way, but he still reached out and covered his palm with spiritual energy. He wanted to take the man's pulse. However, he found that the man's pulse was extremely chaotic. At this moment, a knife suddenly appeared in front of him and almost cut his hand. He took a few steps back to avoid the knife, which fell to the ground. Sikong Wu Yuan looked around with fear. However, there was no sign of movement. He could not help but find it strange. Who threw out this blade? No matter who threw it out, they definitely didn't want me to have any contact with this person. But why? Could it be the person who poisoned him? Is this person poisoned? Yuan Hehe was stunned. It doesn't look like he was poisoned. It looks like he's already dead. Already dead? Jiang Ming looked at him and could not help but think about it. Could it be that the person in front of me is already dead? Upon hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe shook their heads. How is that possible? How can he move then? He can even talk. He even asked you to save him. That's true. Jiang Ming nodded. At this moment, someone suddenly made a sound. Who said that dead people can't do those things? This voice was exactly the same as Yuan Hehe's. Sikong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming looked at him at the same time. Was Yuan Hehe contradicting himself? However, Yuan Hehe covered his mouth and shook his head. "Elle didn't say that." "Who's talking?" "I'm the one talking." The same voice as Yuan Hehe's sounded again, but it was clearly in front of Yuan Hehe. "Yuan Hehe, are you playing a prank?" Sikong Wu Yuan asked incredulously. Yuan Hehe could not help but shake his head. "Why would I do that? Someone else is playing a prank on us." He felt a chill on his back and quickly turned his head. He found a person who looked different from him but had the same voice standing there. "Elle didn't expect you guys to find out." The man was stunned. "Elle thought you guys were stupid." Sikong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming could not help but grin at his pretentious manner. That person's words were reasonable. Anyway, I'm not Yuan Hehe anymore. I'm Jiaozhu. The person smiled again, and his voice became the same as Jiang Ming's. Don't do that. Jiang Ming quickly stopped him. That's weird. Don't be like this, the man said. Although this is the first time we've met, we can still be friends. I've always been curious about you. I've been here with you for a long time. Why don't you let me go with you? One can do whatever you want with you. You've been following us? Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be stunned. Elle didn't even notice you, so how could you have noticed me? I am this shell. As he spoke, he raised his hand and took out the shell from Jiang Ming's pocket. He even waved it at them. Jiang Ming snatched the shell and stuffed it into his pocket. How is this possible? Stop talking nonsense. It was not that he had not seen this shell before. Apart from the shell itself, there was nothing else. He was not happy that a shell spirit had suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, this person said to Jiang Ming aggrievedly, "Don't you know me? Master, I am the shell spirit. Go away. Don't try to build a relationship with me. I don't have the strength to have a master-servant relationship with you." Jiang Ming looked uncomfortable and waved his hand to the side. That person immediately began to feel wronged again. Don't reject me. What about all the times I've helped you before? Unexpectedly, at this time, the shell seemed to be unable to watch any longer. It directly emitted a light and struck the person's head. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but say, "Look, even the main body isn't willing to acknowledge you. Why are you still pretending? You should just go home." As they spoke, the two of them could not help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" the man said angrily. "This shell is useless. It doesn't even cooperate with me. Just you wait. When my master comes, all of you will die. You guys keep talking about a mysterious master. Who is your master?" Sikong Wu Yuan clicked his tongue twice. "Why aren't you afraid at all?" the man asked in shock. Yuan Hehe shook his head helplessly. "Aren't you just a kid who has just started cultivating? What's there to be afraid of?" Jiang Ming did not notice the situation here. While Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were holding him back, he went over to check on the green-skinned man. He really wanted to know what illness that person had. The person pretending to be a shell spirit noticed him and raised his hand to release another blade. However, this blade was grabbed by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming threw the blade out with a backhand. The blade nearly cut off the person's head. Thankfully he dodged. Alas, his hair could not escape. Unscathed. Half of it fell to the ground. He immediately covered his head and gritted his teeth at Jiang Ming. "Jiaozhu, why did you do that? If I hadn't dodged, I would have died. Are you stupid?" Sikong Wu Yuan sized up this person and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He could not help but be shocked. "You can't be my junior, he Xiang, who has traveled all over the world, right?" "Huh. Who's your junior?" "My name is indeed He Xiang, but it has nothing to do with you. Don't try to get close to me." Slap. Sikong Wu Yuan slapped the person in front of him, causing his face to swell. "Good job." Yuan Hehe chimed in. "This guy deserves a beating." He Xiang was furious. Guess it's no use playing nice with you guys anymore." He did not do anything. Instead, he scratched his ears. Sikong Wu Yuan had been preparing himself, but when he saw this, he could not help but burst out laughing. "I'll guess we have nothing to worry about." Unexpectedly, Heziang threw something over. No one around could see it clearly. It was very small, but it went straight into Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He's ears. The two of them immediately felt their ears itch. They could not even use their spiritual energy. They could only lie on the ground and roll around in pain. Jiang Ming was still concerned about the green-skinned man. When he saw that his companions were attacked, he could not help but feel nervous. However, he also felt a wave of anger. Heziang was really annoying. With this thought in mind, he clenched his fists and punched Heziang. Heziang stood still. When Jiang Ming's fist reached him, he released a golden protective barrier. However, this protective barrier could not block the attack at all. The attack broke through and wrapped around Heziang. Heziang clearly did not feel any severe pain, but he felt like he was going to die. He began to pant heavily. He felt uncomfortable all over. It was painful and itchy, but he could not find out what was wrong. He could only endure it and watch Jiang Ming go to check on Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. After confirming that the two of them were safe, Jiang Ming was relieved, but he did not want to let Heziang go. It was all because of Heziang that they were in this situation. He just wanted to see the green-skinned man's condition. He moved closer to Heziang, his eyes filled with a fierce light. Heziang was shocked, but then he said firmly, "What do you want?" "I won't respond to you no matter what you want. If you want anything, you have to let me out first. Only then will one give it to you." Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. "Do you think you still have the ability to negotiate with me? As long as I use a little force, you will die." Heziang understood that he was speaking the truth, but he did not want to back down. He sneered. "Thought you would say something useful, but it wasn't the case. Do you think I'm afraid of death? I've wanted to die for a long time." "Fine, I'll let you die now." Jiang Ming did not want to talk nonsense with Heziang, so he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Heziang immediately felt a numbing pain and could not help but cry out. He began to tear his clothes in a frenzy. He even wanted to scratch his skin off. He really wanted to find the cause of the pain. However, before he could find it, he had already fainted from the pain of scratching his own skin. Jiang Ming turned a blind eye to the river of blood and continued to walk toward the green-skinned man. He had already given Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He some medicine, and they would recover soon. Now, only the green-skinned man was left. However, at this time, the green-skinned man also woke up. When he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils could not help but shrink. Then, he shouted at Jiang Ming, "Don't come closer. I will lose my mind and attack you later." Jiang Ming found it strange. Then, he saw that the veins on his body were bulging, as if he was restraining himself. However, his pupils had already turned blood red. It was obvious that he could no longer control himself. Jiang Ming seemed to have understood something and immediately released his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy swept up the green-skinned man and entered his body at the same time. Jiang Ming also felt that something was jumping up and down in his own body. Then, he heard the words of the green-skinned person in his heart. "Leave quickly. Don't enter my body. Otherwise, you'll be infected by him." "What is it? How did you get infected?" Jiang Ming wanted to ask, but the green-skinned man could not speak. He roughly understood that he had to get rid of this infection before he could officially talk to this green-skinned person. However, he realized that the infection had suddenly disappeared. He could not feel it at all. Even when he used his spiritual energy to search, he still could not find it. Jiang Ming could not help but feel anxious. However, it was useless to be anxious. It was as if that infection had never appeared. There was no trace of it at all. He tried to call out to the green-skinned man. "Hurry up and tell me where that infection is. I can help you get rid of it. You have to believe me." However, there was still no reaction from the man. He had no choice but to rely on himself. Jiang Ming simply released a few silver needles. All the silver needles pierced into the green-skinned man's body. He could not help but cough, and then he opened his eyes. Seeing Jiang Ming's actions, he smiled and said, "Thank you, but I'm already terminally ill. I'm afraid there's no way to treat me anymore. There's one more thing. I'm not a living person. I'm a dead person, so it's useless for you to save me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but be shocked. He did not expect He Xiang to be telling the truth. The person in front of him was really not a living person. But how did this dead person survive? The green-skinned man seemed to have seen through Jiang Ming's confusion. He was about to say something, but he closed his eyes and his body disappeared. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He had just recovered when they realized that he was gone. They could not help but feel strange. What about the green-skinned man? Why is he gone? Jiang Ming told them everything that had happened just now, and they could not help but be surprised. How is this possible? How can a dead person talk and attack us? He Xiang's weak voice sounded at this moment. "Elle told you. You didn't believe me, but one was telling the truth." His words caught the attention of Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming originally thought that he was dead. He didn't expect that He Xiang was so tenacious that he was still alive. He walked up to him and said, "You should know how to answer me now, right?" He Xiang was terrified. He really wanted to live. He hurriedly nodded. Yes. That green-skinned person was raised with a secret technique. So, he's a puppet? But how can he have his own consciousness? Jiang Ming felt that it did not make sense. He stared at He Xiang. If there's no consciousness, the secret technique won't work. He Xiang laughed miserably, and there seemed to be a hint of self-deprecation in his eyes. "This is a secret technique you created?" Jiang Ming realized something, and his eyes were sharp. "What do you think?" He Xiang asked with a smile. "If you think it's me, then it's me. If it's not me, then it's not." That is, Sikong Wu Yuan hated his evasive answer. "It doesn't matter whether it's you or not. The green-skinned man is already dead. No matter what, you wouldn't let his corpse rest in peace. You're not a good person." When Jiang Ming asked, he had already confirmed in his heart that it was He Xiang who had come up with the secret technique. It was just that he did not know who the person behind He Xiang was. He Xiang smiled mysteriously. "It seems that you've already decided. But it doesn't matter. He's not dead. He'll come looking for you." As he spoke, he took out a black cloak and covered himself. "Where do you think you're going?" Yuan He asked, mockingly. "Did you really think that we would let you go just like that? That matter hasn't been explained to us yet. Why didn't he die?" Jiang Ming asked. Didn't his body disappear? Or did you not just create this one person, but many others like him? Hexiang was shocked by his accusations. He pretended to be indifferent. Thought you guys would say something useful. But it turns out that it's nothing much. However, Jiang Ming had already caught his expression. Jiang Ming roughly understood Hexiang's thoughts. Then, he secretly gathered his spiritual energy in the cloak, pulled it over, and threw it over. Siko Wu Yuan could not help but feel incredulous. Aren't you giving Hexiang a chance to escape? Hexiang could not help but be surprised, but he felt that Jiang Ming was being arrogant. He quickly wrapped himself in the cloak and planned to leave. However, he realized that he could not use his spiritual energy at all. Not only that, but he was almost brought to his knees by Jiang Ming's spiritual energy. Jiang Ming smiled. What a pity. This cloak can't help you escape. But I didn't expect you to know so many secret techniques. He was not sure if this was a secret technique, but he had never seen it before, so he felt that it was probably the case. Jiang Ming was right once again. Hexiang found it hard to believe. Then, he denied it. It's not a secret technique. It's just an ordinary escape method. I just didn't expect you to see through it. At this moment, the sound of horns and drums rang out again. This time, the noise was even louder than before. Jiang Ming frowned. Where did this sound come from? One can't even find the source. Jiang Ming looked around helplessly. Hexiang was also furious. Elle told them to wait until one leave before doing this. Why are they doing this? Before I leave? These people are really disobedient. At this point, he clenched his fists and punched the ground. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe did not stop him. They thought he was trying to protect himself and escape. Jiang Ming thought the same as them. However, just as he opened a crack in the ground, Hexiang suddenly disappeared. When he turned around, it was as if he had never been there. There was no trace of his existence at all. Siko Wu Yuan could not help but slap his forehead. How did he disappear so quickly? Don't worry about him. Those things are coming again. Jiang Ming looked into the distance and frowned, but he could not calm down. What's going on? Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but feel incredulous. They followed his gaze and looked ahead, only to find that a fog had appeared in front of them. Although the fog was very thick, they could see clearly that there was a parade in front of them. In the middle of the parade was a red sedan chair. This was not the first time they had seen such a scene, but they had never experienced it in person. Siko Wu Yuan could not help but become vigilant. Why did this group of people come out of nowhere? Could it be that Hexiang recruited them? Regardless, the people he recruited are definitely coming for us. Let's hide first and see if they discover us later, Jiang Ming said. However, he was also a little uncertain, so he walked forward. Hearing his words, Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe followed him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the parade suddenly sped up and immediately arrived in front of them. They could not even hide. When the parade met them, they stopped. Then, they started playing their musical instruments loudly. They annoyed the people around them. Jiang Ming felt their menacing aura, so he raised his hand and scattered some spiritual energy. The spiritual energy floated in the parade. The participants immediately stopped moving. The thing that was originally in the sedan chair appeared. It was a puppet. The puppet had a terrifying expression drawn on it, and it looked like a real person. If it were not for its size, Jiang Ming and the others would have thought that this puppet was really human. The puppet stood there motionlessly. It seemed dead. Jiang Ming suddenly realized that the puppet in front of him seemed a little strange. It did not look like a puppet, but like it was controlled by someone. At this moment, the people carrying the sedan chair suddenly took out their weapons and pounced on Jiang Ming and the others. Their movements were extremely fast, far surpassing that of ordinary people. They attacked from all sides, not giving Jiang Ming and the other two any chance to fight back. However, Jiang Ming and the other two soon realized that the fog was also rising and becoming denser. It was obvious that their enemies did not want them to see their movements and techniques clearly. Xikong Wu Yuan could not help but feel irritated. Great! We can't even see what they're doing. How are we going to fight back? However, Jiang Ming was very calm. Instead, he comforted him. It will be much better if we gather together. Yuan Hehe could not understand Jiang Ming's thoughts, so he did as he was told. Strangely, when Jiang Ming and the other two gathered together, they suddenly saw the movements of the people in front of them clearly. Yuan Hehe could not help but be surprised, but he soon realized that once he was far away from Jiang Ming, he could not see clearly what was in front of him. Jiang Ming, we can only see them clearly if we get closer. If we don't get closer, we won't be able to see them clearly. He could not help but feel dejected. Jiang Ming suddenly gave Yuan Hehe something. With this thing, Yuan Hehe suddenly saw everything clearly. Looking down again, he found that it was a circle. It was emitting a faint fragrance, as if it was infused with spiritual energy. Then, he heard what Jiang Ming said to him in his heart. My spiritual energy is inside. As long as you keep holding it, you'll be able to see everything. After Jiang Ming said that, he also gave Xikong Wu Yuan one. With Jiang Ming's help, Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe began to fight with the people in front of them. However, they realized that no matter what, the people opposite them did not suffer any damage at all. Not only that, but they were also like robots without any fatigue. They had sufficient spiritual energy and kept attacking Jiang Ming and the other two. The number of spiritual energy attacks increased, and Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Could these people be absorbing their spiritual energy? However, before he could think too much, the puppet suddenly appeared in front of him and looked at him in the eye. The puppet did not do anything, but Jiang Ming felt that his body was being controlled. He could not take the initiative at all. This was the first time he had been controlled, and he could not help but feel helpless. Soon after, he realized that the puppet was controlling him and moving him toward Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. He could roughly guess what the puppet wanted him to do. He quickly gathered the spiritual energy in his body and began to fight for control. Since he did not manage to seize control of his body, Jiang Ming's movements began to falter. Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also noticed Jiang Ming's strange actions and could not help but ask, Ning Kaichen, what's wrong? In the next second, Jiang Ming seized control of his body. He immediately shouted at Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, get out of here. I'm being controlled. You need to take that puppet away. However, Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe did not see the puppet. Not only that, but they could not find any trace of the puppet. Yuan Hehe could only bring Xikong Wu Yuan away from Jiang Ming. They did not want to hurt Jiang Ming, but the only breakthrough now was the puppet. Sikong Wu Yuan kept looking around and started to get anxious again. Don't see any traces of the puppet at all. Where did it go? Could it be that it's hiding in the forest? Yuan he was thinking, but he realized that Jiang Ming was being controlled by the puppet again and started attacking him and Sikong Wu Yuan. The puppet and Jiang Ming's spiritual energy mixed together and transformed into a long black dragon that rushed toward Yuan he and Sikong Wu Yuan. Jiang Ming was a little afraid. He was afraid that they could not stop him. He quickly clenched his fists, hoping to take back his spiritual energy. However, no matter what he did, the spiritual energy rushed over. Then, he heard the puppet's provocative voice. Stop struggling. You will never be able to take control of your body. You can only give it to me. Your body will become mine. The voice sounded hoarse, but Jiang Ming could tell that it was He Xiang's voice. He could not help but be surprised. You're He Xiang. Upon hearing this, the puppet panicked for a moment. Are you trying to use a random name to fool me? I don't even know this He Xiang you're talking about. However, Jiang Ming had already noticed its panic. He sneered and said, That's right. I didn't expect you to appear here. But how did you control the puppet? Are you underground? What the hell are you talking about? The puppet continued to play dumb. Don't understand who He Xiang is at all. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan he, who were outside, quickly gathered their spiritual energy and formed a protective shield in the air to block Jiang Ming's attacks. However, after a series of explosions, they fell to the ground, feeling like their internal organs had been damaged. Ugh! Sikong Wu Yuan could not take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuan he panicked when he saw that. Jiang Ming could not help but blame himself. If he had not been controlled by the puppet, Sikong Wu Yuan would not have ended up like this. At the thought of this, he suddenly felt like he was about to erupt. His entire person seemed to have been reborn. He instantly broke through the restrictions of the puppet and directly took back control of his body. He Xiang, who was still controlling the puppet in the distance, could not help but cover his chest. With this breakthrough, most of the spiritual energy in his body had disappeared. Naturally, he was not willing to accept this. It was not easy for him to obtain a good vessel, and he did not want to lose it just like that. At this moment, he suddenly heard his master shout. Come back quickly. These people are not people you can deal with. Lead them to the village. There are things that restrict them there. He Xiang exhaled. He did not want to listen to his master, but he knew that given the current situation, he could only listen. However, when he looked up, he saw Jiang Ming standing there. He even smiled at him. I've finally found you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. He Xiang was about to reply when he was pulled out by Jiang Ming. He could not help but panic. He quickly said, Jiao Zhu, this is all a misunderstanding. Please don't be like this. He felt that the punishment he would receive would be very severe. He did not want to die here. Jiang Ming did not say anything. He threw him in front of Sikong Wu Yuan and said rudely, apologize quickly. Otherwise, you know the consequences. He Xiang did not expect Jiang Ming's request to be so simple. Without thinking, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan, I'm really sorry, but I was only following orders. I had no choice. You were acting on orders? Jiang Ming heard the key point and could not help but take a step forward. Are you here on your master's orders? He Xiang pretended to be sad. Yes, my master actually trapped me. This is something I didn't expect. Let's hurry back to the village. When my master comes, there will be trouble. Sikong Wu Yuan was holding on to his strength. He tried his best to blame He Xiang. Jiaozhu, don't believe him. He obviously wanted to kill us just now. If you really had no choice but to do this, why do you try to kill us? He's just pretending to be pitiful. He wants us to follow him back to the village. There might be something waiting for us in the village. He Xiang did not expect to be seen through by Sikong Wu Yuan. He was instantly angry, but he could only suppress his anger and try to reason with Jiang Ming. How is this possible? My master is monitoring us. If one don't play along with you, how can I get away with it? You guys are really idiots. Because you're talking to us like this, I feel that what you're saying isn't true at all. Yuan he spat, but he also waved the spiritual energy in his body. His breathing was already a little unstable, and now, like Sikong Wu Yuan, he vomited. The acrid smell wafted in the air. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but cover his mouth. That's disgusting. Why does it smell so bad? Yuan he also waved his hand. That's right. I feel like I've vomited out a month's worth of food. It really stinks. Jiang Ming raised his hand and released a thin layer of spiritual energy, directly covering what Yuan he had vomited out. With that, they could not smell anything. He Xiang could not help but be curious. How did you do it? Your spiritual energy is like a solid body. This is what I want to ask the most. Jiang Ming glanced at him and did not say anything, but the aura in his eyes was already obvious. He Xiang immediately retreated, but he could not help but mutter. Didn't I just say a few words? Why are you looking at me like this? Sikong Wu Yuan rolled his eyes and said, What do you think? If it weren't for you, would we be like this now? One think you're asking for a beating. He Xiang coughed. There are some things that I have no choice but to do. Why? Can't you understand my point? As he spoke, he retreated again. Jiang Ming and his men were smart. He could not stay here any longer, nor could he listen to his master and lead them to the village. If he did, he would lose his life instead. He would leave after a certain time. He had thought it through. He raised his hand and wrote the word escape on his palm before retreating a little. Jiang Ming saw that He Xiang wanted to leave, so he quickly took a step forward and tied him up. Why do you want to escape? He asked with a smile. We haven't settled the score just yet. Don't tell me you think that just an apology will do? He Xiang quickly said, In that case, why don't we sit down in the village and talk? It's too tiring to stand here. Besides, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He are injured. It's best to lie down in the village. As he spoke, he could not help but think about it in his heart. Now that his situation was not good, he had to find an opportunity to leave as soon as possible. As he thought about it, the spiritual energy in his hand glowed, but he could not use it no matter what, let alone escape. He glanced at the word written on his palm. When he realized that the word had disappeared, he could not help but panic. This was the method that his master had taught him. He said that no one could stop it, but now, Jiang Ming had stopped him from escaping. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. If he did not listen, wouldn't he die? Seeing that Jiang was in a daze, Jiang Ming could not help but frown unhappily. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about how to escape? Keep dreaming. I won't give you that chance. As he spoke, he tightened the rope around Jiang's body. Sikong Wuyuan felt uncomfortable. He could not help but say, I can't take it anymore. Is there anything that can make me feel better temporarily? Jiang Ming quickly took out his silver needles and pierced a few acupuncture points on Sikong Wuyuan's body. He also took out some pills from his pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. Sikong Wuyuan swallowed the pills in one gulp, and only then did he feel much better. I want some too, Yuan Hehe said hurriedly. One really can't take it anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Ming used the same method on Yuan Hehe. When the two of them were feeling better, he said, we can't go back to the village, there must be something waiting for us in the village. We'll wait and see who will come to save Jiang. No one will save me, Jiang said coldly. I'm just an abandoned pawn. They would not save me and risk ruining their plans. You should know that, so it's useless to treat me like this. In his heart, he was thinking of a way to escape. Everything he said was true, but a part of it was also false. He knew that his master was loyal and would not give up on him. However, because he did not complete the mission, he would be punished. Therefore, he was afraid that his master would come to save him later. However, he did not want his master to be in danger. He felt that his master might not be able to defeat Jiang Ming. He felt that he had to find a way to escape on his own. Sikong Wuyuan felt that Jiang's words made sense. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming and said, I'll think he's right. I think we might as well go back to the village, there might be something else there. Right now, we still don't know a lot of things. In fact, he felt that there might be something special in the village. If his spiritual energy suddenly increased, it would be a blessing. Jiang did not expect Sikong Wuyuan to come to help him. Yeah, he quickly replied. Let's hurry to the village. Jiang Ming did see through his thoughts. He shook his head and said, that's impossible. Let's just wait here. I don't believe that no one will come. Jiang smiled bitterly. He looked around and found his partner, Chen Xingli, hiding in the grass. He could not help but be surprised. He did not expect his partner to actually follow him. This was great. He had a chance to escape. He could not stay here for a moment longer. After thinking for a moment, he said to Chen Xingli in his heart, Jiaozhu is very powerful. We can't let our guard down. Just now, I wrote the word escape on my palm. I accurately used the method that master taught, but the word disappeared. This is what he did. You have to watch out later. Don't get caught by him. Chen Xingli could not help but be shocked. Are you sure? How could the word disappear? Jiaozhu looks so young. I don't think he has that much spiritual energy. Could it be that you used up most of your spiritual energy just now, so it disappeared so easily? He did not believe Jiang's words. In his opinion, in this world, his master's strength was already the highest. It was impossible for there to be someone stronger than his master in this world. Moreover, the other party was such a young kid. It did not seem like the other party had used a secret technique to rejuvenate his youth. Seeing that his companion did not believe him, Jiang quickly became anxious. You know my character. If you don't trust me, you'll suffer a huge loss. At that time, we'll all die. Just be obedient. We'll discuss this later. Jiang Ming noticed that Jiang seemed to be in a daze the whole time and couldn't help but feel strange. No matter how much a person was in a daze, no matter how much they thought of a way to escape, they would not think for so long. Could it be that there were companions present? Thinking of this, he also said to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He in his heart. There might be other companions around here. You guys have to be careful. Don't get caught by them. Your injuries haven't recovered yet. If I suffer another heavy blow, it's very likely that I'll be paralyzed. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but grit his teeth. This Jiang was really difficult to resist. Now, he actually called his companions over. This is great. We might as well go to the village. When the villagers are present, they won't dare to act casually. After all, they still need to obtain the prestige of the villagers. Yuan Heshua said, that's true. But I feel that the village is also a drug den. If we go there, more people will gather. That's still better than us being in the open while they're in the dark. They're plotting against us in the dark, right? Sikong Wu Yuan said as his eyes became confused. He did not know what to do, but he felt that returning to the village was the only feasible solution. Jiang Ming pondered. Let me think. Let's wait a little longer. If she's still not here, we'll go back to the village. We might as well find his companions directly. Yuan He had other thoughts. He closed his eyes and released spiritual energy around him. The spiritual energy waves vibrated and told him something in response. I think I've found that person, Yuan He quickly said. But I can't pinpoint his exact location. He's been on the move the whole time. Jiang, who was tied up, could not help but feel nervous. Why are you always walking around? He asked Qin Xingli. Stop quickly. Don't let them discover you. Do you understand? Qin Xingli asked. This is a spell to save you. Only by constantly moving around can I find a chance to take you away. Jiang could not help but feel a headache coming on. How did he find such a companion? However, seeing that the other party wanted to save him, he could only endure it. At the thought of this, he said calmly to the other party, don't think like that. Just listen to me. Stop first. We'll talk later. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming had already taken action. He set up an inescapable net around him, and layers of enchantments began to spread in all directions. Soon, Qin Xingli was bound. Qin Xingli wanted to continue running around, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he could not help but panic and struggle. However, he had already been noticed by Jiang Ming. He quickly came in front of Qin Xingli, looked him up and found that it was a man who looked like Jiang. He pulled her out and pushed her to Jiang's side. Your companion is here to save you. You were tied up really quickly, Jiang said with a bitter smile as he looked at Qin Xingli, who was tied up tightly. Qin Xingli was furious. It's all this man's fault for releasing the barrier. If he hadn't released the barrier, I would have been able to hold on for a while. Don't worry. There will be new people coming to save us later. Master won't give up on us. Jiang Ming heard it and nodded. Then wait for your master to come. Jiang couldn't help but laugh out of anger. He cursed in his heart, Qin Xingri, you're really my good teammate. Now, it's great. What if master gets caught later? However, Chen Xingri felt that Jiang was making a mountain out of a molehill. He even looked at Jiang Ming and the others disdainfully. Just the few of you are not enough to fill the gaps between my master's teeth. You even want to take my master away. You guys are thinking pretty well. Yo, you're still thinking about your master killing us? Have you ever thought that your life is now in our hands? Are you afraid that we will attack you? Sikong Wu Yuan felt that the person in front of him was quite annoying. He couldn't help but complain. No wonder he's Jiang's partner. The two of them are really the same. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you off, Chen Xingli said nonchalantly. My master is the strongest person in this world. If you don't hurry up and beg for mercy from me, I will consider waiting for my master to come over and ask him to forgive you. I think you really need to learn your lesson. Yuan Hehe couldn't take it anymore. He stood up with all his strength and threw a big bag forward. Chen Xingri looked at him in disbelief. Feeling the pain on his face, Chen Xingli could not help but feel resentful. You actually treated me like this. Just you wait. I'll definitely let master torture you to death. Alright, torture. Yuan Hehe was still in a fit of anger at first, but he couldn't help but laugh. When he heard that, he suddenly felt that Chen Xingli was just a fool who didn't know what to do. What was there to be calculative about? In any case, the other party's life was now in his hands. In a while, he, His Highness Savior, and Sikong Wu Yuan would subdue his master. This fool probably wouldn't be able to say anything. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Xingri and Jiang's expressions suddenly changed drastically. They began to panic and then spat out yellow liquid. Jiang Ming and the other two were stunned. What's wrong with these two? Why did you suddenly become like this? The two of them did not reply. Instead, they closed their eyes and fainted on the ground. Jiang Ming wanted to go forward to check, but a cloud of smoke suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking their vision. The smoke was quite choking, and the three of them could not help but cough. After a while, the smoke dispersed and the person disappeared. Sikong Wu Yuan was enraged. This must be the work of their master. He probably just wanted to attract our attention. I really didn't expect their master to be so sinister. Jiang Ming was quite open-minded. It seems that we have to return to the village. Yes, Yuan Hehe tried to help Sikong Wu Yuan up. We only know everything when we get to the village. It's okay. I can do it myself. Sikong Wu Yuan raised his hand to block and nodded. The village was filled with danger, and he could not fall behind and drag them down. The group arrived at the village. There was no one in the village. It was empty. Smoke rose from the chimneys in the house as if someone was cooking. Only then did Jiang Ming realize that lanterns had been hung in front of every household. However, they clearly did not see them when they came. At this moment, as if someone knew that they were here, the sound of horns and drums rang out again. Sikong Wu Yuan realized that something was wrong. He said to Jiang Ming suspiciously in his heart, Jiao Zhu, this doesn't look like they are cooking. It looks more like they are going to cook us. Yuan Hehe also heard his words and could not help but be terrified. Cook us? Are these villagers that vicious? Jiang Ming coughed. Don't overthink. Let's wait and see. We'll know later. In his heart, he was actually able to accept it. No matter what happened today, they had already come here. There was no other way out. Even if they really wanted to eat them, what could they do? He still had to go up and fight with them. Jiang Ming was resolute. At this moment, the villagers seemed to know that they had returned. They left their homes one after another, but their faces were gloomy. Seeing this, Jiang Ming and the other two could not help but be stunned. Then they realized that they were floating forward. It was as if they had no feet. They carried a sense of hostility and rushed straight to Jiang Ming and the other two. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but frown and fall to the ground. Huh? The two of them could not help but be stunned. They looked at each other. Jiang Ming did not understand either. He went forward to help them up, but he saw that the group of people had arrived in front of him. They collectively reached out their hands, wanting to pull Jiang Ming and the other two over. Jiang Ming quickly raised his hand and released a hidden barrier in the middle. He directly blocked the advancement of these villagers. However, the villagers still did not give up. As if they were being controlled, they kept roaring at Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming did not want to bother about this. He ran to see Kong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe to check. For some reason, the two of them were paralyzed and could not stand up at all. Sikong Wu Yuan felt a headache coming on. How are we half paralyzed? There seems to be a problem. We didn't even meet those villagers. How did we become like this? Yuan Hehe was also very confused. He angrily hit his legs, but he could not feel them. What's wrong with my legs? It's really infuriating. The villagers' loud voices could be heard. You will die. You will die soon. These words made Jiang Ming and the other two feel extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Ming looked at the villagers coldly. He raised his hand and released some spiritual energy. The spiritual energy transformed into ropes and tied the villagers up one by one. Every villager was tied up tightly. However, the villagers did not seem to care at all. Instead, they were still shouting. You're hurting us now, but you're only tying up your luck. You'll encounter a lot of difficulties later. Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but frown. Were these villagers controlled by something? How did they become like this? Sikong Wu Yuan said irritably, what's wrong with these villagers? They were fine when we saw them just now, but now they seem to have been possessed. I'm afraid they're not possessed. I think they are being controlled, Jiang Ming complained while checking the issue with his companions' bodies. However, he discovered that Sikong Wu Yuan had suddenly gained a few strands of strange aura. Before he could think further, Yuan Hehe began to vomit. His eyes turned purple. He pointed at Sikong Wu Yuan and said, Sikong Wu Yuan smells strange. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming guessed the reason why they could not stand up, and quickly sealed their five senses. However, the villagers seemed to be a little unhappy and kept grabbing at the barrier. They were clearly mortals, but they had indestructible bodies and even possessed strength that surpassed mortals. The sound of the villagers grabbing the barrier was very torturous. Jiang Ming and the other two could not help but frown. However, Sikong Wu Yuan also showed the same symptoms as Yuan Hehe. Jiang Ming knew that if he did not solve the problem now, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe would be in danger. At this moment, a monk in a robe suddenly descended from the sky. The monk held the prayer beads in his left hand and placed his right hand on his chest. He muttered to himself, you villains. How dare you trespass into the village and hurt the villagers? Your crimes are unforgivable. These words made Jiang Ming laugh out of anger. They trespassed into the village? They were brought in by the villagers. They wanted to hurt the villagers? The villagers were the ones who wanted to take their lives. Even though they felt uncomfortable, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were also speechless. Yuan Hehe cursed. I've been around for a while, but I've never met someone who can distort the truth so well. Today, I've opened my eyes. You're really the first. The monk's eyes were bloodshot. A jade scepter symbol appeared on his forehead, and a golden lotus flower appeared in his hand. Hun. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Was he so feminine? Was the attack actually a golden lotus? When the monk sensed this, he immediately felt angry. How ignorant! They did not even know what the golden lotus was. However, being killed by the golden lotus was also a kind of honor. After thinking it through, he blew at the golden lotus in his hand. The golden lotus immediately released a wave of power that was transmitted to the villagers. In an instant, they underwent earth-shattering changes and even gained some spiritual energy. The villagers quickly knocked out a crack on the barrier. Seeing the crack, the monk was pleased with himself. He knew that no one could withstand the power of the golden lotus. However, it did not take long for him to stop smiling. Ever since a crack appeared in the barrier that blocked the villagers, no matter what the villagers did, the crack did not expand. It had been some time now, but there was still only a small crack in the barrier. His wish of Jiang Ming and the other two dying when the barrier was broken did not come true at all. This gave Jiang Ming time to act. He quickly found the source of Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's discomfort and used his spiritual energy to eliminate it. He was afraid that something would happen to their bodies again, so he fed them quick recovery pills. Seeing this, the monk's face fell even more. Who was Jiao Zhu? How could his barrier be so powerful that even the power of the golden lotus could not deal with it? Could it be that Jiao Zhu was someone who used a secret technique like the rejuvenation technique and was actually an old demon? But even old demons should not be able to block the power of the golden lotus. Right? He wanted to see who Jiao Zhu was. Your face is so angry that it doesn't look good. Do you feel okay? After Yuan Hehe was done, he looked at the monk impatiently and felt extremely refreshed. He loved seeing people like him unhappy. I'm just playing around with some mutts. The monk sneered. Some mutts. Really think they're very powerful. As he spoke, he blew the golden lotus a few more times. A few sharp horns immediately appeared on it, and these sharp horns instantly transferred to the bodies of the children among the villagers. In less than a second, these children instantly turned into demons with fiery chariots and spears. Jiang Ming looked at it for a long time and did not react. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe burst out laughing. How flashy. Those who don't know better would think that they're putting on a show. Yuan Hehe made a face at the monk. Sikong Wu Yuan was more composed, but he looked at the monk with disdain. His eyes were clearly filled with scorn. The monk was not angry. He just watched from the side. He did not believe that Jiao Zhu's barrier could not be broken even after he added some more power. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was relatively calm. He stood at the side, without moving. The barrier had not been broken yet. The monk seemed to have been thinking about how to break through the barrier. Then, he would wait until the barrier was broken. It was just the right time to preserve his stamina. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but feel curious. They did not know when this barrier would be broken, nor did they know how stable it was. However, in their hearts, they still hoped that the barrier could last a little longer. In this way, the villagers' stamina would be exhausted. On the contrary, they had a better chance of winning the battle. With this thought in mind, they were also prepared, and their hearts were filled with vigilance. However, after waiting for a long time, the barrier did not show any signs of breaking. The monk could not help but feel anxious. He puffed up his cheeks and blew at the golden lotus a few more times. Why couldn't he break through the barrier? What exactly was the problem? Could it be that the spiritual energy of the golden lotus flower was no longer presentable? Although his heart was filled with doubts, the monk did not forget to maintain his calm on the surface. He still maintained his stoic expression. Yuan He had been observing his expression. Seeing that his expression did not change at all, he could not help but mutter to himself, "He's really calm." At this time, due to the excessive consumption of stamina, the villagers could not keep up. They began to gradually collapse one by one. Seeing this, the monk's expression changed. He knew that none of these villagers were useful. Then, he injected a portion of spiritual energy into them. The villagers stood up one after another. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were obviously full of energy. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be dumbstruck. Although he did not want to admit the strength of this monk, it was enough to show that this monk was rather formidable. Yuan He was extremely nervous as he stared at the barrier in front of him. If they were not careful, they would all die. He had seen such a phenomenon before. At that time, even the person who released the barrier was attacked. At that time, that person was covered in injuries and had lost his life. Now that things had come to this, he was really worried that their situation would be the same as what he had seen before. While he was thinking about this, the children had already made their move. They used countless fireballs to hit the barrier. When Jiang Ming saw this, he suddenly thought of a wonderful plan. He raised his hand and changed the barrier above. He used his spiritual energy to increase its elasticity. With this elasticity, the fireballs that were about to hit it were bounced back. Those children were immediately hit and fell to the ground. However, these children were not mature. When they fell to the ground, they immediately started crying. The cries were deafening. Jiang Ming had expected it and injected some spiritual energy into himself, Sikong Wu Yuan, and Yuan He, making their hearing extremely weak. This way, they could not hear the cries of the children. However, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He understood how miserable their cries were. For a moment, they could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, they had Jiaozhu. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. What the monk hated the most was the sound of children crying. When he heard this, he frowned. The sound was deafening. He hated children. Don't cry. Seeing the children crying extremely loudly, he could not help but shout at them. Yuan He secretly laughed. The monk was asking for trouble now, right? However, the moment the cries became louder, the villagers seemed to have gone crazy. They continuously attacked the barrier as if they did not care about their lives. However, despite this, the barrier still showed no signs of being broken. The monk had originally had hope because they had become motivated. He was watching from the side, but he did not expect that the barrier would not be broken. He could not help but lose his patience. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. It's been so long, but this barrier is still the same as before. I guess I'll have to break it. He cursed and decided to take back the golden lotus, intending to shake it open himself. However, Jiang Ming did not intend to give him such an opportunity. He had already sneaked behind the monk when he was not paying attention. He stole his treasure bag. Where do you want to run to? He deliberately smiled sinisterly behind the monk. The monk could not help but jump in fright. He hurriedly turned his head and placed his hand in the direction of the treasure bag. When he realized that it was not there, he could not help but find it strange. The monk was dumbfounded. As he looked down, the monk's face darkened. His waist, which should have been carrying something, was empty. There was no trace of the treasure bag. It's you. You must have taken my treasure bag. Hand it over. Thinking about it casually, the monk felt that something was wrong. He looked up and glared at Jiang Ming. How can I return something that I took so much effort to get? Jiang Ming asked with a faint smile. Besides, whoever finds it will get it. Don't even think about taking it away. As he said that, he raised his hand and shot out lightning blades at the monk. The lightning blades exploded with his movements like firecrackers. The monk did not take them seriously at all. He did not even dodge and went forward to grab Jiang Ming. However, he had underestimated the power of Jiang Ming's lightning blades. After a while, he felt extremely sore. When he turned his head again, he did not know when it had happened, but his clothes were all torn and stained with blood. It was obvious that he was injured by Jiang Ming's lightning blades. The monk could not help but be shocked. These were just ordinary lightning blades, and in the end, he suffered such a heavy blow. Wasn't this too strange? Normally, he would have been fine even if he did not retaliate against an attack that was 100 times stronger than this. Jiao Zhu's lightning blades were too special. Could it be that he had secretly cultivated some secret technique? However, he was just a young kid. What kind of peerless technique could he really have? The lightning blades, this time, were probably just a coincidence. Thinking of this, the monk still did not intend to take Jiang Ming seriously, and continued to move forward. He mocked him as he walked forward. I thought you had great ability, kid. In the end, it's just this. Don't look at the wounds on my body. They're actually nothing. Don't think that you can beat me by yourself. If you know what's good for you, beg for mercy and tell me why this barrier won't be destroyed. I can still let you go. Although Jiang Ming's technique was not very good, the barrier was indeed very strong and tenacious. He had to learn Jiang Ming's secret technique, no matter what. He might be able to use it in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. The monk was ambitious. He wanted him to beg for mercy, and he also wanted his secret technique. What a good plan. He would be a fool to follow the monk's wishes. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe watched from the side and could not help but worry. They did not know the monk's strength, but since he could take out a high-grade magic tool like the golden lotus, it meant that he was not weak. Although Jiang Ming was also very powerful, he did not have a lot of experience. Moreover, the monk was obviously much older than him. He might have seen all kinds of unimaginable spells. Jiang Ming might lose this battle. Jiao Zhu, I think you should pretend to beg the monk for mercy. Siko Wu Yuan could not help but say. No, he will only get worse. Jiang Ming did not expect Xikong Wu Yuan to say this, but he knew that he was worried about him. He conjured a sharp blade in his hand and planned to fight the monk. You're asking for trouble. The monk snorted again and attacked Jiang Ming with his bare hands. Jiang Ming also calmly stepped forward to fight. He was slow and unhurried. However, the more he fought, the more the monk felt that his spiritual energy was being consumed. Jiang Ming felt that his spiritual energy was getting more and more abundant. You're a monster that absorbs spiritual energy. Realizing something, the monk widened his eyes and cursed him. However, there was nothing he could do. He simply threw out a smoke grenade and ran away. It was difficult for him to deal with such a monster. It was better to retreat. Jiao Zhu actually had an ability that even he did not have. This was too strange. He had to look into it. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. However, the monk was gone, so they could not ask further. Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were contused. Why did he run away so soon after the fight? Why was the monk so afraid of Jiao Zhu? Jiang Ming could actually absorb spiritual energy? There should not be such a secret technique to absorb spiritual energy in this world, right? How did Jiang Ming learn it? What else could Jiao Zhu do? Was there an even more terrifying ability to come? This information made them unable to think straight. Without the monk, the villagers' spiritual energy dissipated. They had used too much strength, but in the end, they were exhausted, and they collapsed, to the ground. Jiang Ming checked everyone's breathing and found that they were all dead. He could not help but sigh. These villagers could be considered victims. Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's attention was also shifted over and they sighed. The entire village was gone. They never wanted to see such an outcome. The monk was really cruel. The sound of clapping could be heard, and the three of them realized that one of the children was still alive. Mr. Blind is in the valley. The drooling child raised his head and smiled foolishly. He looked at Jiang Ming and the other two. What? Yuan Hehe could not help but shiver. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, "There seems to be something wrong with this child." In that instant, he felt like he was in a trance. The child seemed to have transformed. He had a huge bloody mouth that was opened wide. Oh my God! Yuan Hehe could not help but take a few steps back and shake his head. However, he realized that the child had returned to his previous expression. Yuan Hehe, what's wrong? Xikong Wu Yuan asked with concern. Why do you look like you've seen a demon? Yuan Hehe took a deep breath. He did not dare to explain the situation in front of him, so he could only tell him in his heart. Xikong Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment. He could not help but go up to check on the child's condition. If what Yuan Hehe saw was true, they might be in danger. This child is the only one left in the entire village, and he's not clear-headed. Let's go and find the blind man according to what he said. Jiang Ming's thoughts were clear as he looked ahead. At this moment, a strange fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and he could not help but frown. What was this fragrance? What was it? Just as he was thinking about it, Xikong Wu Yuan suddenly retreated. His eyes were filled with surprise and panic as he stammered, He can really transform. His words sounded a little strange. Jiang Ming turned to look at him. Are you sick? As he spoke, Jiang Ming was about to place his hand on Xikong Wu Yuan's forehead, but the latter dodged Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. He was about to speak, but Sikong Wu Yuan spoke first. Moreover, he sounded frightened. You. On your head. He stuttered as if he was frightened. On my head? Jiang Ming covered his head and glanced at Sikong Wu Yuan. Unexpectedly, his next words rendered him speechless. Ning Kaichen, you have fleas on your head. Jiang Ming was speechless. He seriously suspected that Sikong Wu Yuan was possessed by something. However, there was one more person who said that. Yuan He pointed at Jiang Ming's head. His eyes were filled with shock. Ning Kaichen, there are really fleas. Jiang Ming touched his head and said helplessly, where did the fleas come from? It's as if you're possessed. Unexpectedly, Yuan He and Sikong Wu Yuan pointed at each other and said, you have fleas on your head too. Jiang Ming did not just feel that these two people were possessed by something. They were simply insane. Just as he was thinking about it, he realized that the child had poured some fine powder into his palm. It's all right, he said as he blew at the powder. It's all right. Everything's all right. Jiang Ming felt a headache coming on. What was this child doing? Turning his head, he found Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He both unconscious on the ground. Guys. What's wrong? Jiang Ming was confused, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked around and saw that there was only him and this child left. Jiang Ming started to look at the child. The child suddenly stood up. Why? Didn't you fall? Jiang Ming was instantly enlightened. It looks like you're playing dumb. No wonder Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He were so hallucinating so badly that they said they had fleas. Haha. The child's body burst into intense flames, and the ground was dyed red. You must know that this is a world of slaughter. He panted heavily and roared at Jiang Ming. It was as if his body weighed 1,000 pounds. A lion spirit body appeared in front of him and rushed straight at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming frowned. He pointed his palm at the air and drew a square shield. The lion had already rushed over, and its roar was heard. The shield also blocked the lion's way, but Jiang Ming did not feel the impact. Children will still be children. Taking advantage of this moment, he quickly shot out silver needles with his right hand, forcing the child to retreat. The child felt a ray of light shining on his eyes. He could not open his eyes at all. When he finally opened his eyes, Jiang Ming had already appeared in front of him. You finally opened your eyes. Jiang Ming smiled, but he grabbed his neck and threw him aside. Intense pain swept through the child's entire body. The child frowned and rubbed his buttocks. What do you want to do? He became frustrated. He had clearly planned everything, but why didn't Jiao Zhu feel anything at all? He had released a knockout powder that made people hallucinate. Seeing that Jiang Ming was getting closer and closer, the child could not help but ask this. He clenched his fists tightly. No matter what, he could not lose. He had to win and avenge the entire village. What do you mean, why? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment before he understood. This child might have used some sort of knockout powder, but he seemed very normal and was not affected at all. However, he did not know why either. He did not expect himself to be safe and sound. However, he could not say that. He did not know, right? Unexpectedly, the child seemed to understand Jiang Ming's inner thoughts. He said in disbelief, "Don't tell me you don't know?" He quickly rejected this idea. How was this possible? If he did not know, then it meant that his powder had no effect on Jiao. However, only people with extremely terrifying strength could achieve this. The man in front of him was obviously still very young. How could such a young person reach such strength? Secondly, this powder also had the specific effect of absorbing spiritual energy. Even if Jiao was very powerful, he could feel a portion of the spiritual energy absorbed. However, he could not feel any spiritual energy at all. This was too strange. I don't want to say this, but I really don't know. Jiang Ming smiled awkwardly. He was very confused. Could it be that the powder was used incorrectly? Or would it just affect a few people? This was truly inconceivable. Hey, why are you in a daze when I'm talking? The child was extremely dissatisfied, and his eyes were cold. He hated it when people were in a daze when he asked questions. Brat, your life is now in my hands. Jiang Ming sized him up, but his eyes were fixed on Sikong Yuan and Yuan. Hee. Heh, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? The child did not think that Jiang Ming was a threat, so he sneered. He had something even more powerful in his hands. Jiao would definitely. Seeing that the child seemed to be confused about the current situation, Jiang Ming raised his hand and brought it down. Some powder suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiang Ming felt a choking sensation, and then he saw the child in front of him with his mouth wide open. While the child was in a daze, Jiang Ming quickly tied him up. The child looked at the rope on his body and could not help but be shocked. This powder was exactly what he wanted to use, but who would have thought that it would have no effect on Jiao? If it had worked, Jiao's eyes would have gone blind, and his flesh and bones would have rotted. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel indignant. Why? When he first encountered this powder, he had already experienced bone-piercing pain, but Jiao seemed to be safe and sound. Why was this? He sighed in his heart and shouted at Jiang Ming again. Jiao, don't think that you can hurt me just because you tied me up. Mr. Blind won't let you off. Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but snort. Who was this person this child had mentioned? He did not know how many people had told him this, but the final result was not very good. No. I won't let you off. The child suddenly had a bitter look on his face. Immediately after, his eyes were bloodshot, and his hands were covered with an astonishing number of patterns. Jiang Ming looked at it strangely. He raised his hand and released his spiritual energy at him, forcefully pouring his spiritual energy into the child's body. There was a turbid aura that did not belong to this child covering it. Jiang Ming tried to get rid of the aura, but he could not succeed. In the end, the child's body was swollen, and Jiang Ming was affected by the black gas. He staggered, and his breathing was rapid. His internal organs were under pressure, and he was about to suffocate. In a trance, he seemed to see the shell in his pocket fly out automatically. It brought with it a suction force and sucked all the black gas out of his body. Jiang Ming closed his eyes and felt that his physical condition was beginning to improve. After a while, he realized that he seemed to be more energetic and stronger than before. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Sikong Yuan and Yuan He, who were completely unharmed, looking at him with worried expressions. Jiang Ming was surprised. He clearly remembered that the three of them were in danger. You guys, aren't you? He was slightly surprised and did not know where to start. Your shell saved us, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He said in unison. Shell? Jiang Ming was still a little confused. He suddenly remembered the scene he had seen before and suddenly became worried. After absorbing so many evil things, he wondered how the shell was doing. He looked to the side and immediately found the shell. The shell was green and purple and had some strange patterns on it. The patterns were faintly discernible. Jiang Ming touched the shell and found that there were rough grooves on it. This shell might still be salvageable. With this thought in mind, he took out some fine spiritual energy from his hand and covered the shell with it. You still want to save the shell? That's right. If it weren't for the shell, you would have died by now. The child held on with his last bit of strength. His eyes were filled with hatred as he rushed toward Jiang Ming and the other two. Things are different now. What else do you want to do to us? Sikong Wu Yuan narrowed his eyes. An axe appeared in his hand, and he swung it over. The two forces collided, and a ray of light burst out. Jiang Ming and Yuan He were also illuminated by the light. When they saw everything clearly again, they found Sikong Wu Yuan and the child lying on the ground. It did not look like anything major had happened, but cracks had already appeared on the ground. Could it be that Sikong Wu Yuan? Yuan He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan's pained expression and could not help but feel nervous. No, don't worry, Jiang Ming said with certainty. Yuan He was still worried. He got up to check on Sikong Wu Yuan's injuries. Jiang Ming did not care about this. He continued to gather his spiritual energy into the shell, trying to heal it. However, the shell did not react at all. The black gas had completely seeped into it, not giving Jiang Ming a chance to eliminate it. Hey, come on. Jiang Ming could not help but sigh. His eyes were filled with helplessness. Although this shell had not been with him for long, he still wanted to save it. Just as he was thinking this, the shell suddenly flashed with some light. Although it was faintly discernible and very weak, it gave Jiang Ming hope. He hurriedly injected some spiritual energy into it, but this spiritual energy suddenly disappeared. He could not help but be stunned. Was there really no way to save the shell? At this moment, the shell suddenly began to shine again, just like before. However, this time, the flash of light became bigger and brighter. Jiang Ming could not help but smile. It seemed that the shell had survived. As soon as this thought passed, the shell flew back into his pocket. It was radiant, and the color of the shell had changed. On the other side, Yuan He also found that Sikong Wu Yuan was fine and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, they realized that the village had suddenly caught on fire. The fire spread extremely quickly and was extremely strong. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He could not help but stare at it with their mouths agape. Weren't they dealing with this child here just now? How did the village spontaneously combust? However, they did not have time to think about it anymore. Now that the fire had spread to where they were, if they did not retreat, they would also be burned. Let's leave quickly, Jiang Ming said to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. He felt strange as he spoke. Who started this fire? They were puzzled. When they reached a safe place, they realized that the flames had spread into the forest. We'll all die if we stay here any longer, Sikong Wu Yuan said, dumbfounded. No, I won't let us die. Jiang Ming felt that there should still be some hope. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, he raised his hand and cast a barrier on the spot. However, the flame seemed to be controlled by someone. It instantly rushed toward them. However, the barrier blocked the flames. Xikong Wuyuan originally thought that they were all going to be burned to death. Seeing this, he could not help but be stunned. How was this possible? What kind of power was this? In fact, Jiang Ming did not quite understand, but he realized something. They had to think of a new plan. Now that the flames were everywhere, they had no way out. They had to work hard to find another way. Yuan Hehe inhaled some smoke and could not help but choke and cough. Smoke lingered. Although the barrier could block the flames, it could not block the smoke at all. Jiang Ming looked at Xikong Wuyuan, who was also choking, and he could not help but feel nervous. According to their current situation, if they did not leave, they would easily die. Even if they did not burn to death, the smoke would kill them. At this moment, a bell rang. It sounded extremely close to them. Jiang Ming could not help but look around, but he could not find any trace of the bell. He felt strange. Where did this bell come from? Could it be that it came from the same person who set the fire? Before they could figure it out, Xikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe started to feel pain and fell to the ground. They could not speak. Things just kept happening to them. Jiang Ming quickly gave them some pills. With these pills to keep them alive, they did not feel as much pain. However, immediately after, many sharp blades suddenly shot into the barrier. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell such a thing had happened. The sharp blades were transparent, and they were obviously poisonous. Jiang Ming immediately understood. Someone wanted to kill them all. No matter what, they could not let that person succeed. They had to escape from here. Just as he was thinking that he wanted to enter the fire directly, he was stopped by Xikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe, who had discovered his plan. Ming. Kaichen, what are you doing? The two men asked in disbelief. Do you want to die? Even if there's no hope, you can't be like this. Jiang Ming understood what they were thinking. He explained, it's not that I want to die. I just think this fire might be an illusion. I want to check it out. Anyway, even if the fire is real, I've already wrapped myself in spiritual energy. It's unlikely for the flames to touch me. Even if they do, I won't be too injured. Xikong Wuyuan's face darkened. No, we can't let you take the risk. We have to leave this place. Just stay here. What if something happens later? That's right, Yuan Hehe chimed in. The three of us have always depended on each other. It doesn't make sense if one of us gets hurt. After saying this, Yuan Hehe began to cough violently, and Xikong Wuyuan followed suit. Due to the strength of the flames, the smoke became thicker and thicker. Jiang Ming heard a voice again, but it was a human voice. Do you want to live? Give me all your spiritual energy, and I'll let you leave. Xikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe also heard this voice. Xikong Wuyuan could not help but spit on the ground. Even if we die, we can't give you our spiritual energy. If we give you our spiritual energy, what if you hurt people with it? Elle knew it. How could those villagers all die like that? You probably orchestrated this entire thing? Yuan Hehe glared angrily and released his spiritual energy randomly in all directions, but the flames did not weaken at all. Not only that, but a candlelight suddenly appeared above the flames. The candlelight was very far away from Xikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe. When they came closer to take a look, they realized that it was not candlelight, but a shooting star. The meteor flashed past and hit the barrier, causing an explosion. However, the barrier did not budge. Yuan Hehe was still in a state of shock. He muttered to himself, Ning Kaichen, it seems that the person in the dark really wants to kill us. He doesn't want to give us any chance of survival. He keeps trying to break through the barrier and kill us. Perhaps not all of the villagers had died. Some of them were still alive. Jiang Ming suddenly felt something strange and could not help but frown. Although they had seen the villagers come, he remembered that the women who were washing their clothes were not there. Moreover, the actions and words of these villagers seemed to be very stiff. Those who did not know better would think that they were puppets. This made him suspicious. Were those villagers even real? However, he could not think about this anymore. The meteors kept falling and hitting the barrier again and again. Although the barrier was still holding on, Jiang Ming knew that it would not be able to hold on for long. He had already used up a portion of his spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy consumed by the barrier he had created had already reached its limit. This barrier was stabilized according to the state of his body. Now that his body was rather weak, the stability naturally no longer existed. Sikong Wuyuan smiled. Those meteors are nothing against your barrier. Your barrier is strong. It can withstand any blow. Yuan Hehe looked at the barrier and pondered. Don't let them have any chance to enter. Jiang Ming thought that this suggestion was good and quickly said, you guys can try putting in your spiritual energy too. However, he was a little worried. His spiritual energy was not compatible with Sikong Wuyuan's and Yuan Hehe's. So he did not know if their abilities would work. Sikong Wuyuan nodded in agreement when he heard what Jiang Ming said. He and Yuan Hehe stood opposite each other and put their hands together. Their spiritual energy was connected and directly entered the barrier. In an instant, Jiang Ming's worries were also eliminated. The barrier was extremely stable and fused extremely well with their spiritual energy. The three of them were surprised by the fusion. Yuan Hehe had originally wanted to try it out, but he did not expect it to work. He could not help but be surprised. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, Ning Kaichen, I didn't expect our spiritual energy to be compatible. This will definitely be of great use in the future. Jiang Ming smiled. Sikong Wuyuan started to think. Logically speaking, our spiritual energy should not be compatible. What's going on? Who knows? But it's a good thing that we can fuse them. Jiang Ming shrugged indifferently. At this moment, the flame suddenly jumped up and rushed toward Jiang Ming and the other two. Although they were protected, they could feel the heat. Yuan Hehe could not help but loosen his collar. It's too hot in here. The smoke is suffocating. Are we going to die here? Sikong Wuyuan's eyes widened, and he quickly took out a sword from his pocket. Let's try flying on a sword. We might be able to succeed. Jiang Ming felt that this method was good and nodded. However, Sikong Wuyuan discovered that his sword was just like an ordinary sword. There was no way to use spiritual energy to control the sword to fly. He could not help but fiddle with it. Looking at the sword from all directions, he muttered to himself, could it be that this sword has already rusted? Is it old? Why is there no reaction? Don't worry. Jiang Ming comforted him. Take a look. However, Yuan Hehe was already choking on the thick smoke. He was also coughing out blood. Jiang Ming realized that the situation was dangerous. He quickly took his sword and started to look for the problem himself. As he watched, he muttered to himself, "Sikong Wu Yuan, take a look at Yuan. He first. Don't let him encounter any danger. I should be able to repair this sword." Seeing that the sword was obviously intact, but was unable to be used, Jiang Ming simply condensed his spiritual energy and directly infused it into the sword. He did not believe that the sword would not react at all when he did this. The sword lit up. Jiang Ming was pleasantly surprised and tried to control the sword again. This time, he succeeded. He hurriedly brought Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He to step on the sword and fly out together. The smoke and flames instantly disappeared. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and landed with the two of them. At this moment, a blind man soared into the sky. He faced the distance and did not look at Jiang Ming and the other two, but his aura was pressing down on them. Jiang Ming snorted coldly. He was not afraid at all. The mastermind was here. It was time to settle the score. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He tidied their clothes, their eyes cold. This was probably the blind man that the child had mentioned. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, but it's close to dusk. The blind man stroked the strings of his zither and played slowly. Jiang Ming grinned. "You really know how to put on an act. What did you do to us just now? Don't you have any idea? If we didn't use our spiritual energy to escape, would you be cheering for our deaths now?" Sikong Wu Yuan stepped forward, wanting to grab the blind man. The blind man probably would not listen to him. He would only mock them. He would not apologize or beg for mercy. From the looks of it, they had to reason with the blind man. He saw the blind man was very close to him, but when he went over, he realized the blind man was 100 meters away from him. Seeing the distance, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he clenched his fists and wanted to continue moving forward. However, he realized the distance between the two of them had widened again. It was as if it was intentional. However, he did not see the blind man move at all. Yuan He watched as the two of them kept moving like this, and could not help but be confused. He knew that Sikong Wu Yuan wanted to beat him up, but he did not expect that the blind man would be able to stay where he was and pull away from Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be shocked. Then, he looked up at the blind man and wanted to go forward again. However, the result he got was still the same, and he could not help but feel frustrated. What was going on? Jiang Ming could not tell the reason, but he wanted to give it a try. He lifted his foot and wanted to approach the blind man. Then, he realized that he was in the same situation as Sikong Wu Yuan. He immediately understood. The blind man was afraid they would attack him, so he used an unknown secret technique. "Don't play tricks here." Yuan He snorted coldly. At this point, he set up a barrier around himself and the blind man, blocking the blind man's path. He did not believe the blind man would still be able to keep a distance from Rum after doing so. Thinking of this, Yuan He went up to the blind man and got the same result as before. He could not help but feel angry. What was going on? Jiang Ming saw this and decided to follow Yuan He's example. In the end, he realized that his result was very different from Yuan He's. He successfully approached the blind man and touched his shoulder. The blind man could not help but be shocked. "How did you do it?" Now that it was the blind man's turn to ask, Yuan He could not help but laugh out loud. I see that you don't have many skills. You're just bluffing here. As he spoke, he also wanted to get close to the blind man, but he realized that it was still impossible. He scratched his head. I really don't know what's going on. Why is only Jiao Zhu able to get close to the blind man? Sikong Wu Yuan pulled him back and said to Yuan Hehe in his heart, this is probably because Jiao Zhu's spiritual energy is more powerful than ours. That's why he was able to get close to the blind man. We'll wait to cultivate our spiritual energy so that we can be like Jiao Zhu. The latter part of his words was obviously meant to appease Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe understood what he meant. He could only say helplessly, then let's support him from behind. When the blind man wants to do something to Jiao Zhu, we can stop him. As he spoke, the blind man started playing the zither. The sound of the zither was faint and endless. Jiang Ming frowned. This song had a tragic feeling, as if it was signaling their end. As if he had thought of something, Jiang Ming subconsciously raised his hand and released a barrier. The barrier directly blocked the blind man's attack. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also realized at this moment the blind man's zither was different from an ordinary zither. They looked closely and saw some powder suddenly coming out of the zither. The powder was faintly discernible, but Jiang Ming felt a little scared. It was not the first time they had seen such powder, but this powder was probably something that could kill them directly. At this moment, an inexplicable wind suddenly blew. Jiang Ming subconsciously pulled Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe back. He could tell that the blind man had probably calculated everything and was waiting for them to come. The blind man started playing the zither faster and faster, and the strings were vibrating. Although Sikong Wu Yuan did not feel anything, he suddenly realized there seemed to be a few thin threads floating in the air, and he could not help but feel terrified. Jiang Ming also saw it clearly. A sharp blade quickly appeared in his hand. With the sharp blade in hand, his speed increased as he cut through the thin threads. However, what he did not expect was that in an instant, the thread would suddenly become longer. It wanted to pierce through Jiang Ming's body. Yuan Hehe quickly stepped forward and protected Jiang Ming, but it also gave the thread a chance to attack. An ear-piercing sound rang in Jiang Ming's ears. He watched helplessly as Yuan Hehe's blood splashed onto his body. Yuan Hehe fell to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Sikong Wu Yuan panicked and tried to catch Yuan Hehe, but he failed. Another thin thread found him. He was lucky enough to dodge the thin thread, but he did not manage to dodge the blind man's other attacks. The blind man had already thrown out a sword and plunged it into his heart. Sikong Wu Yuan. Yuan Hehe. Jiang Ming could not believe it. He rushed forward to save them, but he heard Yuan Hehe's voice. Don't worry, I'm fine. He can't touch me. The blind man isn't much. This voice was definitely Yuan Hehe's. Jiang Ming was about to heave a sigh of relief, but he suddenly remembered that He Xiang would imitate their tone and voice, so he immediately became vigilant. What if the person who fell just now was really Yuan Hehe? No matter what, he had to go up and confirm it. Thinking of this, he wanted to rush over, but he was pulled back by an invisible force. Not only that, but he also instantly realized that this power was unleashed by Yuan Hehe. However, Sikong Wu Yuan had clearly fallen. If he had made a move just now, he would have been able to support him. The blind man could not understand Yuan Hehe's actions, but he suddenly laughed mockingly. Don't overestimate yourself. I can see through your tricks. He strummed the zither again, and a stone instantly smashed into Yuan Hehe's head. The Yuan Hehe, standing there, instantly turned into a block of wood. Yuan Hehe did not expect to be discovered, and he could not help but feel troubled. He really did not expect the blind man to be smart enough to figure it out. However, it did not matter. He felt that Jiao Zhu would definitely be able to resolve it. At this moment, Jiang Ming also realized the blind man seemed to be relying on the zither in his hand to attack. He suddenly had an idea. If Jiang Ming destroyed this zither, would the blind man become an ordinary person? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ming took advantage of the fact that Yuan Hehe was pulling the blind man and quickly went over. He then released a few strands of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy instantly cut off the zither strings in the blind man's hands. Brat, do you really think I can't live without my zither? To his surprise, the blind man was extremely calm. He even threw the zither to the side as if he did not care at all. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be dumbstruck. Isn't this zither your favorite item? Why are you throwing it away, just like that? How can you still attack? In his opinion, those who were blind or deaf basically relied on one thing to survive. He really could not imagine that the blind man could do this. The blind man laughed. Old monk, you sure know how to talk. You don't think the blind are all useless, do you? Sikong Wu Yuan fell silent. He felt that if he nodded, he would be laughed at by the blind man. He wanted to avoid looking stupid. Jiang Ming did not care about his ego. He went directly behind the blind man and planned to give him a blow. The best way now was to make the blind man beg for mercy willingly. The blind man seemed to know that Jiang Ming was behind him. He turned his head in the next second and muttered to himself, you can't beat me at all. Just surrender. Yuan Hehe could feel the arrogance in his calm and steady tone, and he could not help but laugh. Did the blind man really think that he was all-powerful? Right now, he was not aware of his current situation at all. He wanted to see how the blind man would get out of the quagmire and make them beg for mercy with him and Jiang Ming attacking him from the front and back. Thinking of this, Yuan Hehe followed Jiang Ming behind the blind man without caring about anything else. This is nothing, the blind man laughed as if he was amused. He took out a flute and began to play. Seeing this, Jiang Ming could not help but click his tongue. It had to be said that the blind man really liked musical instruments. He just did not know what use this flute had. Based on his previous experience, Yuan Hehe rushed forward without hesitation, intending to snatch the flute. In the end, the moment he touched the blind man had already turned into a block of wood. Yuan Hehe could not help but feel irritated. In the next second, he heard the blind man's provocative voice. Children should go home and study hard. What are you doing here? You can't even learn the disguise technique. This disguise technique was what he had used just now. Yuan Hehe was enraged. He had never thought that he would be teased by the blind man. Then, he heard Sikong Wu Yuan's words. I'll wonder if the blind man has ever learned that arrogance and confidence are not the same thing. Then, Yuan Hehe raised his hand and found Sikong Wu Yuan appearing behind the real blind man and giving him a heavy blow on the head. Then, Jiang Ming appeared next to the blind man at some point in time. He released a barrier in all directions and locked him inside. It was as if the blind man had entered a transparent glass bottle and was being watched by Jiang Ming and the other two. However, the barrier was not soundproof, so they heard the blind man's last words. "Let me out. Damn it, do you think that you won't be in danger just because you locked me up? Just you wait. When I come out, all of you will die with me. You two brats, and that old man will die with me." Jiang Ming could not help but shake his head when he saw the blind man was still holding his head high. He was really weak, but he was very arrogant. When Sikong Wu Yuan heard this, he could not help but feel a little shocked. He knew that he was the oldest among the three of them, but he could not be called an old man. He was still a young man. How could he be called an old man? Did he really look as old as an old man? Yuan he saw through his thoughts. He patted his shoulder and said, "Sikong Wu Yuan, you are not old. You are very young. Don't listen to the blind man's nonsense." "Yeah, you're very young." Jiang Ming agreed. "Yes, the blind man is talking nonsense." Feeling comforted, Sikong Wu Yuan hurriedly nodded and cursed the blind man in his heart. He could not even see, yet he was still there to harm others. He should just stay in the barrier for the rest of his life and never come out. Yuan he looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and asked, curiously, "Sikong Wu Yuan, didn't you already fall? Why did you suddenly appear behind the blind man?" This was what the blind man found strange. He clearly remembered that he had indeed stabbed Sikong Wu Yuan's heart. How could he be unscathed and even pop up behind him? He was usually the most familiar with all kinds of secret techniques. If the Sikong Wu Yuan just now was a puppet, he should have noticed it. What was going on? Sikong Wu Yuan patted Jiang Ming's shoulder. "This is all thanks to Jiao Zhu. He secretly gave me spiritual energy so that I could use the disguise technique better." The blind man couldn't tell that it was a puppet. Jiang Ming was about to speak when he heard the blind man's endless roars. "How is this possible? It's just a worthless disguise technique. How could I not see it? It must be fake. You're all liars." At the end of his sentence, he became agitated and even punched and kicked the barrier aimlessly. Looking at this precise fist technique, Jiang Ming suspected that the man was not blind at all. He could not help but take a few more glances at him. He shook his head. Really, the blind man was so dramatic. Yuan he loudly said, "Wow, someone who is so proficient in disguises can actually be fooled by this kind of technique? How pathetic." The blind man could not stand hearing such words. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and said angrily, "Isn't it just a stupid disguise? That's nothing. Just wait and see. I'll definitely turn the tables." Although he said that, reality had already slapped him in the face. The blind man was obviously in the hands of Jiang Ming and the other two. Sikong Wu Yuan clicked his tongue and said, "It seems that you are still stupid and can't understand the situation. How pitiful. You wanted to kill us, but you almost killed yourself." As he said that, he deliberately laughed. The blind man's arrogant and domineering attitude just now had really annoyed him. He had to make him suffer, no matter what. The blind man was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He was trapped like a spider under a glass. Jiang Ming and the other two could kill him in any way they wanted. However, according to his past and experience, he was unwilling to yield to Jiang Ming and the other two. He tilted his head to the side and did not look at them at all. Jiang Ming saw through his thoughts and sneered. You think you can save yourself by being in denial? We haven't settled the score with you for what you did to us just now. Don't think that you can avoid everything just by turning away. His words were heard by the blind man, but he still turned around and continued to play dumb. He did not intend to pay attention to Jiang Ming and the other two. He did not believe that these people would still want to do anything to him if he seemed unaffected. He reckoned that they would try their best to make him speak. Even if he was trapped now, his presence would make the group anxious. Yuan snorted. It's okay if you won't talk. You're already in our hands. Anyway, we can torture you as much as we want. As he spoke, he deliberately threw the stone in his palm over. This was something he had prepared for a long time ago. He had a premonition that Jiang Ming would definitely capture the blind man. No matter what, he had to give the blind man a show of strength. Feeling that the stone was about to fall on him, the blind man retreated repeatedly. However, because the space in the barrier was extremely small, he could not dodge at all. He was hit on the head by the stone. Although Yuan did not use much force, the blind man was hurt badly. His head immediately turned red, and blood flowed down his face. The blind man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but blood just happened to flow into his mouth. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he glared at them. Why did you hit my head? Don't you know that you must never hurt my face? Even though he had no vision, his eyes were wide open, and it looked like he could see. Jiang Ming suddenly remembered something. He sized up the blind man and asked, Are those villagers really dead? Upon hearing this, the blind man was stunned for a moment. Then, he coughed and said, Of course, they're dead. Didn't you see them die with your own eyes? Otherwise, one wouldn't have come to you for revenge. Yuan was puzzled by Jiang Ming's question. Jiao Zhu, why are you asking this? Are those villagers fake? Thinking of the puppet incident from before, his heart could not help but thump. He asked the blind man, Are you sure that's true? Or did you hide the villagers just to deal with us? Those villagers might be puppets. The blind man's heart skipped a beat, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled. If they were really puppets, then they wouldn't be so full of life. How can a puppet make such a natural expression? How can a blind man like you can see such things? Sikong Wuyuan rolled his eyes. He knew that those villagers were probably fake. They really did not expect that they had been deceived for so long. If it was not for the fact that Jiao Zhu figured it out, they would still be in the dark. He had never killed so many villagers in his life. He still felt immense guilt about his actions. Now, he finally had a load off his mind. The blind man was still trying to hide something. He muttered to himself. Don't be ridiculous. Those villagers were killed by you. Stop wasting your energy by arguing. Jiang Ming chuckled. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the blind man deserved a beating. As he thought about it, he clenched his fists tightly, and the barrier also tightened with his movements. The space around the blind man instantly became much smaller. Although he could not see, he could feel the distance closing and could not help but panic. What's going on? Why did the barrier suddenly shrink? What do you think? You should know who released this barrier. Jiang Ming did not mention him, but the meaning in his words was obvious. The blind man gritted his teeth and did not dare to say anything else. However, his voice was relatively calm. He continued to say, "What do you want? What do you want more from me?" Jiang Ming looked at the blind man and narrowed his eyes. "We don't need much from you. We just need the villagers to come back to life." "What are you talking about?" The blind man was stunned. He asked, curiously. "What are you talking about? What resurrection? Why don't I understand?" Jiang Ming sneered. "Stop pretending. We know that those villagers are puppets. Where did you hide the real villagers?" He originally wanted to give the blind man a chance, but now he felt that there was no need. He would just ask him to hand over the item. Moreover, he had always been curious about the method of making such puppets. He should know now. Sikong Wu Yuan suddenly realized that something was falling from the sky. He quickly told Jiang Ming and Yuan he in his heart. The two of them instantly became vigilant. Immediately after, meteors dashed over and crashed toward Jiang Ming and the other two. These meteors were like thunderbolts, and they were extremely fast. They almost injured Sikong Wu Yuan. Jiang Ming raised his hand to the sky, and a huge barrier blocked these things. "Ha ha ha," the blind man suddenly laughed out loud. "They're finally here. It's time for you to die." Jiang Ming was a little confused and looked around. He realized that there was nothing around him. He really could not figure out who would come to save the blind man. On the contrary, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan he widened their eyes when they heard this, afraid that they might have missed something. "It's done. It's done. I can see," the blind man started clapping again. These words could not help but make Jiang Ming and the others dumbfounded. How did the blind man see? However, before they could come back to their senses, they realized that the ground suddenly began to shake. The three of them felt that this thing might be hidden in the ground. Jiang Ming quickly poured some spiritual energy into the ground. The spiritual energy seeped into the ground, but it did not penetrate it. Jiang Ming found it strange that there were no cracks on the ground under his feet. A wail sounded, and a wolf pack rushed over. Jiang Ming subconsciously looked at the blind man, only to find that he was staring at him with a smile. He could not help but shiver. "What do you want to do?" The blind man slapped his hands on the barrier and smiled sinisterly. "Jiao Zhu, you should let me out. Otherwise, these wolves will kill you." His words sounded ridiculous. Jiang Ming grinned. It was as if the wolf pack would not attack them if he let the blind man go. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that the blind man was bluffing. He glared at him and said, "Don't even think about it. We will never let you out." Yuan he approached the blind man and sized him up. "What do you want?" he asked. "Also, did you lure this wolf pack over? If we die, we'll definitely drag you down with us." Jiang Ming snorted coldly. Seeing that the wolf pack was getting closer and closer, he kicked the ground and cleaned up the debris on the ground. On the other side, he secretly laid a huge net with 3 stones as the medium. Jiang Ming was ready to face the enemy soon. The wolves bared their fangs and wanted to bite Jiang Ming and the other two. However, they were trapped by the barrier, and the whole group was bound by the net. However, just as Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan he were about to go up and capture these wolves, they realized that the wolf pack had disappeared. It was as if they had never existed. Jiang Ming looked directly at the blind man with a questioning look in his eyes. You did it, didn't you? Although it was a question, his tone was affirmative. Sikong Wu Yuan said angrily, is it fun to play with us like this? You really treat people like toys. As he spoke, he stepped forward and wanted to slap the blind man. However, the blind man had already regained his vision. He retreated a little. And Sikong Wu Yuan tripped on air. He did not even know when a pitch-black hole had appeared in front of him. However, he seemed to have been mistaken. When he looked down again, the hole had already disappeared. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that this place was filled with danger. He began to suspect that there were other people around. However, before he could think about it, Jiang Ming suddenly walked toward a tree, and he became faster and faster. The blind man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly stepped forward, as if he wanted to stop him. However, he forgot he was trapped and was directly blocked by the barrier. There was a huge bump on his forehead, but the blind man was like a clown. He smiled foolishly and said, I'll think this is pretty good. I've recovered my vision. Everything is going well. Yuan Hehe suspected that the blind man had become a fool. He thought of something and then moved behind the blind man, striking him from behind. The blind man clearly saw him, but he did not dodge at all. In fact, he even clapped and laughed. Not bad. Yuan Hehe felt strange and quickly retreated. There was indeed something wrong with the blind man's brain. Just as he was thinking about this, the blind man suddenly closed his eyes and went to sleep where he was. The speed at which he fell asleep was extremely fast. Jiang Ming and the others were ashamed of themselves. Jiang Ming really did not understand what was going on. He went forward to check on the blind man. Sikong Wu Yuan stopped him and shook his head. The blind man is very cunning. Who knows what he wants to do to us? We can't be fooled by him like this. Jiang Ming understood what was going on in his heart, so he simply did not go forward. However, he suddenly realized that there were some thin threads on the ground. These threads were like strings used to manipulate puppets. Jiang Ming suddenly thought of the wolves. Those wolves were probably puppets. At this time, the flute began to be played again. Jiang Ming turned his head and realized that it was not the blind man who was playing the flute. It was someone else. What is going on? Yuan Hehe did not dare to be careless. He was on full alert and was just short of checking the surroundings. Jiang Ming did not want him to be so nervous. He wanted to calm him down, but he realized that red spots had grown on Yuan Hehe's neck. Earlier, Yuan Hehe had his back facing the blind man. He pondered for a moment, then threw a stone at the blind man. He did not believe that the blind man had gone crazy. He knew that this was just a smokescreen. The blind man was hit, but he did not move at all. He cursed Jiang Ming in his heart. Could it be that this brat realized that he was pretending to be crazy? No matter what, it did not matter what he thought of him. Now, he just had to keep up the act. When Jiang Ming saw this, he did not plan to continue disturbing the blind man. If he continued like this, it would be useless. It would be better to let the blind man fend for himself here and save him from attacking them. After thinking it through, Jiang Ming secretly strengthened the barrier and added some fragrance to it. The fragrance assailed the blind man's nostrils, and the blind man immediately fell into a deep slumber. The blind man had fallen asleep, and there seemed to be nothing else around him. Sikong Wuyuan glanced at the blind man. He seems to have fallen asleep. He sure is bold to sleep in such a situation. Jiang Ming did not reply. He took out some powder from his pocket. This powder could make people invisible, and he felt that it could be used. Now. He had noticed a token next to the blind man just now. He had to find out about the puppet technique, no matter what. As for the villagers, he also wanted to find out what was going on. What is this? Yuan He asked, curiously. It looks quite fun. Jiang Ming smiled. You have a good eye. This powder can make you invisible. We can use it. Why do you want to be invisible? We don't need to do anything, right? Sikong. Wu Yuan was tempted, but he still decided to ask. Jiang Ming walked straight to the barrier, raised his hand, and released his spiritual energy. He took the token from the blind man's pocket directly, and the word red was written on it. We are going to enter the place where this token was issued. The blind man's identity is not as simple as it seems. Jiang Ming held the token tightly. They had already offended many people. The Red Organization would not let them off. Instead of waiting for them to come and kill them, they might as well take the initiative to come and take care of the issues. I think I've seen this organization somewhere before, but I can't remember. Yuan He scratched his head. Then, he clapped his hands. His eyes were filled with excitement. This is the Red Organization. I participated in it before. I'm even a member of it. Are you one of them? Jiang Ming was slightly surprised. He really did not expect to find himself in Yuan He's nest. Yuan He nodded and shook his head. Yes and no. After all, I left that place a long time ago. I'm afraid I've been removed from the list. Then do you understand the motives of this organization or not? Sikong Wu Yuan seriously suspected that Yuan He was just there to joke around, so he stared at him without blinking. Yuan He coughed. Elle don't understand. I only joined for fun. Elle knew that was the case. Yuan He was really a child. He was not even afraid of being in danger. It was possible that this organization was willing to risk their lives to kill people, but this organization did not contact Yuan He again. It was strange. That valley is probably the camp of this organization. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Ming put away the token and remembered the valley that the child had mentioned. Since Yuan He had already been removed from the list and he did not know much about them, Jiang Ming was not afraid that he would betray their party. However, if Yuan He did have some remaining loyalty, then he would be a little tricky to deal with. Yuan He was still trying hard to recall what had happened in the Red Organization back then, but he could not remember clearly. After all these years, he never thought that this organization would still exist. This is not the first time we've come to the valley. This is truly fate. As the three of them walked, Sikong Wu Yuan was trying to liven up the atmosphere. The atmosphere was a little heavy after what had just happened. Are the 3 generations of ancestors here? A woman was chewing on foxtail grass and looking at Jiang Ming and the other 2 mischievously. Jiang Ming looked up and saw a token hanging on her waist. The token was the same as the one he got from the blind man. It had the words deficit written on it. The Red Organization got the news so quickly? Jiang Ming mimicked the woman's tone and began to tease her. The woman was slightly surprised, but she quickly recovered and smiled brightly. She had dimples. Then I'll spare your life. I'm Yang Tian. You can call me Miss Yang. Are you my master, Yang Tian? Yuan Hehe suddenly recalled a few memories and stepped forward in surprise. He never thought that fate would be so coincidental. He actually met his own master. Yang Tian stared at Yuan Hehe. She could not remember that there was such a person among her disciples. Then, she laughed mockingly and tucked her hair behind her ears. I know you like pretty ladies, but you can't hit on them like this. Hearing this, Yuan Hehe wanted to roll his eyes. Did Yang Tian think she was pretty? Seeing her ugly features, he laughed and said, then I'd really need to get glasses. Little disciple, how can you talk to your master like that? This is not nice, Yang Tian said sarcastically. She was the most beautiful woman in the Red organization. She did not believe Yuan Hehe's nonsense, but she could still make him suffer. She thought it through and was proud of herself. Since Yuan Hehe addressed her as his master, she could not let him down. Yuan Hehe had never felt so regretful before. He should not have said what he said just now. Now that Jiao Zhu and Sikong Wu Yuan were here, he was really embarrassed. Jiang Ming thought that he would see a warm scene of reunion, but he did not expect Yang Tian to not remember Yuan Hehe at all. He could not help but throw him a sympathetic look. As for Sikong Wu Yuan, he felt that it was a good idea to let Yuan Hehe see the cruelty of the world so that he would not be too naive in the future. Thus, Sikong Wu Yuan went up and patted his shoulder. In Yuan Hehe's eyes, he had embarrassed all of them. He could not help but blush. He had never been so speechless in his life. Yang Tian was really stupid. Why did he choose her as his master back then? Meanwhile, Yang Tian was looking at Yuan Hehe. When she saw his eyebrows and eyes, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward him. Upon closer inspection, she could not help but recall a child who had once acknowledged her as his master. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this child was really her little disciple? She did have a very young disciple before, but he suddenly disappeared tens of millions of years ago. However, because she was busy with many things, she did not pay much attention to it. She was about to speak when Yuan Hehe beat her to it. My head just twitched. Don't worry, you'll never be my master in this lifetime. Yuan Hehe gritted his teeth when he said the last sentence. If he could, he really did not want to see Yang Tian again. Yang Tian chimed in awkwardly, that's right. I wouldn't have a disciple like you. However, if you insist on acknowledging me as your master, I really can't do anything about it. The corners of her mouth were smug, and she directly ignored her previous thoughts. It did not matter if he was her little disciple that she had lost in the past. Anyway, he was gone now, so it did not matter. It did not matter if they had been reunited. That little disciple of his had long been removed from the Red organization. She looked up at Yuan Hehe with a seductive gaze. It was best to use a honey trap to deal with such a disciple. Yuan Hehe felt like vomiting. He felt that Yang Tian was really confident in her appearance. She did not think that she was ordinary at all. He thought of the first thing Yang Tian said to him. He could not help but laugh. Yang Tian, no wonder the first thing you said when you took in disciples was that there can never be romantic feelings between a master and their disciple. After all this, you thought that your disciples would fall in Love with you. You could have just found a female disciple. Why do you have to find a male disciple? Yang Tian blinked in embarrassment. How did you know? She asked, her face pale. She was now certain that this was definitely her little disciple. She had said that in secret. It was really embarrassing. Hearing this, Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan could not help but laugh. They had to admit that the confrontation between Yuan Hehe and Yang Tian was quite interesting. Aren't you the one who started this? Yuan Hehe felt that he had won this round, and the corners of his mouth curled up proudly. It was impossible for him to admit that he had a relationship with Yang Tian now, but it was not bad to expose her background. Yang Tian, you should go back. I don't think you can kill us. Sikong Wuyuan pretended to be disdainful. The corners of his mouth were filled with ridicule. He also had to help Yuan Hehe turn the tables. Yang Tian's face flushed red as she threw a dart at him. She would not allow anyone to insult her. These people were too noisy. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Her darts were different from ordinary people's darts. They would absorb all the attacks of her opponents. With the dart, she did not need to continue attacking. Seeing the dart, Jiang Ming used his spiritual energy to make a similar dart and threw it over. However, the dart was absorbed by Yang Tian's dart. Jiang Ming was stunned. Yang Tian continued to gloat. She wanted to see how these people planned to deal with her. Just this dart alone was enough to make these people suffer. Yuan Hehe saw all of this. Yuan Hehe immediately went forward to snatch the dart and broke it. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had learned some skills from Yang Tian on the first day, and had a good grasp of his opponent's skills. Otherwise, he really did not know what to do. Seeing that her dart technique was rendered useless, Yang Tian suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes. Only her inner disciple knew all of this. This child was a little too amazing. She remembered that this child was an outer sect disciple. What was going on? However, time did not allow her to think too much. She started dancing in the air. The wind around her suddenly got faster, and the force followed her movements. Jiang Ming and the other two could feel the power of the wind. Yuan Hehe exhaled and said to Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan in his heart, "We need some leaves. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop Yang Tian's attack." What's the use of that? Didn't they all get blown away by the wind? Jiang Ming found it unbelievable. Did he mishear? What leaves were they supposed to find? Sikong Wuyuan spoke. It might not be ordinary leaves. Where should we find those special leaves? Sikong Wuyuan listened attentively, his eyes observing Yang Tian's movements. He did not know how long he could fight Yang Tian with his spiritual energy. As he was thinking, Jiang Ming suddenly rushed out. He was also watching Yang Tian's actions. As he watched, he suddenly had a different idea. Perhaps this was their chance to win. Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wuyuan saw Jiang Ming's actions and were dumbfounded. He rushed over just like that? Wasn't this a little too impulsive? They remembered that Jiang Ming was not an impulsive person. What was going on? However, they could not stop him anymore. They could only watch Jiang Ming leave. Oh no, let's hurry over. We can't let him be in danger. Yuan Hehe hurriedly followed him, only to find that his vision had suddenly blurred. Yang Tian had already expected Yuan Hehe to follow them. At that moment, she threw a dart at him. The dart cut Yuan Hehe's eyes, and he could not see anything clearly. Yuan Hehe finally felt the pain and immediately covered his eyes. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help either Yuan Hehe or Jiang Ming. It was hard to make a decision at the moment. Soon, he heard Jiang Ming's words. Help Yuan Hehe. Don't let anything happen to him. Jiang Ming could not run to Yuan Hehe. In his opinion, the best thing to do now was to capture Yang Tian. After thinking about everything, Jiang Ming raised his hand and threw countless darts. He suddenly realized that these darts were pretty useful after throwing them just now. He also wanted to use darts to attack in the future. You really overestimate yourself. You actually want to use the same technique to deal with me. Aren't you afraid of losing? Yang Tian sneered, and the wind around her body became even faster. With a raise of her hand, a whirlwind flew toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was very calm. He raised his hand like Yang Tian and caught the whirlwind directly. I'm afraid you're a lunatic. You're thinking about death too quickly. Yang Tian laughed out loud, but soon, she had to stop. Jiang Ming directly melted the power. This was something she could not have thought of. However, when Yang Tian saw that Yuan Hehe had been covering his bleeding eyes, she could not help but feel a little smug. No matter what, she had still brought down one of these three. Jiang Ming would soon be brought down by her. Sikong Wu Yuan looked at Yuan Hehe's expression and was very anxious, but he could not do anything. He did not know how to save Yuan Hehe. He had already given Yuan Hehe a simple treatment, but it still could not alleviate his pain. This sense of powerlessness spread in his heart. Yuan Hehe felt the excruciating pain, but he did not make a sound. Now that Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan were fighting Yang Tian, he could not drag them down. He had lost his eyes. At most, he would become like the blind man in the future. Sikong Wu Yuan's heart was suddenly enlightened, and he also heard Jiang Ming's voice. Give this to Yuan Hehe. He'll recover immediately. As he spoke, a small medicine bottle appeared in front of Sikong Wu Yuan. He touched the medicine bottle and felt strange. His eyes were injured. What was the effect of this medicine? Was Jiang Ming joking? Forget it, I'll give it a try. I hope Yuan Hehe gets better. Sikong Wu Yuan opened the bottle and poured it into Yuan Hehe's mouth. Yuan Hehe had originally opened his mouth wide to moan in pain, so it was easier and more convenient for him to feed the medicine. A wave of spiritual energy rushed toward Yuan Hehe's face and continuously released gas, which directly sprayed into his eyes. Sikong Wu Yuan was pleasantly surprised. This medicine was truly a divine ability. After a while, Yuan Hehe's eyes were as good as new. He even felt that his eyesight was several times better than before. Although he was fighting Jiang Ming, Yang Tian had been observing the situation. Seeing this situation, she could not help but be shocked. How was this possible? This treatment method was too strange. How was Yuan Hehe actually cured? How could he use medicine that could treat internal injuries to treat external injuries? She had learned a lot of medical skills, but this was the first time she had seen someone treat someone like this. While Yang Tian was in a daze, Jiang Ming took advantage of the situation and gave her a taste of her own medicine. He directly poked her in the eye. Yang Tian covered her eyes like Yuan Hehe, but she could not calm down. Jiang Ming had actually done such a treacherous thing. He was truly treacherous. She quickly tore off her sleeves and bandaged her eyes. Ignoring the fact that her eyes were still bleeding, Yang Tian enhanced her five senses and began to fight Jiang Ming again. Jiang Ming admired Yang Tian. She was blind, but she could still fight with him so calmly. It had to be said that being Yuan He's master meant that he was quite capable. This was the first time Yang Tian had been blinded. Her movements were still a little slow, and she soon fell into a disadvantageous position. Her throat was directly sealed by Jiang Ming's finger, and she fell to the ground. Yuan He, I'm your master. I remember now. Seeing that the situation was not right, she hurriedly called out to Yuan He. Although she could not see, she still managed to locate Yuan He. Yuan He was speechless. She did not recognize him earlier, but she suddenly recognized him at the critical moment. Does it matter? Your life has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Yang Tian gritted her teeth and ran toward Jiang Ming and the other two. Even if she had to die, she had to drag someone down with her. The one who had to die first was Jiang Ming. She had planned out all the steps, but when it came to actually dealing with Jiang Ming, it was a different situation. Jiang Ming grabbed her neck. Yang Tian had yet to react. She was still in a daze. How had Jiang Ming grabbed her neck? Wasn't she covered by spiritual energy? In fact, Jiang Ming was also shocked. Didn't he just extend his hand? How did Yang Tian end up in his hands? Haha. Yuan He could not help but laugh. He had to admit that Yang Tian had really opened his eyes. Based on his understanding of Yang Tian, she probably did not even know why Jiang Ming was strangling her. Yang Tian understood why Yuan He was laughing and glared at him. You brat, don't think that I can't deal with you just because I'm being strangled. Her words did not sound threatening at all, and Yuan He was even certain that Yang Tian was now raging out of helplessness. His smile widened. Yang Tian, you're really pitiful. He was mocking her. Yang Tian's face turned green. If this kid had not been expelled from the Red Organization, she would have taught him a lesson so that he would wish he was dead. Jiang Ming felt that his hand was a little sore, so he threw Yang Tian aside. The place she landed happened to be a haystack, so she was not hurt. Yang Tian felt that she had made a mistake just now, and quickly stood up. Again. Jiu, that was simply a coincidence. Don't think you can defeat me. Jiang Ming suddenly understood why Yuan He was smiling. Yang Tian was hilarious. Yang Tian launched an attack and released countless rings from her hand. These rings also had a hidden suction force. Jiang Ming released a thin line of spiritual energy and returned the rings to Yang Tian. Yang Tian was quite shocked. She forgot to dodge and was bound by the rings. She did not expect that she would be captured. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm more careless than usual today, but I think I will still win. She seemed to be talking to Jiang Ming, but it was as if she was reassuring herself. Whatever. I want to see how you'll die. Yuan He sneered as a huge crane appeared in her hand. The crane spread its wings and flew up to Yang Tian. Yang Tian was not afraid. Instead, she laughed mockingly. It's just a small trick. Do you really think you can beat me? Her movements were as light as a swallow, and she threw a long ribbon over. There was some poison on the ribbon that was undetectable. Jiang Ming saw it clearly and quickly retreated. Yuan He did not know that Yang Tian would make such move. He thought that he only needed to destroy the ribbon, so he reached out to grab it. What are you doing? Jiang Ming pulled him back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yuan Hehe, why are you so impulsive? The poison was so obvious that he thought Yuan Hehe had gone crazy. Everyone else was retreating, but he was the only one who approached it. What's wrong? Yuan Hehe asked in confusion. Is there a problem? Of course, there's a problem. That's not an ordinary ribbon. Do you want to? Jiang Ming slapped his forehead and wondered if Yuan Hehe had not seen it. But then he thought about it. The color of the poison was so obvious that he should have seen it. Was Yuan Hehe in a trance? Sikong Yuan followed closely behind, his eyes filled with curiosity. If we had destroyed the ribbon just now, wouldn't we have one? Jiang Ming found it unbelievable. The poison was right in front of them. They would have died if they had touched it. Can't you see that it's carrying poison? He suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes, but he could not say anything else. As he thought about it, Jiang Ming realized that Yang Tian was already behind them. He grinned and clenched the ribbon in his hand. He hurriedly pulled Sikong Yuan and Yuan Hehe behind him and then conjured a barrier to protect them. If the poison was splashed on them, it would not be so easy to survive. Yang Tian looked at the barrier and could not help but look confused. Didn't Sikong Yuan and Yuan Hehe already tell Jiang Ming that they were going to win? Why did they still pull away from her? Could it be that they saw the poison? But how was this possible? Only those with extremely high spiritual energy could see it. After thinking for a moment, she did not think that Jiang Ming had that much power, so she directly used the ribbon to hit the barrier in front of her. These barriers did not pose a challenge to her at all. When the ribbon touched the barrier, it immediately became as hard as iron. But it did not penetrate the barrier. In addition, the poison on it was also absorbed by the barrier. The light of the barrier instantly turned green, but it was still intact and showed no signs of collapse. Yang Tian felt incredulous. Her eyes were fixed on the ribbon in front of her, and all the spiritual energy in her body was added to it. However, no matter how much she increased her spiritual energy, she could not pass through the barrier. She could not help but be furious. How was this possible? Jiang Ming was just a young man. How could a barrier out of thin air block her attack? Jiang Ming felt that the barrier might not be able to stop him for long, so he simply sneaked behind Yang Tian. Sikong Yuan and Yuan Hehe were still in shock when they heard Jiang Ming's words. There was clearly nothing on the ribbon. Where did the poison come from? Why couldn't they see what Jiang Ming saw? What exactly was this ribbon? Could it be that Yang Tian had used a disguise technique on it? They could not figure it out, but the two of them came back to their senses at the same time and saw Jiang Ming standing behind Yang Tian. Yang Tian did not notice that there was someone behind her. She was still carefully examining the ribbon. Sikong Yuan and Yuan Hehe pretended to be nonchalant, but they were looking forward to seeing everything unfold. It would be a good thing if Jiang Ming could kill Yang Tian in one move. Yang Tian suddenly felt uncomfortable and could not help but turn around. Jiang Ming made a ring, just like hers, and used it to bind Yang Tian. Yang Tian lowered her head and saw the ring tightening. She could not help but panic. Hey! What are you doing? She asked. Let go of me. You wish. Jiang Ming chuckled. Don't you know what you've done? I can't believe you still want us to let you go. Didn't you say it was an accident? Yuan Hehe asked with a smile. Don't tell me you think it was an accident now? Sikong Wu Yuan sized up Yang Tian and said, thought you were very capable. In the end, it seems that you're just average. Yang Tian could not help but explode when she heard their taunts. If it wasn't for Jiao Zhu, you would have been defeated by me. Stop being so arrogant. Jiang Ming retorted, is it fun to lose to someone younger than you? As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. The ring around Yang Tiantian's waist suddenly tightened, making her feel uncomfortable. You also know that I'm old. You have to respect your elders. Yang Tian felt her waist ache, and her brows were furrowed into a frown. Where did this young boy's ring come from? How could it hurt her so badly? Even an immortal with profound spiritual energy could not do this, right? As she thought about it, she looked up and saw Yuan Hehe staring at her waist. Her face turned cold. I know my waist looks good, but you don't have to keep staring at it, do you? One knew it. Even kids nowadays can't resist the temptation of a beautiful woman, Yang Tian said proudly. Yuan Hehe grinned and looked at her from head to toe. He pretended to take a step back. With such a terrifying appearance, forget it. You brat, are you jealous of my beauty? One knew it. You aren't straight. Yang Tian was not angry. Instead, she smiled arrogantly. F***CKU. Yuan Hehe was angry. Yang Tian truly did not know what was good for her. If it was not for Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan, he would have tried to reason with her. It did not matter that she was his master before. He did not care about her any longer. Jiang Ming secretly tightened the ring around her waist. Some words did not need to be said. After all, action spoke louder than words. The ring was already a little tight. With the further tightening, Yang Tian felt that half of her waist was gone. She could not help but grimace. How dare you attack me while I was distracted? You're really cruel. She stuttered as she spoke, and her waist was squeezed so tightly that she felt suffocated. You asked for this. Jiang Ming's words were sarcastic. Yang Tian did not say anything. She lowered her head as if she were dead. Jiang Ming found it strange and went forward to check. In the end, he found that her eyes were staring at him. Additionally, her eyes were burning holes into Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming let out a sigh of relief and slashed Tiantian's eyes when she was not paying attention. A red light flashed. When Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe came back to their senses, they saw a pool of blood. There was no doubt that this pool of blood belonged to Yang Tian. However, they did not expect Jiang Ming to be so fast. They thought that Jiang Ming was going to fight Yang Tian again. With her eyes injured, the power of the fire was halved. Yang Tian could not help but scream, her eyes filled with hatred. How was this young man so strong? Her eyes had opened the heavenly eye. No one normal should have been able to injure her eyes. She was numb. She only wanted to tear Jiang Ming into pieces and use the secret technique hidden in her body with all her strength. Her blood chi surged, and Yang Tiantian's body began to emit a wicked light. This evil aura lingered around her, forcing Jiang Ming to retreat. He did not expect that the Red Organization could practice such an extraordinarily forbidden technique. Sikong Wu Yuan narrowed his eyes and recognized the forbidden technique in front of him. He could not help but be dumbfounded. How could this be? What's wrong? Yuan Hehe looked at him strangely. Is there anything strange about this? Sikong Wu Yuan turned around and looked at him. It's simple. This technique has been lost for many years. It has no side effects. It just looks like a forbidden technique. He was bewildered. He had thought that the Red organization was just a small organization. In the end, he did not expect it to be such a large organization with a deep foundation. Only organizations with deep foundations could have people who could use such forbidden techniques. Jiang Ming felt a little awkward when he heard Sikong Wuyuan's words. Who would have thought that this was actually a forbidden technique without any side effects? Yang Tian heard them clearly. She said in a sinister tone, "Congratulations on recognizing this secret technique. However, there's no reward for figuring it out." Sikong Wuyuan did not say anything. Instead, he kept tugging at Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming. Based on his past experience, the three of them were no match for Yang Tian, who was using an ancient forbidden technique. The most important thing now was to run. You want to run? Dream on. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Although Yang Tian could not see, she seemed to have sensed Sikong Wuyuan's thoughts. She stomped her foot. The ground under her feet instantly shattered. Jiang Ming thought that the ground would continue to crack, causing him, Sikong Wuyuan, and Yuan Hehe, to fall down. However, the ground stopped moving. Yuan Hehe could not help but laugh again. He thought that Yang Tian wanted to attack them. Yang Tian laughed coldly. Yuan Hehe, I remember you now. You are indeed my disciple. It's just that you have been removed from the Red organization. You're mocking your own master. Your manners are terrible. She was fine. She had just wanted to give him one last chance to escape. Now that she was in such a miserable state, she did not want to give him any more chances. Jiang Ming smiled. You can only use this as an excuse. You didn't mention anything about hurting Yuan Hehe just now. He looked at Yang Tian. Yang Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt. She then said righteously, "Masters and their disciples share an eternal bond. You have to respect your master." Sikong Wuyuan wanted to give Yang Tian a tight slap. She was so annoying. You've never acknowledged this master-disciple relationship, Yuan Hehe said calmly. You only acknowledged it when you were about to die. Aren't you just trying to force us to let you go? This is simply impossible. Yuan Hehe clicked his tongue and pretended to laugh. Yang Tian, I need to see you suffer. Yang Tian did not say anything else. She smiled coldly. She had not wasted her time earlier. These people were going to be buried with her. Yang Tian was elated when she thought of that. With a raise of her hand, the crack on the ground opened. Jiang Ming and the other two were caught off guard and fell into it. Their heads were stuck outside, and they could not move. Sensing their nervousness, Yang Tian was delighted. If you beg me for mercy, you still have a chance. She would not actually help them. She just wanted to tease them. This thought made her feel refreshed. Even the pain in her eyes did not feel as bad anymore. Although Jiang Ming was flustered for a moment, he calmed down when he heard what Yang Tian said. Instead of begging Yang Tian for mercy, it was better to rely on himself. At a time like this, he refused to believe that Yang Tian would help them. Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe were not fools. They knew what Yang Tian meant, so they did not say anything. They just watched Yang Tian stomp her feet. They would not give her the chance to humiliate them. It had been a while, and the three still had not started begging. Yang Tian could not wait any longer. She quickly muttered to herself, "Are you guys too ashamed to do this? Don't worry, there are only the four of us here. I won't do anything to you. The smartest thing you can do now is to beg for mercy from me. You don't want to suffer humiliation before you die, right?" As she spoke, Yang Tian conjured some vines in her hand and threw them at Jiang Ming and the other two. However, because she could not see, the vines did not hit them. "Haha, you should practice more." Yuan did not want to let go of this opportunity to mock Yang Tian. He started laughing again. At the same time, he also saw that Jiang Ming was looking for a way out. He knew that he had to provoke Yang Tian to give Jiang Ming some time. The effect was great. Yang Tian felt like she had been slapped in the face, and she began to swing her hand around angrily. However, her technique was not good. It still did not hit Jiang Ming and the other two at all. Yuan could not stop laughing. It was hard to resist mocking Yang Tian. Sometimes, when she was ridiculed, there was a reason behind it. Jiang Ming did not care about them. He focused all his energy on looking around, trying to find a way to leave the ground. As long as there was a reliable tool, he could use his spiritual energy to attract the tool over and directly get them out. However, after looking left and right, he still could not find a suitable tool. Jiang Ming could not help but lose his patience. He made up his mind and began to struggle. In the end, he realized that the area around his body had loosened a little. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned. What was going on? However, he soon realized that he could have come out on his own. Jiang Ming grinned. He had wasted so much effort. "Ning Kaichen, what's wrong?" Sensing Jiang Ming's condition, Sikong Wu Yuan looked at him thoughtfully. Jiang Ming smiled helplessly and stood up without saying anything. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan were confused. They were so shocked that they cursed. They could not believe it. This was simply too amazing. They thought that Jiang Ming was looking for a tool to help them escape, but who knew that he was just playing along with Yang Tian to put on a show? Jiang Ming stretched. He said to Yuan and Sikong Wu Yuan in his heart, "Actually, I can't tell you the details. You can just take a look. I'll help you get out of the ground." After saying that, he raised his hand and drew a sharp line on the ground where Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan were. This line seemed to be useless, but it directly cut open some land. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan were dumbfounded. How did Jiang Ming do that? Even though they had known Jiang Ming for a long time, they were still surprised to see such a powerful skill. Jiang Ming would surprise them in different ways each time. Yang Tian did not know that Jiang Ming had already come out. She was still laughing arrogantly. "Hey, why aren't you guys saying anything? Are you already afraid of me? Or are you unable to speak because of my vines? I advise you to beg for mercy from me. Perhaps I will be in a good mood now and forgive you so that you can have an intact corpse when you die." Jiang Ming stared at Yang Tian, planning to give her a hard blow later. When he noticed that Yuan and Sikong Wu Yuan were still not coming out, he could not help but ask curiously, "Why aren't you guys coming out? What are you thinking about?" He felt that Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan were acting a little strange. Had they hit their heads? With some doubts in his heart, Jiang Ming's gaze fell on the two of them again. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe immediately came back to their senses and realized that they were dragging him down. They hurriedly coughed and stood up. However, when she heard the coughing sounds, Yang Tian thought that they were asking for mercy, and her spirits rose. Beg for mercy. I'll listen here. Let me hear how you beg for mercy. She could not help but reveal a hint of pride in her words. Although her eyes were injured, the three of them were now in her hands. She could torture them to death however she wanted. Seeing that Yang Tian was still smug, Jiang Ming walked behind her and whispered into her ear. What do you think is going on with you? Yang Tian was stunned when she heard that. She had a strange feeling. If it was not for the fact that he was leaning close to her ear, he probably would not have said such words. However, Jiang Ming and the other two were clearly in the ground. What was going on? Seeing that Yang Tian was still confused about the situation, Sikong Wu Yuan gave a faint smile and used his own spiritual energy to cover her entire body. Yang Tian thought she was entangled by something and kept struggling. With this, she fell to the ground, her eyes filled with fear. What was going on? What exactly happened? She was too emotional, and Jiang Ming only watched her make a fool of herself. Yang Tian had truly dug her own grave. Yang Tian was already struggling like a mouse in a trap. What's going on? She muttered to herself. How did I end up like this? What should I do? She was helpless. Sikong Wu Yuan could not understand her state. Those who did not know better would think that Yang Tian had suffered a huge blow. Shaking his head, he could not help but sympathize with her. She was mentally weak. With this thought in mind, some white spiritual energy appeared in his hand. The spiritual energy gently wrapped around Yang Tian. She was suddenly immersed in a fantasy, and the ring on her waist tightened a little. It almost broke her in half. Jiang Ming could tell that this fantasy was beautiful. He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and said, "Why are you being so nice to Yang Tian? She wanted to kill us." Don't know either, but I feel so bad for her. Let her die in a gentle dream. Sikong Wu Yuan watched as Yang Tian closed her eyes, completely immersed in her own world. Yuan Hehe did not have any reaction. He said coldly, "She deserves to die. This is your former master. You really can say that, but I agree." Sikong Wu Yuan stretched. He suddenly felt that such a way of dying was a heavy blow to Yang Tian. Where are we going now? Yuan Hehe could not help but be at a loss when he thought of this problem. They were constantly being chased along the way, as if they had no destination. Are you stupid? We're going to the Red Organization. Sikong Wu Yuan looked at Yuan Hehe in disbelief, seriously doubting his mental state. Forgot about that, but we could have asked Yang Tian for directions. She's a leader in the Red Organization, so she might know a lot. Yuan Hehe looked at Yang Tian with some inexplicable regret. If he had known earlier, he would have asked in advance. There's no way to ask. Even if we did, she wouldn't answer. Yang Tian is already immersed in her fantasy. Sikong Wu Yuan helplessly spread his hands. He had also forgotten to ask this question. He should have asked in advance. He regretted it, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Ming was quite open-minded. Since there's no way to ask, then let's not ask. These are all silly issues. Let's continue moving forward. He looked into the distance. For some reason, he felt that the forest in front of him was very gloomy, but he could not tell why. At the thought of this, he lifted his foot, but something suddenly flew straight in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he saw a letter in front of him. This is a letter from the Red Organization. Yuan Hehe was stunned when he saw the logo on the letter. Looks like the Red Organization doesn't want us to come there. However, I'm definitely going to the Red Organization. Even though he did not see the contents of the letter, Jiang Ming already knew what it was. Siko Wu Yuan opened the letter and found that it was full of threats. He could not help but nod. That's true, but we can also think about it this way. This means that they are very afraid of us. In this case, we have to go over. Exactly. Yuan Hehe smiled cheekily and did not take the Red Organization seriously. In his opinion, as long as the three of them worked together, nothing would be a problem. However, at that moment, the letter suddenly ignited and turned into ashes. Yang Tian disappeared at the same time. Yuan Hehe realized that the situation was not as simple as it seemed and immediately frowned. I'm afraid there's a new person coming to stop us. I don't know who it is. He looked around vigilantly. Jiang Ming shook his head. No, there's no one. You're mistaken. Ning Kaichen, you can't be too sure, Sikong Wu Yuan said in disbelief. No matter what, let's go in first. Even if there really is someone, they won't attack us now. Jiang Ming could not explain anything. His spiritual energy did not sense anyone, but he did not want Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe to think that he trusted his spiritual energy too much. As they spoke, they walked into the forest. In the past, when they entered the forest, they would have a warm aura around them. The sun was shining high up in the sky. But now, they only felt a bone-chilling coldness. The coldness pierced into their bones, making them shiver uncontrollably. Sikong Wu Yuan stuttered. Why is this place a little different? The temperature here is completely different from before. What's going on? I don't know, Yuan Hehe said helplessly as he clutched his body. I'm feeling really bad right now. Jiang Ming did not feel the coldness. He looked at the two of them strangely and said, why do I feel that the temperature is the same? Huh? Upon hearing this, the two of them looked at Jiang Ming at the same time. How is this possible? They asked at the same time. Jiang Ming laughed. Your tacit understanding is getting better and better, but I really don't feel any difference. Yuan Hehe began to seriously suspect that Jiang Ming was not human. He said this out loud, which almost made Jiang Ming scream in laughter. Yuan Hehe, what are you thinking? If I'm not human, how can one have human characteristics? That's true. Yuan Hehe rubbed his chin and looked at Sikong Wu Yuan. We have to keep calm about this in the future. We can't make a fuss about it. He was still secretly shocked. It was hard for him to imagine how someone as popular as Jiang Ming had survived until now. If it were him, he would be robbed to death by all the organizations and sects. Jiang Ming could solve anything by himself. How lucky was he to be able to meet such a peerless person? Sikong Wu Yuan did not reply. He was completely immersed in the shock just now. What he thought was similar to Yuan Hehe. When Jiang Ming saw this, he simply pulled the two of them along. As they walked, he said, have you completely forgotten that you're feeling uncomfortable from the cold? After Jiang Ming's reminder, the two of them came back to their senses and felt that they were going to turn into popsicles again. What's going on with this place? This temperature is completely not what a normal person should endure. Sikong Wu Yuan hugged himself helplessly. What's strange is that I don't feel cold at all. What's going on? Jiang Ming asked curiously. Before Jiang Ming could figure it out, a figure suddenly appeared and dashed in their direction. It moved so quickly that Jiang Ming and the other two did not even see what it was. When they came back to their senses and looked back, the thing had disappeared. Sikong Wu Yuan pointed in that direction. Did you see that thing? I wonder what kind of animal it is, he said with a trembling voice. However, he couldn't care less about what was rushing over. He sneezed repeatedly, and his nose was running. When will it get warmer? He asked with a bitter smile. It would be great if we could find a way to deal with this cold. Jiang Ming looked at his body and suddenly thought of something. He released his spiritual energy at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The two of them could not help but be dumbfounded. What had they done? However, before they could finish thinking, they felt that their bodies had returned to a normal temperature, and they could not help but be happy. Elle didn't know that Ning Saichen's spiritual energy could be used in such a way. I almost misunderstood just now. I'm really sorry. At this moment, a bird in the distance suddenly chirped. Jiang Ming and the other two were still puzzled when they saw the bird swoop down in front of them like a fighter jet. Its entire body carried a powerful firepower that burned half of the surrounding trees. Even Jiang Ming and the other two, who were so far away from it, could still feel the heat. Sikong Wu Yuan narrowed his eyes. This must be man-made. I didn't expect that the Red Organization would spend so much effort to stop us. He wanted to say something, but the bird was already in front of them. Jiang Ming stretched out his arm and blocked the bird with his hand. They clashed, and the force blew them apart. The bird immediately fell to the ground and closed its eyes, as if it was no longer breathing. Jiang Ming only took a few steps back, but he still felt some fear from the attack just now. When the bird approached him, he felt that he was going to be burned to death. He really did not expect to survive. He looked at the bird and saw that its feathers were all red. He felt a little strange. What kind of bird was this? Sikong Wu Yuan went forward to check the bird's pulse. After confirming that it was dead, he explained, "This is a spiritual bird. It recognizes its master. It will only do what its master tells it to do. It won't hurt anyone without its master's instructions." Yuan Hehe frowned. Perhaps its master is already here, we should be careful. At this moment, a woman in a black robe suddenly rushed over. She held a long sword in her hand and aimed it at Jiang Ming's eyes. Jiang Ming was still looking at the bird when he suddenly felt something strange rushing in front of him. He quickly clenched his fists and hammered at the thing. His fist hit the blade of the sword. Blood spurted out, but the sword did not cut his fist at all. Instead, the sword was shattered into pieces. The woman was shocked. She muttered to herself, "How is this possible? What kind of god are you?" As she said this, she looked up at Jiang Ming and then revealed a greedy gaze. Elle really didn't expect that the spiritual energy in your body would be so dense. I can see it clearly from afar. One think you're quite suitable to be a drug primer. Jiang Ming grinned. This woman was really ambitious. Not only did she want to kill him, but she also wanted to use him as a drug primer. Jiang Ming looked around, raised his hand, uprooted a tree, and threw it at the woman. The woman could not help but be frightened. She broke the tree with a hammer and narrowed her eyes. You only know how to use brute force. but it does not matter. Sooner or later, you will become my drug primer. As she spoke, she released butterflies from her pocket. The butterflies rushed toward Jiang Ming and the other two as if they had been instructed to do so. Jiang Ming could not help but be vigilant. He casually released a wave of spiritual energy and rolled these butterflies together. In order to prevent these butterflies from doing anything else, he quickly released another barrier and wrapped these butterflies. The butterflies kept hitting the ball, but they could not get out. When the woman saw this, she could not help but be shocked again. What kind of ability does this little brat have? How can he turn the butterflies that I raised with half of my spiritual energy into this state? Then, she felt a little jealous. What right did this little brat have to possess such an ability? She had to obtain this ability. Thinking of this, she drew a huge tiger-headed eagle in the air. Under her brush, the tiger-headed eagle became nimble. It spun in circles in the air. Jiang Ming and the other two looked up, thinking that the tiger-headed eagle would not attack them. Unexpectedly, hail suddenly fell from the sky. However, the weather was still sunny. It was hailing on a sunny day. Think these hailstones can kill us. Yuan Hehe could not help but retreat. However, it was as if there was a barrier around him. He bumped into something. He turned his head to look, but he realized that there was nothing behind him. Yuan Hehe could not help but feel puzzled. He hurriedly said, "Don't move forward or backward recklessly. There seems to be a layer of something blocking us." Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then he walked forward and raised his hand to touch the thing. When he touched it, he felt an unusual chill. In the next second, Yuan Hehe suddenly fell to the ground. His entire body was purple as if he had been frostbitten. He kept muttering to himself that he was cold. He was clearly still okay a few seconds ago. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but drop his jaw in shock. What was going on with Yuan Hehe? Weren't they already out of the cold air? Why did he still feel cold? The woman laughed. Do you think that just a portion of spiritual energy can stop this cold? All of you will eventually freeze to death in this world of ice and snow, and become my drug primers. It's your honor to be able to become my drug primers. I'm a famous master. When the time comes, I'll let you die for a good cause. Sikong Wu Yuan spat on the ground. He glared at the woman and said, Don't think that your trick will succeed. With the three of us working together, we will defeat you. Is that so? It seems like there are only two of you now. The woman suddenly snapped her fingers, but the tiger-headed eagle obviously did not move. Even the hailstones did not change, but she had a smug smile on her face. Jiang Ming felt strange again. There did not seem to be anything else in the surroundings. What was the tiger-headed eagle used for? Then, he became suspicious again. Could it be a condensing barrier? Was Yuan Hehe's condition related to the barrier? Thinking of this, he simply used his body to collide with the barrier. However, he still did not feel the cold, and he could not help but feel even more confused. He was not the only one who was confused. The woman was as well. The woman thought that Jiang Ming would also be affected by the cold wind, but she did not expect him to be safe and sound. She could not help but grit her teeth. She really did not expect this little brat to be so difficult to resist. However, it did not matter. The hail would kill him later. At the thought of this, she became complacent again, and wisps of spiritual threads appeared in her hands. These spiritual threads wrapped around Jiang Ming. At this moment, he was avoiding the hail while testing the barrier in front of him. He did not pay attention to the woman at all and was entangled by the spiritual threads. However, he did not lose heart. Instead, he remained calm. Sikong Wu Yuan had wanted to check on Yuan Hehe's condition, but he hesitated when he saw that Jiang Ming's condition was getting worse. Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe were in two different places. It was not good for him to go anywhere. What should he do now? At this moment, he heard Jiang Ming's words. You go and take care of Yuan Hehe. Don't worry about me. I won't be trapped by these threads. However, these words were also heard by the woman. You've only lived for a few decades. How can you fight against my tens of millions of years of experience? The woman sneered. Don't worry, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. After all, the drug primer also needs an intact corpse. At this point, she had already envisioned consuming the drug primer forged by Jiang Ming. Her eyes could not help but shine, and they were filled with pride. Jiang Ming sneered and did not reply to the woman. Instead, he focused on breaking free from the spiritual threads. These spiritual threads were like a spider web. As Jiang Ming struggled, they bound him tighter. Jiang Ming frowned. He did not expect the spiritual threads to be so sturdy, but he felt that he would definitely be able to break free. After thinking for a moment, he circulated spiritual energy in his body, and a green light suddenly appeared around his body. Immediately after, the spiritual threads fell to the ground as if they were nothing. Jiang Ming did not need to continue struggling. Sensing that the spiritual threads had disappeared, Jiang Ming looked down and was stunned. He was just lucky. Why did all these spiritual threads fall? He did not expect that just circulating his spiritual energy would be so effective. If he had known earlier, he would have made such an action in advance. Sikong Wu Yuan looked at Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he realized that Jiang Ming had broken free. However, he was in a dilemma again. He was constantly using his spiritual energy to warm up Yuan Hehe, but the latter still shouted that it was cold. His spiritual energy had the characteristics of fire, and it was extremely hot. He really could not understand why Yuan Hehe did not show any signs of improvement even after he had given him a lot of spiritual energy. Jiang Ming saw it and could not help but take a step forward. If one person could not raise the temperature, then two people should be enough, right? With that thought in mind, he had already arrived in front of Yuan Hehe. But Yuan Hehe suddenly pushed him and muttered, "Don't come near me. Stay away from me." These words shocked Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan. What exactly happened to make Yuan Hehe push them away? As Yuan Hehe spoke, he tried to force the cold worm out of his body. He really did not expect that there would be cold worms in this barrier. If he had not discovered this in time, Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan would have been attacked by these cold worms. The two of them were very good to him. He did not want the two of them to suffer because of him. Sikong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming looked at each other. They still could not understand Yuan Hehe's actions, but they knew that he would not harm them. Jiang Ming simply stood up and raised his hand to release a barrier that enveloped the three of them and also blocked the falling nail. However, for some reason, one of the hailstones passed through the barrier and smashed into Sikong Wu Yuan. He originally thought that this hail was nothing special, but in the end, his spine was bent all of a sudden. Immediately, he felt intense pain, and he could not bend down or stand up. Jiang Ming felt troubled. Now that Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were both injured, there was only one person left who could still fight. The woman clicked her tongue and said, "It's not too late for you to beg for mercy now." "Oh, right, you're called Jiao Zhu, right? You can offer yourself up. That way, I can consider letting the other two go." The corners of her lips curled up, and she could not help but feel curious. Would this man sacrifice himself for those two people? Jiang Ming thought for a while. Judging from this situation, even if she let Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe go, they would probably die from paralysis and pain. He did not reply. His eyes were cold as he turned to look at Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The woman did not understand Jiang Ming's actions, but she also felt that this was a good opportunity. Then, she threw a fireball at his back. Unexpectedly, when the fireball approached Jiang Ming, he suddenly turned his head and caught the fireball with his bare hands. It was scorching, but Jiang Ming was unfazed. Instead, he was very calm. Seeing this, the woman's heart tightened. Could it be that this little brat had a rare full yang physique in this world? It was said that this physique could resist all cold and hot things. If he really had a full yang physique, then it would be extremely difficult for her to refine this drug primer. However, this was also good. Once she cultivated the drug primer, she would have endless spiritual energy. The greed in the woman's eyes grew stronger. Jiang Ming did not look at the woman. Instead, he felt a burning sensation brewing in his body. However, this scorching heat was not painful. Instead, it seemed to be increasing his spiritual energy. He began to doubt things. Could it be that this spiritual energy could give him other abilities? However, wasn't this spiritual energy the spiritual energy of the woman in front of him? What was going on? While he was thinking, the fireball had completely integrated into Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming felt that he could use the same technique as the woman, so he also drew in the air with his bare hands. He imitated the woman and drew a bald eagle. The bald eagle turned and became more lifelike. It went straight to the tiger-headed eagle and started fighting with it. As the birds were both transformed from spiritual energy, their abilities and physiques were similar, so they could not defeat each other. The woman's heart was beating fast, and her eyes were filled with panic. How did this little brat have the same ability as her? The current situation really confused her. Based on the current situation, didn't this brat know all of her abilities? Then how could she possibly beat him? Since he knew her abilities, it meant that he knew her weaknesses. After thinking for a moment, the woman's heart skipped a beat. Then, she thought about it again. Perhaps he did not know all of her skills at all. She was just lucky now. While she was thinking about this, Jiang Ming had already arrived beside Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. He did not know why, but when he got close, he suddenly felt the spiritual energy in his body stir, as if it was about to break out of his body. He suppressed it with all his might, but then he felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this spiritual energy was trying to heal them? He had some ideas in his mind, but he was not certain. If he attacked instead of healing, it would be equivalent to dealing a fatal blow to Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. At that time, he did not want to be alone. The woman seemed to have seen through Jiang Ming's thoughts and immediately smiled. Elle knew it. How could my spiritual energy fuse with yours? Just now. You were able to use my spiritual energy. It was purely an accident. Jiang Ming did not listen to this woman's bullsh*t. He felt that this woman probably did not even know what was going on right now. He decided to take a gamble. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's conditions were difficult to treat now, but releasing spiritual energy might be able to make them recover. He immediately released his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy rushed straight towards Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. And the two of them immediately screamed in pain. Jiang Ming immediately regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would not have released his spiritual energy. However, there was nothing he could do now. He went forward and wanted to take back the spiritual energy, but he realized that the mental and physical conditions of the two were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, they looked at Jiang Ming with surprise in their eyes. We don't know why, but our bodies have become stronger. This was a good thing. Jiang Ming was also happy for the two of them. Then, he felt the spiritual energy return to his body. Jiang Ming did not feel anything abnormal when the spiritual energy that absorbed the cold worm poison returned to his body. Instead, it was as if the spiritual energy had completely purified the poison. The spiritual energy in his body was very pure. Jiang Ming was rather emotional. He did not expect that he would reap an unexpected harvest after meeting an assassin. The woman who was watching from the side gritted her teeth. How is this possible? How can a brat like you obtain such a blessing? What did you do? Hurry up and tell me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming grinned. If you hadn't attacked me, I wouldn't have received this blessing. In the end, I have to thank you. Sikong Wu Yuan burst out laughing. Thought you were strong. It turns out you're just average. What kind of drug priming master are you? Feeling humiliated, the woman was furious. She raised her hand and released a tornado. The tornado was so strong that it almost sucked Jiang Ming and the other two in. However, this was not the first time they had seen such a tornado. The three of them worked together to force it back. The tornado returned to the woman. The woman had just learned this skill not long ago and did not know how to control the tornado. She was immediately sucked in accurately. Being swept into the tornado, the woman's face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. She could not stop it. Not long after, her hair was a mess, and even her clothes were in a mess. Yuan Hehe laughed. Jiang Ming felt that this was a good opportunity to leave. He quickly looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Let's go. Leave this woman alone. Seeing that the three of them were about to leave, the woman began to panic. She had received orders from the Red Organization. If they all left, then her mission would not be completed. Thinking of this, she hurriedly went forward to stop them. However, the tornado blew her away and threw her into a bush. The bush was full of thorns, and the thorns pierced into her body. Although the wounds were not deep, it was enough to make the woman scream in pain. She blamed all her misfortune on Jiang Ming and the other two. Seeing that the three of them were about to disappear from her sight, the woman got up in one go and ran behind Jiang Ming. However, she was thrown to the ground by him. Jiang Ming looked at the woman and smiled. You don't want to give up, but have you ever thought that you can't beat us now? Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe looked at her coldly. I'll wonder how many benefits the Red Organization has given you to actually make you work so hard for them. The woman glared at Yuan Hehe. You're a member of the Red Organization. How dare you help an outsider? how despicable. If you have any conscience, you will give this man to me. Yuan Hehe rolled his eyes. I'd only been in this organization for a few days. Why should I work for it? His eyes were filled with disgust. In his opinion, with such a subordinate, the Red Organization was not a good organization. Fortunately, he had only joined the Red Organization for fun. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Unexpectedly, the woman took advantage of Yuan Hehe's confusion and rushed in front of him. However, Jiang Ming saw through it. Previously, due to some special reasons, he had given her a chance to take advantage of him. He did not want to make the same mistake now. He raised his hand and released his spiritual energy, forcing the woman to retreat. This spiritual energy belonged to the woman. She could not help but be shocked by it. What's going on? How did you master my other technique? You should thank yourself for this, Jiang Ming said with a faint smile. If you didn't attack me, I wouldn't have such a method. His tone was murderous. The woman could not stand it anymore. She retreated and planned to leave. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming saw through her again. He moved behind the woman and tied her up. With the double support of the rope and the ring, it was difficult enough for the woman to break free, let alone escape. The woman's expression instantly changed. You little brat, do you think you're all that? You just know a couple of my techniques. Jiang Ming saw her jealousy clearly. He sized her up and said, You're reaping what you sowed. Don't blame us. Sikong Wu Yuan stepped forward and kicked the woman, causing her to fall to the ground. I'll usually have some pity for everyone. However, now that you're like this, I really can't pity you. He looked at the woman with indifference in his eyes. The woman laughed. Elle didn't expect that I would lose so badly. But how could I lose? The woman laughed again. Yuan Hehe seemed to recognize her and could not help but be stunned. Aren't you a bookkeeper in the Red Organization? Why would the Red Organization send you to deal with us? He grinned. How had this woman become an assassin of the Red Organization? That should not be possible. Assassins had to be screened carefully. What's wrong with keeping books? The organization saw that I did a good job, so they promoted me. I'm now the top drug primer in the Red Organization. Xiang Tianqing. As she spoke, Xiang Tianqing was full of pride. She did not feel like she had been schemed against at all. Yuan Hehe saw it clearly. If she was really the top drug primer, why would the organization send her to assassinate them? She was just a pawn. Xiang Tianqing, you'd better take care of yourself. Jiang Ming did not expose the woman. He also understood what was going on, and his lips twitched. Unexpectedly, Xiang Tianqing felt that he did not think much of it. She could not help but glare at Jiang Ming. You little brat, don't be jealous. You're not worthy of my title. Yes, of course. You, Xiang Tianqing, are worthy of being the top drug primer. How could I dare to snatch it from you? Jiang Ming only felt that Xiang Tianqing was pathetic, but he understood what was going on. Her personality was easy to manipulate. Yuan Hehe was speechless. You're our prisoner now. Don't talk so much. We might be able to get some useful information from Xiang Tianqing. Sikong. Wu Yuan's eyes glinted. When they finished interrogating Xiang Tianqing, they would definitely know a lot about the Red Organization. At that time, they would be able to attack this place much faster. Jiang Ming thought that this was a good idea. When he saw that Xiang Tianqing wanted to retort to Yuan he stuffed a pill into her mouth when she was unprepared. This pill made one tell the truth. Xiang Tianqing was shocked and wanted to vomit. However, Jiang Ming was prepared for this. He pinched her chin and forced her to swallow it. You treacherous villain. You should go to hell. Xiang Tianqing was unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and she fell into a state of confusion. What should I ask? Jiang Ming was in a dilemma. As Yuan he had been with the Red Organization before, he knew the basics, so there was no need to ask about those. However, Xiang Tianqing was just a pawn. Most of the things that the Red Organization had let her know were probably fake. They could not completely believe it. Xiang Tianqing. Xikong Wuyuan cleared his throat and stepped forward. Xiang Tianqing, who is the boss of the Red Organization? A man with the same name as me, Xiang Tianqing muttered to herself. Yuan he immediately shook his head. You can't ask that. Everyone knows who the boss of the Red Organization is. He is not mysterious. His name is still well known. Anyway, how did you obtain so much spiritual energy in such a short period of time? This was what puzzled him the most. He had briefly met Xiang Tianqing. Because she was clumsy and had been punished, she had left an impression on him. At that time, he did not feel any spiritual energy from her, and he was very sure that Xiang Tianqing did not have any spiritual energy at that time. Thus, seeing her like this was surprising. It was impossible to improve so fast. The only possibility was medicine. As for what this medicine was, he would have to wait and see. As expected, he heard her reply. The Red Organization gave me some colorful pills, so I have a lot of spiritual energy. Do you know what the pill is exactly? Yuan he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. He turned around and continued to ask. However, Xiang Tianqing shook her head as if she did not know anything. Yuan he was instantly disappointed. But he could understand. This pill was probably related to the survival and secrets of the organization. Naturally, it was impossible for a pawn to know about it. Are there many people taking pills? Jiang Ming asked. He really did not expect that the Red Organization had such a shady business behind them. He had really underestimated this organization. Xikong Wuyuan also thought about it. From the looks of it, the Red Organization should be very proficient in medicine. After all, pills that could increase one's spiritual energy so much in a short period of time usually had very large side effects, or there were restrictions on their use. However, Xiang Tianqing did not seem to be experiencing adverse effects. In order to prevent his guess from being wrong, he asked Xiang Tianqing. As expected, Xiang Tianqing still shook her head. This Red Organization is quite good at making medicine. Xikong Wuyuan could not help but sigh. An organization that knew how to make drugs was not easy to take down. At that time, they would have a hard time. However, they would deal with whatever came their way. They definitely had a way to crack the Red Organization. Jiang Ming wanted to ask more questions, but he was lost for a moment and did not know what to ask. We don't need to ask any more questions. Xiang Tianqing definitely doesn't know anything else. It's better to just walk forward. The people from the Red Organization won't let us off easily. As he spoke, Yuan he smiled bitterly. This time, they could not help but be tired. Along the way, there were quite a number of people who wanted to kill them. That's true. Let's go. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was open-minded. He glanced at Xiang Tianqing, turned around, and planned to continue walking. Sikong Wu Yuan was about to follow him when he noticed that Xiang Tianqing had dropped a token. However, there was no word written on the token. Instead, there was nothing. What is this? Yuan He asked Xiang Tianqing. This is the token to enter the Red Organization's medicine pavilion. These words stunned Yuan He. Xiang Tianqing was just an ordinary bookkeeper. How could she have such an important token? Could it be that Xiang Tianqing had another identity? Yuan He hesitated for a moment before tossing a bracelet at Xiang Tianqing. Xiang Tianqing had just regained her senses at this moment. When she saw the bracelet, she was immediately shocked and turned around to retreat. Then, she could not dodge anymore. The bracelet expanded automatically and wrapped around her neck. This was the first time she was facing death. She could not help but feel afraid. She kept muttering to herself, "Don't kill me. I am very useful. Don't. You want to destroy the Red Organization? I might be able to help you." Jiang Ming glanced at Xiang Tianqing and smiled. Oh, now she says she can help us. Yuan He suddenly realized that a bracelet had appeared on Xiang Tianqing's hand. He lowered his head to take a closer look and realized that the bracelet was covered by a circle of green leaves. Who put this on for you? Where are they? Yuan He looked around warily and could not help but feel afraid. He recognized this bracelet. It was a bracelet used by the Red Organization to stay alive. It could temporarily protect the wearer from being attacked. No matter what, someone else actually appeared near them without a trace. It was enough to show their might. Jiang Ming did not say anything. He looked around and threw a dart in a certain direction. The dart immediately hit a person, and that person fell to the ground with shock in her eyes. That person looked exactly like Xiang Tianqing. When Xiang Tianqing saw someone fall, she looked forward and could not help but panic. "Sis, why are you here?" She had thought that the person who had come was her superior. She never thought that it would be her sister. Xiang Tianyuan raised her head and glanced at her sister before taking off her outer robe. At this moment, Jiang Ming and the other two rushed over. She threw her robe away and blocked everyone's line of sight. As the robe fell, the person had already disappeared. Xiang Tianqing was relieved. Her sister was a big shot in the Red Organization. She could not let these people capture her. Now that her sister was still cultivating, if she used her spiritual energy for no good reason, it would harm her instead. Jiang Ming did not expect her to leave so quickly. He could not help but turn around and stare at Xiang Tianqing. Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you blaming me for not being able to defeat my sister? Xiang Tianqing felt her hair stand on end and could not help but snap at Jiang Ming. However, the next second, she could not help but regret it. She should not have said that. If she angered Jiang Ming, she would be the one suffering. She regretted it, but there was nothing she could do. Hearing Xiang Tianqing's words, Sikong Wu Yuan stepped forward and kicked her. "I'll know it's bad to hit women. However, I think you deserve a beating." Xiang Tianqing did not speak. The bracelet in her hand had absorbed most of the pain. She could not feel it at all. Silence was the best option now. Yuan Hehe did not stand on ceremony and went forward to pull the bracelet off. Don't tell me you think you'll be safe? Don't think that you can completely avoid the damage. Seeing that the bracelet was gone, Xiang Tianqing's expression changed. Ah. Yuan Hehe, you're making things difficult for me. That bracelet is a souvenir and nothing else. Please give it back to me. As she spoke, she pretended to be coy and tried to attract Yuan Hehe's attention. She did not believe that he would not be able to withstand her charm. Unexpectedly, Yuan Hehe's expression did not change at all. He was unmoved. Instead, he had a strange expression on his face. Are you having cramps? Why are you twisting around? He could not help but scratch his head, his eyes filled with confusion. You idiot. He did not expect her to say such words. Xiang Tianqing immediately cursed him. Was something wrong with Yuan Hehe? Why did he not understand flirting? Could it be that he was too young to know anything? Xiang Tianqing began to think about it and then sized up Jiang Ming. Her eyes began to show a love-struck look. It had to be said that Jiang Ming was quite good-looking. If it was possible, she really wanted to bring him back to the Red Organization. At that time, other women would definitely be very envious of her. As she thought about this, she could not help but say it out loud. Jiang Ming found it unbelievable. Was he not threatening at all? Where did Xiang Tianqing come up with this idea? She actually wanted to bring him back as her boyfriend? Moreover, Xiang Tianqing was their captive. Was it really okay to talk to him like this? Wasn't she afraid that he would hurt her? Unexpectedly, Yuan Hehe looked Jiang Ming up and down. He said seriously, "L. Have to say, you're quite handsome." No wonder Xiang Tianqing was confused. Right? Little disciple, you and I are in agreement on this point. I have never seen anyone as handsome as him in the Red Organization. Xiang Tianqing batted her eyes at Yuan Hehe. As someone who had been in the Red Organization, Yuan Hehe recalled the past and began to sigh. You're right. I remember that the people in the Red Organization are not very good-looking. However, I really can't recall their faces. They're all very ugly. You don't need to know. They all lost their teeth. Xiang Tianqing's eyes were filled with anger. She clenched her fists tightly, as if she wanted to smash those people's faces. What was the use of having such deep spiritual energy? They were so ugly. Have you seen them before? Yuan Hehe was so shocked that he forgot that he and Xiang Tianqing were enemies. He began to chat with her. Of course. The Red Organization has an annual meeting, and everyone attends. One get to see everyone clearly. It's a pity that you've already left. Otherwise, you'd be able to see how ugly they look. Xiang Tianqing also made conversation with him. That's a pity. Yuan Hehe immediately looked dejected. Jiang Ming was speechless. Sikong Wuyuan was also speechless. Although Jiang Ming was handsome, there was no need to be like this, right? Did they forget they were enemies? The two of them realized something at this moment. They coughed and stopped talking. On the contrary, Xiang Tianqing became thicker-skinned. She winked at Jiang Ming. Jiaozhu, what do you think? At that time, the people from the Red Organization will definitely not chase after you. You can visit the organization without worrying about anything. Don't worry. With me around, I definitely won't let you suffer. As Xiang Tianqing said that, the light in her eyes seemed to burn brighter. And she even began to drool. It had to be said that Jiang Ming was really handsome. If she could, she really wanted to be his woman for the rest of her life. Have you figured out your position? Jiang Ming began to suspect that Xiang Tianqing was trying to seduce him, but he felt that it was impossible. However, it had to be said that the saliva around her mouth was too obvious. Hey, Xiang Tianqing, wipe your saliva. What are you doing? Yuan Hehe stood in front of Jiang Ming. He felt that if Xiang Tianqing had not been tied up, she would have pounced on Jiang Ming. Ah, little disciple, we're all family. What are you doing? Don't you want your good friend to have a competent wife? I think I can be his wife. At the end of his sentence, Xiang Tianqing started to look shy. Yuan Hehe could not stand it any longer and went up to hit her head. Don't be ridiculous. If you continue to act like this, we'll leave you here. Feeling the pain in her forehead, Xiang Tianqing began to wake up, but she also seemed to be a little confused. Jiaozhu, she muttered to herself. I'm your destined soulmate. If you really can't accept this, you can ask the mirror in my pocket. Jiang Ming was confused. He did not understand what Xiang Tianqing wanted to do, but he also felt that the mirror might be useful, so he planned to take it away. Unexpectedly, Sikong Wu Yuan took the mirror away first. For some reason, he felt that Jiang Ming was in danger now. He had to protect him. He should look at the mirror first. In an instant, the surrounding lightning surged. Before Jiang Ming and the other two could react, the lightning was heading straight for Xiang Tianqing. None of the three of them felt that the lightning was really going to do anything to Xiang Tianqing. They did not have any intention of protecting him. Xiang Tianqing was struck by the lightning before she could react. Her entire body was immersed in the lightning. Those who did not know better would think that she had been struck by lightning on purpose. After the lightning strike, Xiang Tianqing seemed to have changed into a different person. She widened her eyes and said, Jiaozhu, Sikong Wu Yuan. Yuan Hehe, it is time to die. Jiang Ming wanted to laugh when he heard this. Was this some kind of trick? The lightning was obviously not natural. At this moment, Sikong Wu Yuan also felt the same. He quickly said in a deep voice, I'm afraid this lightning is artificial. We can't fall for such a trick. Jiang Ming did not say much. Instead, he watched Xiang Tianqing's next move. The lightning did not even get rid of the thing that was imprisoned on her body. Their methods were still intact. Jiang Ming could not help but feel curious. Could Xiang Tianqing really defeat them? Immediately after, Xiang Tianqing tried to break free from the restraints on his body and began to exert force. However, she kept failing to break free. She tried 4 times and failed each time. Xiang Tianqing lost her patience and felt embarrassed. She thought that she had been reborn. What was this? She felt ashamed, and Yuan Hehe was already mocking her. Where is the power of lightning? Is this lightning or bullsh*t? Xiang Tianqing gritted her teeth and glared at Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe, don't be so shameless. I've wanted to scold you for a long time, you're really not a good disciple. You really aren't a good master. Ah, right, you aren't my master either. Yuan Hehe rolled his eyes in a fit of pique. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but laugh when he saw the two of them arguing like children. It had to be said that these two people made the perfect pair. They were very childish. Xiang Tianqing felt insulted and gritted her teeth even harder. Yuan Hehe did not think much of it. In his opinion, Xiang Tianqing deserved to die. She was a scourge. Why did he choose her to teach him back then? He was really blind. Xiang Tianqing did not say anything else. Instead, she continued to laugh. Sinisterly. This made Yuan He's hair stand on end. His eyes were filled with confusion. Xiang Tianqing, are you jealous of us? Why do you look neither human nor ghost? You brat, don't you know that this is a myriad of amorous feelings? Xiang Tianqing almost went crazy. Why couldn't these people appreciate her beauty at all? No matter what, she had to escape, even if she had to use some lackeys. Scheme. After thinking it through clearly, she threw flirtatious glances at Jiang Ming. Again. No. Forget it. In this regard, Jiang Ming and the other two agreed that Xiang Tianqing was not seductive at all. This could not help but hurt her heart. She originally thought that Jiang Ming would understand her thoughts and might be able to stay with her forever. She never expected him to not even glance at her. She was a little upset, but she did not give up. Instead, she said something shocking. Jiaozhu, I have taken a fancy to you. Marry me. These words almost made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but burst out laughing. Jiaozhu, Xiang Tianqing wants to be with you. Are you willing to be her husband? There was a teasing look in his eyes. To him, this was an important moment to tease his good friend. I'm afraid that I can't handle her. Jiang Ming quickly waved his hand and felt strange. When did Xiang Tianqing fall in love with him? How could she just propose to him like that? You're really hurting my heart. I'm a peerless beauty. Xiang Tianqing said. Seriously. Yuan He and Sikong Wu Yuan felt incredulous. A peerless beauty? Was this girl that narcissistic? But then, a flock of crows flew by, and Xiang Tianqing disappeared into thin air. How evil. That was actually a tactic to stall for time and escape. Yuan He cursed. Immediately, a black shadow flashed over, and the three of them saw the woman who looked exactly like Xiang Tianqing in front of him. Although they had only met once, it was enough to tell that it was her. My husband was the last person who wanted to kill you. He was from the Red Organization. He was killed by you. Xiang Tianyuan's eyes were filled with hatred. Xiang Tianyuan raised her hand and wanted to slap Jiang Ming, but he easily dodged her. If it wasn't for your husband wanting to attack us, he wouldn't have died. Jiang Ming said. This is obviously your husband's problem. Xiang Tianyuan's eyes were red, and her heart was filled with sorrow. If it were not for this incident, the couple would still be drinking tea and chatting together. Thinking of this, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She raised her hand and sent a piece of ice sand toward the three of them. In an instant, the wind blew. Jiang Ming felt his heart heat up, and his eyes started to blur. Sikong Wu Yuan realized that something was wrong and stared at Xiang Tianyuan. He could faintly feel that this woman had many hidden weapons on her. Just as he was thinking about this, a sharp blade suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, someone caught it with his bare hands. Sikong Wu Yuan turned his head and realized that it was Jiang Ming who did it. He was stunned for a moment before he glared at Xiang Tianyuan. Xiang Tianyuan, you are truly a treacherous person. Humph. Xiang Tianyuan snorted coldly. Don't blame other people if you're stupid. You were the one who couldn't see it. As she spoke, she kept looking in a certain direction, but she quickly came back to her senses. What are you looking at? Jiang Ming noticed Xiang Tianyuan's eyes, and could not help but follow her gaze to the right, but he did not find anything. This made him feel strange, so he asked her. Xiang Tianyuan did not expect that this young boy would notice such details. She was quite amazed and took another look at Jiang Ming. "You are really observant," she said teasingly. "But I'm not looking at anything. I'm looking at you." Sikong Wuyuan felt humiliated. Xiang Tianyuan actually said that he was stupid. It was a little too much. What was even more outrageous was that she actually teased Jiang Ming. This was simply looking down on him, and Yuan Hehe. Just as he was thinking about this, Yuan Hehe was already stomping his feet. "Young lady, don't lead Jiang Ming astray. Jiang Ming has plenty of women around him. He doesn't need one like you. Don't think that you can just use deduction." At the end of his speech, he sized up Xiang Tianyuan and shook his head. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with her figure. This expression angered Xiang Tianyuan. "What do you mean? Am I not worthy of Jiang Ming?" She snorted coldly and stopped talking. She rushed to Jiang Ming. She wanted to see how Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe would look down on her after she insulted Jiang Ming. Seeing Xiang Tianyuan in front of him, Jiang Ming was a little shocked. He did not expect her to be such an impulsive person. However, before he could think of anything else, he saw Xiang Tianyuan reveal a sinister smile. Her smile was predatory. Jiang Ming could not help but shiver. Xiang Tianyuan seemed to want to eat him. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming took out a folding fan from his pocket and fluttered it. Xiang Tianyuan raised her hand and was about to pinch Jiang Ming's neck. Unexpectedly, her body suddenly retreated uncontrollably. Then, she saw Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe rush over and block her way, their eyes filled with vigilance. Xiang Tianyuan could not help but grin. Why was she blown away? Wasn't she fine? How did it become like this? She gathered spiritual energy in her body, but she still could not stop the wind from Jiang Ming's fan. She retreated more and more. She could not even stop her movements. She could not help but cry. She had never suffered such grievances before. What kind of ability was this? No matter what, she could not lose. At the thought of this, she used all her strength and began to spin crazily. Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe did not know what she was trying to do, but they felt that they could not withstand her spinning, so they kept retreating. Yuan Hehe's expression changed completely. I wonder how Xiang Tianyuan did that. He looked vigilant and gathered spiritual energy in his hand. If Xiang Tianyuan came over, then he did not mind fighting her to the death. Sikong Wuyuan had the same thought as Yuan Hehe. His eyes were filled with determination. He did not want Xiang Tianyuan to cause his spiritual energy to dissipate. He felt that he should be able to handle a woman. Xiang Tianyuan, on the other hand, had a cold expression. She did not even go to Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe. Instead, she went straight to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming guessed that Xiang Tianyuan was coming for him, and he quickly fanned himself. He was a little worried. He did not know if the fan could stop Xiang Tianyuan. It had to be said that Xiang Tianyuan knew some strange moves. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ming raised his fan and moved it even faster. At this moment, the surrounding trees suddenly fell down in front of Jiang Ming. Then, he realized that Xiang Tianyuan was already 100 meters away from him. As for those trees, they were sent flying by Xiang Tianyuan. Sikong Wuyuan almost burst out laughing when he saw this scene. He did not expect Xiang Tianyuan to be so fragile. she was only blown away by Jiang Ming, but she was already swept a few meters away. Yuan could not help but laugh. Xiang Tian Yuan, aren't you quite powerful? Why are you in such a bind? Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian Yuan suddenly stood up. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and frustration. What kind of person was Jiang Ming? How could he possess such power? This fan could only be used by people with high spiritual energy. What was going on? Feeling indignant, Xiang Tianyuan rushed straight at Jiang Ming again, wishing she could kill Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming could tell that she was coming at him menacingly. He took a step forward and blocked Xiang Tianyuan. Then, he flapped the fan a few more times. Before Xiang Tianyuan could react, she realized that she had been slapped away again and immediately smiled bitterly. With this fan, she could not get close to Jiang Ming at all. Thinking of this, Xiang Tianyuan simply directed the stone at the side and let it fly toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming fanned it away. The stone was tossed aside. Xiang Tianyuan's expression changed again and again. She could not understand how Jiang Ming had gotten such a powerful fan. Xikong Wu Yuan felt that he did not even need to make a move. He turned to Xiang Tianyuan and said smugly, "Hey, Xiang Tianyuan, you've lost to us now. You have to be more polite to us. Otherwise, you will end up like your husband." His provocative words made Xiang Tianyuan extremely uncomfortable. Why did he have to mention her husband? All of this was because she was too weak, giving Xikong Wu Yuan the chance to insult her husband. Yuan did not know what she was thinking. He quickly replied, "That's right. You have to be careful. Otherwise, you'll be slapped away by Jiang Ming's fan again." Ah, what a pity. It's still okay if she was slapped away. But didn't he want to avenge his husband? His voice carried a hint of mockery. Xiang Tianyuan felt that she had been severely humiliated. He threw a huge object at Yuan This thing was a shell that she had once raised in the deep-sea domain. This shell could change sizes, and it could enlarge when it met other people. If she could not get close to Jiang Ming and the other two, couldn't the shell crush them to death? She felt a little proud of herself. However, Jiang Ming fanned forward again. And the shell was also sent flying. Even though the shell had become bigger, it still could not withstand the wind. Xiang Tianyuan could not hold it in any longer, and her expression was clearly a little dark. What's going on? You're just a young man. What right do you have to send this shell away? She could not believe the truth anymore. This was too strange. As long as Jiang Ming was an old monster who was over 100 years old, she would accept it. However, he did not seem to be one. Moreover, he was a young man much younger than her. Knowing what she was thinking, Jiang Ming smiled faintly. This is just a coincidence. But who knows? Perhaps it's because your character is not good. Maybe that's why the shell left automatically. He had to get his revenge. She had teased him earlier, after all. Xiang Tianyuan's face turned red. Young man, don't be so conceited. Isn't it just a fan? I have plenty of them. Jiang Ming clicked his tongue and sized her up. Then take them out and let me see. His words sounded intimidating. Xiang Tianyuan did not know why, but she felt a strong pressure, and her entire spine felt like it was about to break. How can a young man like you have such a powerful aura? She could not help but take a few steps back as she muttered to herself. She hesitated. If she continued to fight with this young man, would she really win? This young man seemed to be a genius. She did not want to offend a genius. However, Yuan He's words immediately shattered her thoughts. Are you scared already? Xiang Tian Yuan, you don't love your husband at all. Right? You don't have the slightest intention of avenging him. His words were full of sarcasm. Hearing this, Xiang Tianyuan immediately became angry. Right, she was here for revenge. She could not let these villains look down on her. She closed her eyes as if there was no longer any sound. Jiang Ming looked at her up and down, somewhat confused. What was Xiang Tianyuan doing? Could it be that she was cultivating and was planning to beat him up? It did not look like it. However, at this moment, Xiang Tianyuan suddenly opened her eyes and a huge ball appeared in her hand. The ball was wrapped in a circle of soil. It looked extremely terrifying. Is this a clay ball? Sikong Wu Yuan narrowed his eyes, seriously suspecting that there was something wrong with them. Why did Xiang Tianyuan use a clay ball as an attack? Could this thing really attack them? Was she crazy? At this moment, Xiang Tianyuan suddenly burst into laughter. Are you scared after seeing this clay ball? It's not too late for you to beg for mercy from me now. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He immediately felt a flock of crows fly over their heads, and they could not help but grin. What was Xiang Tianyuan up to? But then, Jiang Ming noticed that a ball of clay had appeared behind them. However, this clay ball was even larger. Other than that, it was exactly the same as the one in Xiang Tianyuan's hand. Yuan He also saw the clay ball and was stunned. What the hell is this clay ball? Why is there one behind us? Now, the show is about to begin. You all have to participate in the game. Xiang Tianyuan replied sinisterly. These words made Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He shiver uncontrollably. How did Xiang Tianyuan suddenly become a different person? However, no matter what they thought, they had to face what was going to happen next. They turned to look at the clay ball. Jiang Ming was very calm. At most, they would simply die, but he felt that they would definitely be able to stop the clay ball. Xiang Tianyuan saw that they were still very calm and could not help but feel strange. If it were her, she would probably be panicking, so they were probably pretending. Thinking of this, she could not help but laugh out loud. If you're afraid, you can just say it. There's no need to hide. I'm watching you from here. 1. Won't tell anyone. This childlike comment reminded Jiang Ming of Xiang Tianqing. These two were truly sisters. They were so similar. Jiang Ming could not help but shake his head. It was just a clay ball. Why should they be afraid of it? I'll think it's you, Xiang Tianyuan, who is easily scared, right? Sikong Wu Yuan grinned. You're quite funny. What's there to be afraid of? If you have any moves, just use them. To us, this is nothing. Yuan He grinned and shouted at Xiang Tianyuan. He felt that Xiang Tianyuan was too proud of herself. He had to knock her down. A peg or two no matter what. Xiang Tianyuan instantly felt embarrassed, but she would not say it out loud. She closed her hands. The clay ball immediately turned into a solid body and rolled toward Jiang Ming and the other two. They easily dodged the incoming ball. The clay ball continued to chase after Jiang Ming and the other two. Xiang Tianyuan's thoughts were simple. She could not beat Jiang Ming and the other two, so she would exhaust their physical strength first. Then, she would reap the benefits. Jiang Ming was a little annoyed and shattered the clay ball with one move. The clay ball shattered on the spot. Xiang Tianyuan could not help but widen her eyes, and her heart was already filled with shock. What kind of spiritual energy was this? How could Jiang Ming be so powerful? Jiang Ming had a clear idea in his mind. If they did not get rid of Xiang Tianyuan, they would be the ones suffering. At the thought of this, he raised his hand and a blade appeared. The blade flew to Xiang Tianyuan's body, cutting her all over. Scoffing, she quickly raised her hand to grab the blade. However, she realized that she could not hold the blade at all. Moreover, the wound seemed to be unable to heal and kept bleeding. Seeing this, her heart could not help but thump. Then, she conjured a snow lotus in her hand. The snow lotus grew very huge in an instant, and its branches and leaves extended in front of Jiang Ming. It was obvious that it wanted to wrap around him. However, he did not care. He raised his hand and cut off the branches. The huge branches and leaves were clearly separated from the main body, but their vitality was very tenacious. Moreover, the leaves grew fine spikes that pierced Jiang Ming's hand. However, he did not feel anything. He could not help but be stunned. He raised his head and looked at Xiang Tianyuan. Xiang Tianyuan was also in disbelief. How can you not feel anything? You must be lying. Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. Xiang Tianyuan was always in denial. However, Jiang Ming could not help but feel a little strange. How could he not feel anything when the spike was in his palm? Could it be that there was something else inside? Thinking of this, he became worried. He checked his hand from front to back, but found nothing. On the other side, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe kept vomiting. Their eyes were red, and their hands were trembling. Sikong Wu Yuan could not hold on any longer and hurriedly took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket. He opened the small bottle and found 2 pills inside. He gave one to Yuan Hehe and took one himself. He had originally forgotten about these pills. Since he was in a desperate situation, he finally remembered. Yuan Hehe quickly swallowed the pill he had stuffed into his mouth. Xiang Tianyuan watched from the side and clicked his tongue. Don't bother. Only my pills can cure it. Hearing this, Jiang Ming quickly went forward and checked on Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. After discovering that they were fine, he could not help but sneer. Xiang Tianyuan, you seem to have miscalculated. These pills are useful. They can help their bodies recover slowly. Xiang Tianyuan felt that she had been slapped in the face. Then, she took out a belt and tied Jiang Ming up. Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect her to target him. He thought she would target Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. He was about to move forward to block her attack, but it backfired, and he ended up inside her belt. However, he did not panic. He took out a dagger from his pocket and cut the belt. Xiang Tianyuan had added spiritual energy to this belt, so it was originally impossible to cut it. Seeing that Jiang Ming had cut the belt so easily, Xiang Tianyuan was shocked. And she could not help but feel frustrated. What was going on? Nothing was going her way. This had never happened before. However, she pulled herself together. She did not believe that Jiang Ming would be able to resist each time. Jiang Ming had already arrived behind Xiang Tianyuan. He had left a body double in the constraints. Xiang Tianyuan did not notice this. She thought that she had tied Jiang Ming up again and wanted to throw him out. However, she suddenly felt a pain in her back. She turned around and saw that it was Jiang Ming. She could not help but be shocked. Didn't I tie you up again? How could you be behind me? Seeing her silly look, Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. You're really stupid. There are many body double skills. As a member of the Red Organization, you've really let them down. Xiang Tianyuan exploded in fury. Why do you keep insulting me? A ray of golden light appeared all over her body. A huge fist appeared in her hand, and she punched Jiang Ming. It was not the first time Jiang Ming had seen such a spell. He blocked the fist and smiled. Is that all you can do? Try harder. He felt that he had been too good to this woman before, which was why she was so impudent. Didn't expect your words to be so irritating. Xiang Tianyuan frowned. She took out a smoke bomb from her pocket and threw it at Jiang Ming. A mist appeared around him. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He immediately realized that Jiang Ming was in danger. They rushed forward to pull him out. However, they could not find Jiang Ming and became even more anxious. Sikong Wu Yuan muttered to himself as he searched, where did he go? Xiang Tianyuan is really difficult to deal with. One didn't expect her to throw out a smoke grenade. Could it be that she wants to escape? Yuan He felt that it made sense and snorted coldly. Didn't expect this. One want to see what kind of trick Xiang Tianyuan can pull. He snorted coldly and looked for Jiang Ming. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. In an instant, all the smoke disappeared. Xiang Tianyuan had indeed disappeared. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but curse in his heart. He had thought that Xiang Tianyuan would fight back, but in the end, she had escaped just like that. He understood that Xiang Tianyuan had nothing else to say to them. At this moment, Xiang Tianyuan appeared out of thin air. She also threw some powder at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. The powder was also scattered on Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming was just about to react when he realized that a formation suddenly appeared under their feet. Each of them had a formation. Jiang Ming felt that there was something wrong with this thing. He quickly lifted his feet and wanted to leave, but he found that this formation was preventing him from doing so. He could not move forward at all. He was stunned for a moment. He immediately explained his situation to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He.